go, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
menjadi juara 1 dan 2 dunia.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
sampai bisa menjadi juara 1 dan 2 dunia.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Griza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
menjadi juara 1 dan 2 dunia.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
quanh khúc đây. Tôi là quanh khúc đây.
In the heart of this 1,000-year-old capital, a new generation rises, forging legend in their own way.
Come on.
Hanoi breathes with them. Every heartbeat, every stride. This is more than a match. This is a calling. When the drums strike, Hanoi will not sleep. The city will blaze with fire in its veins. Here, even in narrow alleys, genius lies hidden. Here, even street tea can fuel strategies. Here, every footstep echoes with one truth. We were born to fight. The time has come. Hanoi awakens, and the warriors rise.
loss as a lesson, turn those scars into the weapon. Get my pain in the chest, so now I'm reading out my anthem. Pushing past the edge every day, stay grinding, no second guessing. Hop in a battle, bring the madness, got them panic, it's automatic. I'm on the way, cannot be tamed, never stuck in no cage. Eyes on the scope, not engaged. Run through smoke, stay sharp like a blade. Playing for keeps, I'm running the game, no kidding, no cheating, no frost, no cap, no gimmicks. Pure strength, think my chiming. I challenge your limits.
We come to conquer without challenges. To go far and beyond. There's nothing hold us back, we fall less than them. To be what we desire. We go up, we go down, come and seize the moment now. Don't look back, staying high, let the fire burn in the sky. Open your eyes, cause we gonna rise, and we gonna break the limit.
Break it down till it's your limit. Push it down cause it's your limit. Bring it on cause we all for it. Stepping up and break your limit. Break it down till it's your limit. Push it down cause it's your limit. Bring it on cause we all for it. Own it, hit it, we can feel the heat is elevated. And the bullet red will be terminated. We can feel the heat is elevated. And the bullet red will be terminated.
Hit it. Free fire. Driven by vision, every move's got purpose. Chains cannot hold us, we break through the surface. Hot for a flame, and the cold cannot hurt us. I talk less, but this damn make I'm nervous. Aim for the goal in a way I discarded. Screaming the dolly, the fear and the baggage. Voice in my head got me to every target. Creep out, turn them to ashes. No kidding, no shitting, no frost, no cap, no gimmicks. Feel strength, deal what you mean. I challenge your limits.
We come to conquer without challenges. To go far and beyond. There's nothing hold us back, we fall less than them. To be what we desire. We go up, we go down, come and seize the moment now. Don't look back, staying high, let the fire burn in the sky. Open your eyes, cause we gonna rise, and we gonna break the limit.
Break it down till it's your limit. Push it down cause it's your limit. Bring it on cause we all for it. Stepping up and break your limit. Break it down till it's your limit. Push it down cause it's your limit. Bring it on cause we all for it. Own it, hit it, we can feel the heat is elevated. And the bullet red will be terminated. We can feel the heat is elevated. And the bullet red will be terminated.
Hit it. Free fire.
We come to conquer without challenges. To go far and beyond. There's nothing hold us back, we fall and stand on. To be what we desire. We go up, we go down, come and seize the moment now. Don't look back, staying high, let the fire burn in the sky. Open your eyes, cause we gonna rise, and we gonna break the limit.
We need the world to know that we come to celebrate. And we gon' burn the night with the heat of the fire. Need the world to know that we come to celebrate. And we gon' burn the night with the heat of the fire. We can feel the heat is elevated. And the bullet red will be terminated. We can feel the heat is elevated. And the bullet red will be terminated.
Hit it. Free fire.
Phá vỡ mọi giới hạn, vươn đến đỉnh vinh quang. Chào mừng tất cả các chiến binh đến với đấu trường sinh tồn lớn nhất Đông Nam Á.
Breaking all limits and rising to glory. Welcome our survivors to the grand final stage of Free Fire Southeast Asia.
Xin cảm ơn rapper Cozy và Sabi Rose với phần mở màn hết sức ấn tượng.
Thank you to our artists, Cody and Sabi Rose, for such an amazing performance.
Và ngay bây giờ, hãy cùng chào đón 12 đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất sẽ viết nên lịch sử mới tại Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring!
Let's welcome the 12 elite teams of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring!
Được rèn giũa từ lò lửa của những huyền thoại, Indonesia, họ là tượng đài Free Fire Esports. Không ngán va chạm, không ngại giao tranh, họ đến để khẳng định vị thế. Hãy cùng chào đón AQ Kazu!
Forged in the fire of legends from Indonesia, the true titan of Free Fire Esports. Fearless in the fight, relentless in the clash. They are here to claim their legacy. Give it up for Kazu!
Mang danh Bạch Hổ của xứ sở Vạn Đảo tiến vào chiến trường với khí thế ngút trời và uy lực, bằng lối chơi sắc bén và bản lĩnh đỉnh cao. Xin được gọi tên Esports Divine!
They are the white tiger from the island nation, fierce, fearless, and precise. With every move, they shake the battleground. Step into the greatness. This is Esports Divine!
Lặng lẽ trong bóng đêm, thoát ẩn thoát hiện trong các trận chiến. Từng bước di chuyển đều có sự tính toán. Trước thời cơ không thể đoán trước, hãy cùng chào đón Bigatron Esports!
Silent in the shadows, striking when least expected. With precision and perfect timing, they are Bigatron Esports!
Cái lội ngược dòng kỳ diệu vươn lên bằng bản lĩnh của những chiến binh không bao giờ bỏ cuộc. Họ bền bỉ, ly lợm, bứt phá, xoay chuyển cục diện. Họ là nhím vàng bất tử, Onyx!
They fell, but never stayed down. They rose, stronger, fiercer, unstoppable. The wheel of fortune, the unbreakable spirit. They are the immortal golden hedgehog. Onyx!
Giờ là lúc để chào đón những kẻ chinh phạt từ Thái Lan. Tấn công chớp nhoáng, càn quét mọi đối thủ để vươn đến ngai vàng. Họ đến với tâm thế của kẻ thống trị, là ứng cử viên hàng đầu cho chức vô địch. Bản lĩnh đã được chứng minh, giờ là lúc để bước lên đỉnh cao. Hãy cùng chào đón Buriram United Esports!
It's time to welcome the conquerors from Thailand. Swift, ruthless, and ready to reign. They have proven the power, and now they are here to take the crown. This is why we are immortal. Welcome, Buriram United Esports!
Đang sải cánh trên bầu trời như loài mạnh ưng bất bại, sẵn sàng tiêu diệt mọi con mồi lọt vào tầm ngắm. Với sự phối hợp nhuần nhuyễn giữa các thành viên và khả năng kết liễu lạnh lùng đến tàn khốc, đây chính là đội tuyển khiến cho mọi đối thủ phải dè chừng, Team Falcons!
Soaring through the skies like an unstoppable falcon, ready to strike down any prey in the sight. With ruthless coordination and deadly precision, they are the hunters that's feared by all. This is Team Falcon!
Là ẩn số khiến giải đấu trở nên khó đoán. Từng bước đi của họ đều là chiến lược, từng pha xử lý chuẩn xác đến nghẹt thở. Mang trái tim rực lửa chinh phạt, họ chính là Virtus Pro.
The wild card of the tournament. Every move is strategy. Every play is ice cold precision. They are Virtus Pro!
Sẵn sàng quét sạch mọi đối thủ dám ngáng đường. Mỗi thành viên đều là những cá nhân xuất sắc. Liệu họ có thể viết tên mình lên chiếc cúp vô địch? Hãy hô vang On Gamers Global!
Each a star, together, unstoppable. They are here to crush the path to glory. Will they be the one to carve their name on the championship trophy? Let the arena roar for All Gamers Global!
Là đội tuyển với lối chơi cực gắt, họ không đến để học hỏi, họ đến để thách thức những gã khổng lồ mạnh nhất. Hãy cùng chào đón Core Memory Esports!
They don't come to learn, they come to challenge the limits. Keep talking, keep laughing. One day, you will wish you hadn't. They are here to take on the giants. Core Memory Esports!
Mang theo sứ mệnh phục hưng vinh quang, họ bước vào trận chiến với duy nhất một điều trong tâm trí, chiến thắng. Xin được chào đón chiến binh tinh nhuệ của đất nước Malaysia, Tudap!
On a mission to restore glory, they enter the battlefield with one goal in mind: victory! Anyone read this underdog story? Please welcome the elite warriors of Malaysia, Tudak!
Và cuối cùng chính là những đội tuyển kiên cường nhất, niềm tự hào của Việt Nam. Với dàn tân binh đầy nhiệt huyết và phong độ ổn định xuyên suốt mùa giải, kết hợp với lối di chuyển khôn ngoan, là đội tuyển mạnh nhất giải quốc nội. Hãy cùng hô vang tên Team Flash!
Here we are, the pride of Vietnam. With fiery young blood and razor-sharp movement, They have dominated the national scene all season long. They are Vietnam's finest. Make some noise for Team Flash!
Dù có một khởi đầu không mấy thuận lợi, nhưng với tinh thần chiến đấu tới cùng, họ đã bứt phá ngoạn mục, sẵn sàng bùng nổ để chạm tay vào đỉnh vinh quang, mang niềm tự hào về cho khu vực. Hãy cùng hô vang cái tên Esports!
They didn't start strong, but they never gave up. With unbreakable spirits and a stunning comeback, those warriors are ready to explode onto the world stage and bring pride to the region. Let me hear your voice! Esports! Hello, Free Fire Gamers!
Xin được chào mừng tất cả các bạn đã đến với vòng chung kết của giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring. Và chúng tôi là Minh Anh và Yusun. Rất vinh dự khi được đồng hành cùng với quý vị trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay.
Survivors, welcome to the grand final of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring. We are Yusul and Minh Anh, and I will be her companion today, and we are very honored to be with you on the stage today.
Quý vị thân mến, sau nhiều tuần thi đấu căng thẳng đến nghẹt thở, thì ngày hôm nay tất cả chúng ta đều cùng nhau hướng về thủ đô Hà Nội, trái tim của Việt Nam, để cùng đến với trận chiến thật sự của những huyền thoại sinh tồn.
After a thrilling and intense journey through weeks of fierce competition, today's all eyes are on Hanoi, the heart of Vietnam, where the true battle of survival legends officially begins. This is where legends rise and history is made.
Các bạn thân mến, 12 đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất khu vực đã phải vượt qua hàng chục đối thủ nặng ký tại vòng knockout stage, đã chính thức góp mặt trên sân khấu danh giá ngày hôm nay.
The 12 strongest teams in the region have battled their way through dozens of heavy opponents in the knockout stage, and now they have earned their rightful place on this prestigious stage today.
Các tuyển thủ của chúng ta không chỉ là những chiến binh mạnh mẽ, họ là biểu tượng của khát khao, kỹ năng và ý chí bền bỉ. Họ đã sẵn sàng để bước vào cuộc chiến quyết định, giành lấy vinh quang tối thượng của Free Fire Đông Nam Á.
They are not just brave warriors, they are the icon of passion, skill and unbeatable will. Today, they are ready to enter the ultimate battle for the highest glory of Free Fire Southeast Asia.
Và ngay bây giờ, hãy dành một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn để chào đón tất cả các vị khách quý. Cùng với đó là tất cả các bạn khán giả đang có mặt tại ngày thi đấu hôm nay, cũng như là hàng ngàn người hâm mộ đang theo dõi trực tiếp trên các kênh sóng của Free Fire Esports.
Let's give a big applause to welcome our esteemed guests. All the incredible fans are here with us, and also the 1,000 more tuning in Free Fire Channel Live Sports. This energy is electric. It's all because of you.
Hanoi ơi! Các bạn hãy cho mình thấy tinh thần challenge your limits của các bạn được không ạ?
Hanoi, are you ready to challenge your limit?
Các bạn đã sẵn sàng để đến với trận đấu đầu tiên chưa?
Are you ready for our first game?
Các bạn khán giả của chúng ta đã sẵn sàng và 12 đội tuyển cũng đã sẵn sàng. Ngay bây giờ không để cho các bạn phải chờ đợi lâu hơn nữa, hãy cùng đến với ngày chung kết của chế độ sinh tồn giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2025.
Our 12 teams are ready and we are ready too. So that I hope you are all prepared for our first match in the grand final of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring.
Kita tim pertama yang lolos ke final karena kita jago. Bro Falcon, mereka cuma mau lihat kita angkat piala doang.
RQ ที่กำลังก้าวข้ามพวกเรานั่นเหรอ มันก็ล้มเหลวมาทุกครั้ง มันก็เหมือนเสียงหมาเห่าคิดจะเป็นแชมป์เหรอ ผ่านพวกเราให้ได้ก่อน ถ้าทำได้ก็นะ
ไม่ว่าใครจะพูดอะไรก็ไม่มีใครขัดขวางเราได้ เราจะทำให้รู้ว่าทำไมปราสาทสายฟ้าคือมาตรฐานที่ทุกคนอยากไปให้ถึง AG thích chơi chung chỗ á. Ok, gặp ở đâu là có bạn ở đấy. Map thế kỷ tại chung kết lần này sẽ khác lắm đấy.
พูดให้น้อยลง มาโชว์ฝีมือรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลดีกว่า สกิลเพลย์นั้นที่สำคัญ
Dua kata lucu, P6 tim. Tim WG aja nggak bisa lolos, apalagi PS sama Flash. Mereka mah cuman buat poin kill kita aja.
3 tuần dưới đáy, nhưng ngày cuối cùng, ai đã là kẻ bật lên? Chúng tôi không cần nói nhiều, chỉ cần một ngày duy nhất để nhấn chìm những kẻ nghĩ mình trên cơ.
Flash sama PE, WG aja jadi makanan kita. Gimana? Masih yakin?
Cái tay bên đô nói với tôi yếu á. Ok, cứ để chung kết đi. Rồi sẽ có câu trả lời. WAG out, không có nghĩa là Việt Nam out. Flash vẫn còn ở đây.
Chung kết này không ai có thể xem thường BE. Vì lần này chúng tôi có cả Việt Nam đứng phía sau.
งั้นเหรอเวียดนามที่แข่งไม่เห็นเก่งแค่ในไลฟ์สตรีมกับในเพจเท่านั้นแหละรอดูในเกมอยู่นะว่าจะเก่งสักแค่ไหนอะ
Lu kalau bacot doang mah, gak bakalan tahan di FFWS.
Tak perlu pun spotlight semua ni. Biar gameplay yang berbicara kan. Korang tunggu je highlight daripada kita orang. No drama.
พวกที่เอาแต่พูดก็ไม่เห็นอยู่ในสนามได้นาน พวกผมก็โชว์ให้ดูแล้วว่าทำไมถึงมีทีมแพ้5ทีมในการไฟนอล
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. What an exciting intro to an exciting day, because today will be the ultimate test of grit, grind, and glory as we begin the end of this story. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025 Battle Royale Grand Finals. And it is an honor, a privilege to be your shoutcaster for today. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined with my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
It is going to be a phenomenal day as always, survivors. 6 weeks of the knockout stage to get here. We started out with 18 as usual and are now left with just 12. With a potential 10 games ahead of us, we cannot wait to see exactly who reaches up to the top, grabs every single opportunity to call themselves the champions of the FFWS SEA Spring 2025. And speaking of that, this show as well as our fall season is sponsored by none other than Red Bull. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring as well as fall seasons once again for FFWS SEA 2025. And I know they've been powering me up today. They sure as hell will need to power the players up, because if we do go the distance, Neptune, 10 games, that's a lot. And I'm very sure some of these boys will be kind of losing a little bit of that energy, slipping away, especially the underdogs who don't manage to rip away points early.
Definitely. I mean, it takes a toll, especially if you're losing a lot of battles, and that is what they need to be ready with. I mean, mental fortitude needs to be pristine, especially in this situation wherein everyone is on the stage. And this is what they are fighting for. After weeks of battle, it has come to this. The champion will be getting that $100,000, but the rest will be, I would say, not at a loss, because everyone who are in here in the grand finals will get a bigger piece of the pie.
Yeah, amen, brother. I mean, 300K USD on the table, and the champion alone walking away with 100,000 USD is just massive. But of course, let's take a look at a little bit more here. Once again, the tournament timeline, as mentioned, 6 grueling weeks of the knockout stage to book their ticket at the grand finals. Yesterday, we witnessed the champions pick up the trophy for Clash Squad. Buriram unfortunately could not get the job done at the finals once again. Many fans out there for Buriram, but Falcons managed to topple them and soar up high in the air. But can the Falcons go back to back now? Because on the 14th of June, today, it is our grand finals for Battle Royale, and as always, this is how the point system works.
Yeah, I mean, once you get that booyah, you will be getting the 12 points. It goes down from the 2nd to 9th. And as you go down to the 10, that is 1 point. But unfortunately, the 11 and 12 place will not be getting anything. So they need to top it up with elimination point that is equivalent to 1. And for the tiebreaker rules, this thing hasn't changed because it is working. We go in for number of booyahs, then elimination points, and then the last man standing, or the last standings all throughout the final game.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, one unique active skill not across all 12 teams, just in one squad. You need to have 4 different active skills. You cannot have double, triple, quadruple of the exact same active skill. And this has been one of the biggest changes that we have seen added into the season. And it has been rocking things from the very start. We love this. We want to see this explored a little bit more in the seasons of the future as well. And of course, speaking of changes, the Champion Rush format has got an upgrade. I was not a big fan of the Champion Rush format in the past, but now I'm a huge fan. Maximum of 10 games. Basically, you need to rush to 80 points, and if you hit a booyah right after you achieve 80 points, you are the champion.
Yeah, just in case you don't get that booyah, it will go down to the standings. Whoever is number 1 after our standings have been calculated, then that would be the champion of the tournament. It might go for the long run as 10 games, or as we calculated and saw from the past, it might go as quickly as 5 maps. So that would depend on the teams who will be greater in consistency as well as in getting all those points to reach that 80. But for the grand finals teams that we have right now, here they are. We have AG Global, Brim United, to BTR, Bicatron Esports, Core Memory, Evos Divine, Team Flash, Onyx Olympus, B Esports, RRQ, Kazu, Zodak, Virtus Pro, and Team Falcons.
And as usual, chat has been begging Neptune and myself to predict who do we think is going to be the top 3? Who do we think is going to be the champion? Guys, seriously, if you did not hear it before, you can hear it right now. Neptune and I really don't care. We don't care who becomes champion. We don't care who's the top 3. We just want to see great free fire action game after game after game. I'll tell you what I care about. I care about seeing game number 10. I want to see this go the distance, Neptune. Yesterday, we wanted to go the distance. It went almost there with Buriram pulling away the first game in that grand finals, and of course Falcons sweeping them 3-1 at the end of the day. But of course today it might just be a little bit of a different story, right? Because you have the option of ending things early, but in order to end things early, you need to be a monster, a consistent monster.
Definitely, and there's also the potential that other teams will try to prevent you from getting that booyah once you reach that championship rush condition, because you can predict where they will be dropping. You can probably gatekeep them later on where what approach they will be taking, and regardless if they are taken down on 11 or 12, 11, or even on the second, that will deny them of the championship. And well, that is how they are going to roll if they wanted to reach to that maximum 10 games.
Absolutely, man. High fives all around. The boys are hyping each other up before the start of our grand finals. Today is all there is. There is no more knockout stage. There's no more second chances. If you miss the train, if you think that you can wake up a little bit late today, if you ain't the early bird, you are gonna miss the worm, man. I mean, this is just that sort of a day where you have to hustle from the start and you cannot drop a beat. You cannot skip a little step. You need to go all the way, Neptune. And not many teams have proven to be capable of that consistency so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a few teams who are great in the start, and then the fire just died down towards the end. And we're not just talking about 6 maps anymore. There's a potential that we are going for the 10 maps. And if that is the case for you from the knockout stage, either phase 1 or phase 2, then that would be a loss already. Because those teams that has been consistent, they might not be getting all the booyahs all throughout, but if they're stacking up all those elimination as well as good placement point to reach the champion rush condition, then that is what they need. And after that, as we talked about earlier, the next booyah will bring them that trophy, that crown, and be the kings of Southeast Asia for this season.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the day for them to go on out there and, you know, jump on this opportunity, right? And that opportunity is a very simple one. Reach 80 points first, and then just like how each and every single ranked match you jump on into, you are looking for that booyah, and the booyah has become so much more important. And I really love this because we've been doing this for years, and for many years the importance on the Booyah was not there. The importance was always on collecting the points. So you could see some teams just purely focusing on the eliminations, not really looking for the placement points because it's just a maximum of 12. Getting those eliminations, on the other hand, can boost you to the top of the table. Now, what we are saying is you may be able to get to the top of the table, but if you cannot get that elusive Booyah to your name, you are not going to be called champion. And I think that is just so poetic in the world of Free Fire.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going poetic because later it's going to be chaotic on how the teams is going to start off this battle. But I do agree with you. I mean, we're just going back to the basics. The soul of Free Fire right now, grabbing that Booyah all throughout. That's how you have been taught in the tutorial. That's how you've been like mindset is every time you go into ranked games, whether it is a custom game as well, and especially in tournaments just like this. And it's good that they're getting back into their roots. And well, I guess it's up to the teams right now to really bring it on. There's a lot of pressure that they have right now, especially when the cheer, all the cheers that we heard earlier as the teams are being introduced, and those not receiving any cheers, if you're weak-hearted, you might take it differently. You might think that you don't have any support. That's why all the viewers out there, all survivors in chat out there, your comments, your support, your like is important as well. Whatever team you are cheering on or rooting for, hopefully you put all those energy on the chat right now, because the team definitely needs those.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, that's the home ground advantage that the Vietnamese teams have. Unfortunately, we didn't have every single Vietnamese team qualify into the grand finals. But look at this, bro. The game schedule. And of course, we have got the first 6 maps already drawn here. We hit the randomizer, and this is what we got. Bermuda, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera, Purgatory, Solara. That is the sequence of maps we will go through. And if we get to a match 7, we will go to the randomizer, and the randomizer will be hit game after game after game. We do not know what map we're gonna get, and this is crucial because maps equal dominance from certain names, from certain teams, and we just need to see exactly who Lady Luck smiles at later.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're familiar with 1 or 2 specific maps, that is your advantage. But every time we go into that topic, we always say that you shouldn't just pick a few maps out of the map pool. You need to be proficient in, if not all, most of the maps that we have, because that would be your advantage, and the other teams will not be able to catch you off guard. So I guess are hoping that all throughout from the knockout stage up until today, or before today, they managed to practice their rotation, their tactics all throughout, so that they can survive even longer for all the maps that we have.
But you know what's most important? Yes, you've practiced. Yes, all of that. Everybody would have done it before a stage like this. But how well you hold on to your nerves, how calm you are, how still you are within, and how alert you are out there on the battlefield. These are the aspects that we need to look at here on the grand finals, because you could just find some of the top dogs kind of flaunting that, they can do a lot of big stuff out there, but when it comes to the real thing, they may falter. I'm not saying names here, okay? Some big names, at the grand finals, you expect them to go all out, and all they do is go out. And then the names that you don't expect do manage to rise up to the top, right? So far, we have had 2 FFWS SEA champions at Ho Chi Minh City as well as Surabaya, right? At Ho Chi Minh City, Team Falcons managed to take the trophy for themselves. And the more recent one, FFWS SEA Fall at Surabaya, Buriram United Esports managed to grab the championship for themselves. So the question is, will we see a back-to-back championship for Buriram United Esports? Will we see Falcons swoop on in and grab the trophy again for the second time? I mean, the last FFWS SEA Spring 2024, they were champions. So technically, both the Spring Championship could belong to Falcons. And it'll be absolutely, once again, poetic if they can do it, because it's the exact same way how they qualified to EWC. So I'm very, very curious to see if or not Falcons are up for it, because yesterday, Clash Squad, guess what? It was the same 2 names that went into the grand finals. But I was not very excited watching. I expected a little bit of back and forth, you know. Buriram came out of the gates, burst in, and then Falcons shut them up.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a lot of talks, even in chat from yesterday up until today, that Brave United is not in a prime condition. We've seen, like, Wasana, I would say. Wasana not getting elimination in, like, all of the rounds in one of that series. And it's tough. It's tough to say.
Yes.
Is it something that is there something wrong with the team right now, or is it just because of the mode and they're more focused on Battle Royale? So this is where that will be answered.
Yeah.
Are they really, or is he really Wasana that we know of, or Washana?
Ooh.
Because it seems like that's how it's going to look like.
Well, amen, brother. You know, yes, I was disappointed with Wasana yesterday. I don't know if I was disappointed with Wasana. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes you've got a good day, sometimes you've got a miserable day. Yesterday was a miserable day for Wasana. Maybe today is the good day. Which day is more important? I think Wasana would pick Battle Royale Day over Clash Squad, just because we've got more than triple the money available if you become champion. So I think I am not going to, drown Wasana or kick him out of my list of champions that I look forward to seeing perform out there on the battlefield just yet. Because, you see, we also have to acknowledge that at the start of this season, when the M590 was key to victory, Wasana was not popping off, right? And then he changed his shotgun. He was trying to use some of the non-meta shotguns. We saw the Trogon being popped off, and then we saw sometimes him picking up the Charge Buster because he was just trying to go back to what he was used to. But we did see him in more recent times popping off the M590. It's just that yesterday was just a little bit of a letdown. So let's hope that he was let down at the right moment, because this is where you need to ramp it up, baby, as we start things off at the good old Bermuda.
Yeah, the green grass of home for Free Fire fans and survivors out there. This is Bermuda, and let's see where the teams will be dropping off. Would it be the usual drop spot that they take, or would they change their approach because this is the grand finals? And as you can see, they're already spread out. Some of the teams who have jumped out a little bit too early have already taken their place, and we're not seeing that much of a hot drop. They have been prepared all throughout or before this game has started.
Yeah, amen, brother. Now, there was a question. Are the casters in the same room? No, we are brothers, but we are in two different countries, okay? I am shoutcasting from Malaysia. Neptune is shoutcasting from the Philippines. But yeah, I know, it looks like we are in the same room because we rock. RRQ with an early drop here up against Team Flash. It's hot drop time, baby. But the question is exactly who's going to be able to walk away untouched. Landed and locked into chaos. 18 deer? Nani?
I think 18 deer is a little lost. The same goes for Death as well as Wang. And so let's see what's going to happen in a bit at this moment, because it's not only a Death and 18 deer who might be going against each other. Another set of players would be on the other side, which is Abe as well as Wang Am. But as you can see, BTR jumping into the other compound, and they might be seeing the end of the Zom in this moment. But here comes the jump, throw gun in hand, but P90 hits different.
Holy mama! The Sky just delivered carnage in the name of Bigatron Esports. Dropping on in, picking up the numbers. Abe, though, stopping Wang from getting away. Double revives instantaneously here for Team Flash, and ABCD, the final survivor that did manage to loot up a little bit here as he backs away from the compound. Thankfully, Bigatron Esports will be keeping the players a tad bit distracted. EVOS up against Falcons could still be a thing here, as ABCD now potentially about to run out of the pan into the fire. Limit spots him, but I don't think he's got the kind of gun to directly hit him from here.
Yeah, Plasma might have some rework that has been done, but doesn't have that much in terms of that long range. So let's see if what's going to happen for Team on that position. But Esports right now going to battle toe-to-toe against the Todak, and the Todak just sprung themselves in the middle of the players between Esports shots on Vidals, but don't tries. First one goes down. And that is from the hands of Traps.
Oh, Toda is off to a fantastic start here. The Malays is popping off. Vidals backing away. LPT MP5 trying to get some sort of a damage in here, but the SMG is just not made for long-range combat. Now losing his glue balls. Very smart on the pro. No angles to work with for Toda, but they say no problem, Jose, as they hop on in, looking for LBT. 30 more HP on him as he blitz out of there. 200 coins in his pocket, picks up the 400, needs the vending machine, but the rest of Toda catches up with him.
Yeah, Vidals hits with that M590, and Lauho will be left alone heading in to Mars Electric for that vending machine. But here comes Rasia on the other side, who is dealing with death at the moment. Not really death, but Team Flash's death at this point. And VSK, I would say the sniper of this team can hit you just once, and you will say goodbye.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Team Flash. Zom, wrong spot, brother. Now he's gonna come landing down on a cloud. That ain't no Cloud 9. That's a Cloud Doom at this point of time. As Zom tagged up, but not on the ground, just get dead. Appearing, wrong timing, brother! Ah, manages to get the straight out onto Rasia. The heal with the circle around, and the connection is perfect. Zom does not have a medkit on him, and he's just hanging on for his dear life, expecting Death to do something here. Has managed to patch himself up, but ain't got on the chase. B90 in hand. Rate of fire and damage perfect to take Zom out of the equation here. But Zom has got the exact same SMG. Only difference is you've got the level 2 helmet and vest on Aim God.
Yeah, let's see though. Here comes Ray as well, but that one hit will bring down the Zom. But Team Flash is not out of the battle just yet. Managed to one of the players to be revived, but the same goes for a Todak in Esports and won that battle on the side of FFWS SEA for memory. And here comes a group right now up close and personal from SPD. Probably hitting those shots. The same goes with Maal, but he managed to snipe him out up close.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Don solo here, Max 7 in hand. Looking for the tag onto Dudes. Oh, this glue wall done! Unbelievable play! And you know exactly what they say, baby. Don ko pakad na muskil hi nahi, na mumkin hai. This is amazing. You cannot catch the man. In fact, he just wiped out a whole squad alone.
Oh, definitely. I mean, RRQ, a team that could have gotten a lot of points and start off their approach being hasn't been taken out on 12 plays. Here comes the battle right now. Only one elimination on them, but they're still fighting back. And it is Colchian who goes down. Ends up Guerrero with that Bison. That will be third elimination. But who will be the next challenger? Who has inserted that coin? And who's going to go for the fight? It's Virtus Pro taking shots against Limit, and Nameless with that power foul managed to take him down.
I cannot believe Don just did a number on RRQ, man, with a Max 7 of all things. And it's RRQ, the first team to qualify for the finals, is the first team to get kicked out of the grand finals lobby. How about that? By the team, by of all teams, CRM.
Call it irony.
Oh, goodness me. This is just crazy. And this is why you cannot predict exactly who's going to be able to dominate here, you know? I mean, even the Titans RRQ, after all that promise that they bring in, they are still going to be at the very edge of their seats game after game because of the quality that we have here in Southeast Asia.
Exactly, and that is one thing that they need to be prepared of. For core memory, we haven't really saw them, or we didn't really saw them that much of a threat to any of the teams until they managed to perform well when Phase 2 or latter part of Phase 2 happened. Yeah. But right now, I guess they have prepared for this. This is something that really doesn't matter how long it will take, as long as you can eliminate a team up close and personal and then wait for the next challenge. So for Borderham United, they've been doing the same progress or tactics that they have done for the past. Wait it out until 10 to 15 minutes of the game, and then that's where they start farming for points.
Bigatron Esports now. Join in. Put it down. catch up to them in a little bit as Team Flash makes their recovery play here. Looking for Falcons, unintentionally, of course, at Bullseye. Circle's going to pressure both squads in. Not a lot of damage from the Circle, but if you do get caught out by the Blue in a little bit of a tussle up against your opponents, this is going to be very rough to get away from. FGL not finding the connection, but Keiko kind of holding on for his dear life here as the rest of the team members are not dropping by to say hello to him. They're focusing on that high ground advantage up against Flash.
Yeah, I mean, that high ground, just in case Team Flash steps out, will definitely give them more of a percentage to get a headshot. But Potato might have been probably left out or really couldn't move up to that rooftop, or is just being the distraction. But we saw a Dinocular being popped off, and I guess it's they're preparing to go for the jump onto the other side. They don't want to deal with Team Flash just yet, but as you can see, battle and rushes is happening right now, and Falcons trying to turn the thing.
Looks like Somson's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Catching himself up. Just managed to get on fire. Not really taking a risky move. Waiting for the rest of the team. And very smartly played by On Fire and Squad. ABCD down on the ground. And Barolo brought in out of nowhere. Drove on, finding the connection. But that's just to tickle the players as Team Flash now burst out of the window down onto that lower ground as they patch themselves up, getting ready for round 2. They don't have the numbers, and the Sky once again delivering a little bit of some hot shot here, delivering carnage in the version of Evo.
And the White Tigers, will be dropping in, but from afar, Wang Am managed to take down one of their players. Team Falcons right now has been waiting for the rooftop to drop into the ground floor and have the chance to take them down, but they're not choosing it. They want to step in onto the next phase of the Circle. Might be meeting up against Wang Ham, who has stepped in onto the first phase or second phase of that zone so that they can provide a little bit more cover. But of course, them, they have a BT1 that's really on the other side, and you know what the role of Bigatron Esports are. They are the Falcon Hunters. The question is, will they be able to hunt?
This is a sticky situation for Toda. The Malaysians, they do have a little bit of cover, but up against Buriram in the Circle. Now, Buriram does not look like they are going to go super crazy just yet. Obviously, everybody's waiting for the exact location of the next Circle before they can make any sort of big moves. But Jonah keeping an eye on the players from the side of Toda just to make sure they don't get cheeky with anything.
Let's see though. I mean, Buriram United wants to be silent, and they step into the middle of the next phase of the Circle. The same goes for Todak at the moment, but I think Buriram United has eyes on them already because they pop that monster truck in front. Monica Olympus though having a hard time moving up right now against AG Global, and all they have to do is wait. They can get into the other side in the water, but that would be risky, especially if AG Global will be going for the flank. But Saifa might be able to do so and snipe them out onto the water, and definitely that would be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Oh, Adrian making one mistake here. I'm not too sure exactly what Adrian's thinking. He should have stuck together with the rest of his team members because they could have made good work with the glue wall. But Adrian's going to sacrifice himself, holding back the players of AG Global. But look at this, man. Saifa anticipating the rush. Headshot with the M590, deleting Adrian before he stood a chance to do anything in that engagement.
And Onyx Olympus starts to fly through onto the other side, getting away from AG Global. Is there a chance for them to be taken down? Oh, there goes the do. Monkey see, Monkey do, Monkey take down. And there goes Adam right now for the count. Only 2 remains, a 0 elimination in Onyx Olympus and not good spot.
Yeah, brilliant play by Drew there. Sometimes gonna let him walk away, but Evo once again raining down the court. It's down onto Buriram. Hit the double, and Evo pulls one away. Bye-bye, Evo says Buriram.
Oh, you know how it is when you fight an alley. There's not so much to move, and that is what Buriram did. They funneled them in and lost Moshi in the process. There's a good chance they can bring him back, but it will be risky because a lot of teams are already waiting for them, and Def is on the rain right now. High ground advantage, good spot, a good chance to spot them, but at SVD, thus Buriram United is slowing the pace down.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It looks like Wasana's not Washana just yet. Man is popping off. 3 eliminations. M590 is the weapon of choice, and I'm very glad to see that. Wasana finally on the meta. And he's about to wreck a couple of heads out there on it. Cypher is creeping around the corner. Crime stood no chance there whatsoever as Don't Cry finds the connection and rips him away. No pickup from the rest of the team members. Dawn and Squad now belting down the bullet one after another towards Esports. Lao down on the ground. Don't Cry can't bring the recovery just yet. Tries to break down a glue wall to no avail. Nothing is breaking it down just yet. And the rest of the players on the side of CRM slowly circling around now. Don't Cry in a lot of trouble. LBT shot at from the back. Time turner pulled out, and CRM will secure the point for themselves.
And Don't Cry, just laying back, hiding behind the wall. But there goes the Pelter, and senses that there is someone waiting. And that is also with the help of AG Global, who started shooting at the Esports from a distance. But with all those shots, they will be spotted. And not only by Core Memory, but the who has been waiting for them to drop in and do not yet picked up.
And what a grenade! Barros down on the ground. Exposi follows up as well. And AG Global left with only Cypher here. CRM looking for the final connection, but Cypher holds on to the ground as he shuts down Cougar, who appears from the back of those containers, patching himself up once again. But CRM, they've got the numbers now to delete Cypher exactly where he stands. And look at Buriram, dead in the center of the next circle.
Yeah, they have been waiting. They have taken down one team who joined them, but they also have a lot of teams surrounding them. So let's see who goes in, knocking in Buriram United's door in this moment. As we go into the 5th and 6th phase of the circle, a lot of teams will be rushing in, but they need to deal with each other first. In the going against Core Memory, we have Kodak going against Team Flash and Onyx Olympus, as well as BTR, who's stepping in the area of Buriram United.
Basically, what he just said is we've got too many teams in here. One circle, this is absolute chaos. There's 7 more teams left in here. All thanks to the fact that Team Flash has eliminated themselves with the circle. The Kodak going crazy. Grenade launcher, finding the players on the side of Toda. Toda stayed hidden away for long enough, and now Fire is under pressure. Circle pushing him away, taking away his health, and Bigatron will break down his glue wall as well. Grenade sent on in, and Fire sacrificed to the blue. The blue is hungry, and the blue gets to eat.
Yeah, and sacrifice, that is the best word for him. At that point, right now, exposed. He will be going down, but with the help of Wada, they managed to take down a Dawn and pick up his on. Now, just right now, who managed to kept themselves silent, will be praying in on the remaining players, and we are down to the top 4. Battle on the other side. Virtus Pro taken down. M79 from the God will be coming in, but BTR knocks from behind against Team Falcons.
Oh, Falcons and Buriram, the 2 big teams that we talked about in this final circle. The one Indonesian squad still standing. The most junior from Indonesia. Their big brothers was an RRU exiting a little bit too early. And now Buriram looking at the opportunity, attacks from the back, and the sacrifice is on Fire, who was left behind by the rest of the Falcons players. And Bigatron Delta picking up the final pieces here. Diggs as well as Kyung looking for Kororo, but what a smart play with the smokes. He drops the glue wall, blocks the entry, and he gets out of there, leaving Buriram now to deal with Bigatron.
Yeah, Buriram already going for flank against Bigatron Esports, and that saves Team Falcons for the moment. And if in case there will be any survivor in this battle, they can easily prey on them. Blue Wall Melter right now breaks down Blue Wall. United. Here comes Wasana for the rush, the takedown, and the team wipe out. We're down to 2 teams. Buriram United with 3, Team Falcons with 2. Who's going to take that booyah?
We wanted more out of the finals on Clash Squad yesterday. And these two teams say, no problem, Mustachio. We'll bring it for you, baby. One player down on the ground already, but the pickup ain't too bad at all. Potato with an instant pick on his buddy Karoro, but here comes the glue wall melters as well. No defense for you. Potato backs away and uses a little bit of terrain here for the backup. And Mosey's back. All thanks to the vending machine. They bring him back. And a 4-man booyah. Potato just managed the landmine takedown on to get high, but single-handedly trying now to do some magic against Buriram. And Wasana said, hell no, it's Buriram. Namdo Sunahoka, baby. And they hit her. Booyah!
Oh my goodness. This spells trouble for everyone else as Buriram United is starting it off. They might have been slow in the beginning of this game, but all throughout the end, they came knocking and taking them out.
I mean, Wasana. He held back yesterday. He said, bro, my tank is limited. Okay, my petrol tank is limited. Okay, I know how much of gas I got. I cannot sprint today. I gotta wait for tomorrow because tomorrow is the day. And that tomorrow, yesterday, is today. And today, the grand finals of Battle Royale, this man is your MVP for sure. Led by Captain Jonah, the 2-time world champs, the 2-time almost world champs are back with a bang.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they might have slowed down in the knockout stage, but now they are showing up. And this is what we need. Buriram United really bringing it on. They might have not started so much of elimination or getting all those points, but the moment that they step into the fray, or in the middle of the fray, I would say, that is their chance to get all those elimination, even hunt down some who was like gotten into their personal space, and that's how Buriram United roll. They don't want to let the ball drop anymore. They want to hit that champion rush condition early into the day.
Woo! And I think they will be able to. We have got a potential maximum of 10 games in the house. Buriram's like, what 10 games? We played yesterday, we played today. We want to keep it short and simple. We want to end this one early. And you got to respect not just the capability to get the eliminations, but respect the reading of the circle, respect the positioning early, and they protected their circle. They protected their own defensive spot so well. And Jonah was my personal MVP in that fight as well. That grenade launcher, whoo, hit like a truck, Neptune.
Definitely. I mean, you know how it is. You know how Captain Jonah goes. If you have the grenade launcher on him, he will definitely get those knocks. But in a bit, we're going to hear from the team as well on what, hopefully we get a few answers as well, what happened yesterday. Because it's something that we have been questioning. Even the fans out there has been asking. And what would be the transition now that they are in the Battle Royale or in the Battle Royale finals?
Yeah. I'm a man who lives in the present, all right? I don't care about what happened yesterday. I do care. I'm so sorry about the BO7 mistake, guys. I felt so bad after the broadcast, okay? But today, Battle Royale. Yesterday, Wasana didn't do much. It's all right. Like I said, today's prize pool is almost triple. Sorry, not almost. More than triple of what we got yesterday. Wasana's aiming for the big one. But of course, the most important part of Booyah is the interview. So back to Hanoi. All of y'all go. Neptune and I will catch up with you in a bit.
Hello everyone, and this is our first Booyah belongs to Buriram United Esports. So let's have a conversation with them, shall we? Xin chào tất cả các bạn khán giả, và đầu tiên đó là Booyah rất là hoàn hảo dành cho đội tuyển Buriram United Esports. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây đó chính là thành viên Wasana. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng phỏng vấn họ đôi chút chứ nhỉ? Hello Wasana and hello Misako. Okay, so first of all, how was Hanoi? Is your stay here fun? Did you enjoy it? And how was the crowd here?
Oh wow, what a reaction. Okay, so the first one. Oh, sorry. คำถามแรกตกใจไปนิดนึง reaction แบบหนักมากเขาถามว่ารู้สึกไงบ้างกับการที่มาอยู่ที่ฮานอยในระยะเวลาของการเล่นตอนนี้เป็นไงสนุกไหมฮานอยแล้วผู้ชมล่ะมีความเห็นยังไงบ้าง
ก็รู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากครับที่ได้มาที่นี่ก็
ผู้คนที่นี่ก็น่ารักมากนะครับแต่มีแต่คนใจดี
So he said it's an honor for him to be here and all the people are so nice, so kind.
Với câu hỏi đầu tiên thì mình hỏi là Wasana cảm thấy như thế nào về Hà Nội và lần này khi bạn đến thì có vui không và bạn cảm thấy như thế nào về tất cả mọi người đang có mặt ở tại khán phòng này thì Wasana cảm thấy rằng Hà Nội thật sự rất là tuyệt vời, bạn cảm thấy rất là vui và hạnh phúc khi được đến đây và tất nhiên là mọi người ở đây đều rất là dễ thương và rất là tốt của với bạn à. Okay. So into our second questions. Okay, as for Buriram United Esports, I think that they definitely can get into the top 8 to get a ticket to EWC. But overall, I wonder what is their goal today? Is this trophy? Or is there any higher reason?
Okay. คำถามนี้คือเราเป้าหมายของเราในวันนี้คืออะไรใช่ถ้วยข้างๆตรงนี้หรือเปล่าหรือว่าตั๋วไป EWC
ทั้งสองครับก็แต่อยากได้ถ้วยข้างๆมากกว่า
So it's both but preferably the trophy right here right now.
Với mục đích ngày thi đấu ngày hôm nay thì điều mà Wasana cũng như là Buriram United Esports muốn nhất là gì thì tất nhiên đó chính là chiếc cúp rất là đẹp ngay ở trên đây. Và điều mà bạn ấy đang muốn nhất đó chính là mang chiếc cúp này về với Thái Lan. Nhưng mà Yusun cũng mong rằng là hôm nay họ sẽ gặp rất là nhiều khó khăn trong cái công việc đó chứ nhỉ. So our third question, since this is just the beginning of the game, we still have nothing much, right? So, but overall, it's still a very great opening for Buriram United Esports. So, can you ask Wasana to say something to our Vietnamese audience here?
Okay. เขาบอกว่าเราเปิดเกมมาได้ดีมากถึงแม้มันจะยังเหลืออีกหลายเกมก็ตามมีอะไรจะบอกถึงแฟนๆเวียดนามที่นี่ไหม
ก็วันนี้อาจจะจบเร็วหน่อยนะครับ
คือไง
What did he say?
คว้าหมดเลยปะถูกปูย่าเลย So he said it might end quickly today.
So, can you tell him to say something in Vietnamese?
โอเคบอกแฟนๆเป็นภาษาเวียดนามหน่อยรู้เลยนะลอง
Don't know how to
สวัสดี
say.
ไงสวัสดี
สวัสดีว่าไงแล้ววะ
Wasana, can you say anything?
Xin chào.
Xin chào. Xin chào everyone. Ok. Đối với Wasana thì Wasana nói rằng là mọi thứ sẽ kết thúc rất là nhanh vào ngày hôm nay thôi bởi vì chính Buriram United Esports sẽ là đội tuyển càn quét hết tất cả đối thủ xung quanh ngày hôm nay. Tuy nhiên thì anh ấy cũng đã gửi một lời rất là dễ thương đến tất cả mọi người đó chính là xin chào người Việt Nam ạ. Ok, so cảm ơn tất cả các bạn rất là nhiều vì đã theo dõi phần phỏng vấn của mình và Wasana. Và tất nhiên là cảm ơn Misako đã là phiên dịch cho chúng mình. Và bây giờ thì các bạn hãy sẵn sàng đến với trận đấu tiếp theo của chúng ta nhé. Hãy cổ vũ thật là nhiệt tình cho cái đội tuyển nào mọi người ơi. Thank you so much for watching our interview. It was fun. And now let's head back to our caster and about to next game.
You gotta love it, man. You gotta love the stage, you gotta love the host, and you gotta love the conclusion of this first game, which answers quite a number of questions posed yesterday. Is Wasana truly gone from his high performance days? And the answer is hell no, not yet, baby. And it was just a phenomenal play from all top 3 teams, as a matter of fact. Even Bigatron Esports getting into the final circle was not an easy task because they were pretty far away from the zone. And it's Get High that walks away with the MVP overall, most probably because of his support role and capabilities. 3 eliminations, 3 knockdowns, 1,710 on the damage, rocking the electrotherapy through Cassie.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the support role has changed the pace of the game, especially when some active skill has been available, specifically the Cassie. I mean, you have been in there backing up your rusher and then the quick pickup that is being done. And with all those effort, it needs to be recognized. And that is why Get High is our MVP for that game number 1. But we're not taking out the performance of the other players from Buriram United. I'm pretty sure they put in a lot of numbers as well because they didn't really shy down on getting elimination from that fight. But definitely this man is the game changer for that first game of Battle Royale.
Absolutely. And of course, let's take a look at some of the active passive combinations here. Cassie, Tatsuya Koda, Skylar, and we didn't really see the Skylar usage in that final circle, mainly because Moshi got knocked out a tad bit too early. And even though they did not need to revive him, they revived him. And that was very, very nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they already have the man advantage. It was a 2v3 situation, and then they want it to be a 4v2 situation. Well, probably it's because of the need information. Once you revive Moshi, he will take that rooftop, and he can spot out where the remaining players of Team Falcons is going. But going into the numbers, again, we do have Get High as our MVP, but looking at the rest of the teams, they really worked hard onto it because of Moshi being taken out early, no elimination at this point, and no knockdown, but assist overall really helped the team. But with 5 coming from Jonah as well as 6 coming from the Wasana himself, then that would give you 14 on the elimination plus 12 on the Booyah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Some fans don't know if they're looking at Wasana play or Pahadi play, right? 6 eliminations, 6 knockdowns. This guy was rocking it out there. 2 assists as well. Wasana's definitely not done just yet. This was just the start. But of course, Buriram yesterday up against Falcons, they had a good start. How it ended, though, was definitely not up to them. Falcons brought it to a fantastic close. But we'll have to wait and see exactly how things come to an end today here. Key players, Wasana, Dew, as well as Get High. Dew for the damage, 2,963. We haven't really seen a lot of him except that phenomenal snipe onto the player from Indonesia that was trying their best to get away from him. But, you know, I want to see a little bit more of AG Global later on, too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, AG Global has a capability to snipe out a lot of players, especially Dew out there. Thus, damage has been dealt. But as we look into the game standings, it is a huge lead that Buriram United has taken here already with 26 points, followed by the 17 coming from Team Falcon. And the rest of the teams are close behind. And one thing that I'm thankful in this first map is no one went out or gone out with 0 points. So even PE Sports at bottom managed to get 1 elimination, even 1 placement point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Buriram with 26 points, which means they need to do this 3 more times in order to be able to complete the champion rush condition before they can aim for a Booyah. But of course, if you guys are looking for some solid Booyahs out there, and if you're wondering exactly why you're not hitting that, maybe you've got the skill, but you just don't have the right device on your hand just yet. So you might want to pick up the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Comes with a next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine as well as improved ray tracing technology. This delivers outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, as well as a smooth gaming experience. With powerful AI capabilities here, Neptune, top-tier performance, the Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers.
Definitely, and that is what the teams need right now. Top-tier performance for top-tier level grand finals, because this is it. The final day, the final matches that we're going to see for Battle Royale after months or a number of weeks of grueling knockout stages. But again, it might be good for Buriram United right now, but some of the teams have are in a good spot as well to overtake. Yes, the lead might be that huge because of the number of elimination plus the addition of that Booyah, 12 points, but we've seen some other teams take even higher than 26 on the point. And if that will be Team Falcons, who might replicate that or even beat the record of Game 1 for Buriram United, we might see them take over that #1 spot.
Absolutely. And of course, we have seen that before. We have seen strong starts and we have seen inconsistencies. We have seen good teams come crashing down. And if that happens to Buriram today, it's all in a day's work for the other champs who are in here as well. Because we're talking about Southeast Asia. We're talking about not being able to guarantee a Booyah from anyone. Just like RRQ. I mean, so much of promise from the Indonesian squad. The first team to qualify for the grand finals from the knockout stage phase 2. And they crashed out early, right? But you have to acknowledge sometimes luck is a factor in here as well, because RRQ is a very skilled squad. They can take on even Buriram and wipe the floor clean with them on a good day. But that's the thing, on a good day. Is today going to be a good day for RRQ? I sure as hell hope the early knockout pisses them off, because, you know, once RRQ is triggered, there's no stopping them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if RRQ will be able to get back up, they don't just get back up in one game. They follow it up with multiple games to catch up with the points that whoever is number one is doing. And that's what they did in the world stage. That's what they did in the previous competition. Yes, they haven't taken any championship just yet, but the way they're taking each tournament is leading to that spot, leading them that they are very, very close to grab a championship.
Yeah, let us not forget, in the most recent FFWS Global, it was RRQ in that second spot, almost becoming the world champions. You know, it was very unfortunate. I was very sad to see that for RRQ. And obviously, they're going to be building up to something phenomenal once again. You know, if it's not the Global World Championship for FFWS, perhaps they can aim for EWC first. But a good stepping stone will be FFWS SEA Spring 2025. Everybody wants to aim for it. And of course, you've got some extra pocket money before you travel out to Saudi Arabia. That's something that we're looking for as well. And we are looking at not just the top 3 teams or the champion, right? We are looking at the qualifiers for EWC as well through this grand finals day, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're looking at top 8 out of all the 12 teams right here. But let's also take note that we have Team Falcons already qualifying because they are the reigning champions of EWC. So I guess from Southeast Asia, it would be 9 teams that would be going into Riyadh.
Yeah, 9 teams, because we assume Falcons is going to be part of the top 8. and if something goes wrong, if Falcons do not squeeze themselves into the top 8, this is where things get a little bit crazy and only 8 teams qualify. But, you know, I think that would be impossible, right? Looking at what Falcons did to Buriram yesterday, those boys can play a good game of Free Fire. And of course, we just saw them in that final circle as well. So they are en route to picking up some solid points for themselves to climb this leaderboard. And they're somewhere up there at the top right now. But that's just game 1. We've got potentially 9 more games to go. I'm very excited for this brand new Champion Rush format and looking forward to seeing exactly how some of these teams can push themselves, because of course it brings us to a question: what if Buriram attains the Champion Rush condition by game 4? Then what? Because if you do not hot drop them, if you do not stop them in their route to becoming champions, you are going to lose your opportunity. So there might just be potential hot drops on the champs after they activate the Champion Rush condition. But of course, the second question that follows that is, who's got the balls to do it?
Definitely. I mean, that is a tough question, because even from the past, they have a potential to grab a spot in the top 12, grab a spot on whatever like standings they want to bring in, and it will only begin if they go for the hot drop. But none of the teams, well, only a few, I would say, only a few teams are really doing so. But I guess we might see it right here. We don't have that Champion Rush condition just yet, but we are jumping in on to the next map. This is game number 2 of the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and let's see who's bringing it on.
Absolutely. As we head on into game number 2, it's Alpine time, baby. And just like Iceland, you are not going to find ice everywhere. You're going to find a lot of greenery. As we head on into Alpine. Very fair, Toda. Why you do this to yourself? I don't know if or not Toda understands, but Snowfall does belong to Buriram. And this might just be trouble that they're looking for very early on.
That's one thing, though. I mean, coming from the phase 2, where Buriram United started phase 2 not being part of the mix, Todak has been very, very, I would say, confident in their drop spot here. But I'm not quite sure if this is something that they didn't expect, or probably just got used to it. So, as you can see, they are already leaving the scene as the UASB is trying to chase them out. But speaking of chasing, we have Virtus Pro in a chase. Probably it's vice versa against RRQ in a bang. Quickly as that, M1014 for the takedown.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by luck, right? You've got the M1014 going up against the M1887, and obviously the M1014 has got a much higher rate of fire as a shotgun, and the man just barely, took a breath in that engagement. He just jumped and he shot non-stop. He got the knock. and he claims the first point for RRQ. So the first team to get knocked out in the previous round is the first team to pick up the first point in Game 2.
Yeah, let's see though. We are seeing a hit list being put in as well on depth, but that also spells that Team Falcons or Potato position will also be put on the map. So, well, I guess this is what Team Falcons doing right now, staying the edge of the circle all towards the fusion, and that is where they will be waiting if anyone can or will be knocking on their doors. But the rest of the teams right now are busy looting up, preparing for what's about to happen, and I don't think there's a need for them to rush that quickly.
Absolutely, and AG up against Bigatron Esports potentially here, as Cypher keeps an eye on them with the AN94. But of course, I don't expect him to do much, as the rest of his team members are not really in position for a big battle. So AG Global will probably be starting off very, very slow here, looking for those points.
Yeah, I mean, AG Global has struggled so far in knockout stage, and I guess what they're doing right now is go for survivability. We know that they have potential to go long range, put up so much of damage, and even steal a lot of those elimination, but I don't think they, as early as this, they don't have those snipers just yet. But for Cypher, there's a good chance that he might be able to take down one, but that would be a risk of being exposed onto the other. You need to confirm this, and there it goes! Almost being taken down, but the pickup is being done as the rest of Bigatron Esports rushes through on Cypher.
Yeah, very smart play by Bigatron Esports. Oh, Cypher not letting off at all, quickly rotating around, finding Kyum! And Kyum still standing here. Cypher doing so much of damage, headbutt the Thompson as well, turns the corner! Cypher! What a player! Player after player on the side of Bigatron Esports, getting more down to the ground. But Cypher now in a little bit of trouble here if he makes one more mistake with the re-engagement, chooses to back away, and a smart play by Cypher. And the result of that is just one elimination, but now the rest of the players from AG and Cypher's not done. The Thompson whipped out, Hanoi finds one, and Bigatron Esports downed and outed, all thanks to Cypher.
Yeah, I was expecting AG Global to be silent, the deadly assassin, and there's a map, but no, once Bigatron Esports jump into the open, I guess Cypher, despite of how difficult his position is, he was solo here in Rai, in that compound second floor, but I guess he got the permission for the rest of the teams. We're coming in, so I guess you can start shooting and shooting. That's what he did.
Absolutely, man. I mean, and you gotta respect the fact that this man played the game of patience. He could have taken the shot earlier, and the A94 in his hands, he waited patiently for that moment. The rest of the members from the side of AG Global, as they approached Rai, that's when he took the shot. And that distraction made the players on the side of Bigatron Esports go in for the rush to take him down. They must have popped the coda or something to detect him there, understanding there's only one player, but that was the biggest mistake they made, because they just ran into a fantastic trap, and that was one of the best traps we have seen executed by a team in a long, long time. So props to AG, but now they've got another competitor here in the name of Flash.
Yeah, let's see if they will be out in a flash or probably flushing them out. ABC already in a rush. Wang M on the flank. Hanoi tries to run away. The glue wall saves him, but Cypher will be going for the backup. 2v3 situation at this point. Glue wall has gone down, and Hanoi has a good opening with M590, but here comes the setup from Team Flash. Only two on the front line, and Barros goes in for the flank, but the Zom will be deadly, especially on the Mag 7 in that elevation.
Yeah, Barros literally tanking the ice grenade here. Speaking of ice grenade, there was a smart play by Bigatron Esports earlier on as well to push Cypher away from the window. They just barraged him with all of their own ice grenades, and that really didn't stop Cypher at all. In fact, he just rotated around, found a different angle to continue shooting at them to keep the players away from him. So very smart play overall from Cypher earlier, but Hanoi, as he tries to back away, Flash fighting his back, dropping it on the floor. Cypher repositioned. Cypher doing so much for the squad.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he starts off the fray, and hey, he's the one going for the takedown first. But I guess for Chinoy, it's so unfortunate. He went into the open, but it doesn't have any blue walls. And once Flash started shooting, he had no choice but to fight out. The final moment he stepped in, he still got shot down. But for Barros right now, no blue walls as well. He tries to fight back, but moves away, and then distraction. No one is following him. They are trying to chase him through the wall, but finally a takedown happens.
Ah, goodness me, Barros. Good play there. And without Cypher, automatically this team just struggling a tad bit in that engagement, and Dew only had enough money to buy back one of his players. So AG Global, although that was a phenomenal start up against Bigatron Esports, they're now on the back foot. We have to catch up with them in a little bit. And we see our chat here on the official YouTube page getting crazy. Come on, guys. Y'all can support whoever you want. We love all Free Fire teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as we often say, we don't find any specific team, anyone who is performing, everyone who is really playing it too hard. That is what we, like the team that we really shout so hard about. We can feel it, we can see it as well on how they perform right now. But Korea United going in against the underdog team Todak from Malaysia.
Yeah, man. I mean, put it up, finding one. And it's the FTL that knocks down Noki. And that's very well played. And Toda says, nope, not now, not today. They back away from there instantaneously. But put it up, still keeping an eye on them. By the way, Red Hawks, they rock. Bahati rocks as well. Everybody in the world of Free Fire rocks.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, if you're in Free Fire, you rock. And we want to see more of you, regardless of what region you're coming from. But as we go back into the fight, RRQ right now is being hunted, or I would say hit list has been put in for RRQ against Faiz, but they have to deal with Olympus right now before they go for that chase. But it might be a pinch right now because we have Todak on one side, we have Onyx Olympus trying to chase down RRQ and to Rai, and also the blue will be closing in from the second to the third phase of the circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And RRQ with a quick reposition. But this is absolute chaos awaiting all of us. The Sky, once again, delivers absolute carnage as the teams drop right beside each other. Put it up, B Esports, RRQ. If one breathes, the other will hear.
You have to be very, very silent at this point. And 4 teams taking 4 compound in this area. But there's still space for one, though. I'm just wondering who would take that green roof house out there, because we know how the teams are. They spot a team who is within the vicinity, and they just lay low, wait for the perfect timing. And some will be flying in right here just to join the fray, especially if this is part of the next phase or the center of next phase of the circle, because they want to maintain survivability. They want those placement point, and if hiding out is one tactic that they can do so, fans out there might say it's camping, but I would say that's strategy.
Absolutely, man. And it's not camping if this is a game of chess, right? They are planning their moves 10 steps ahead, and obviously they have to wait to see if not their opponent will make the wrong move. They can't be moving 10 steps all in one go. That ain't chess. That's just chaos.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you will be going overboard. Definitely, literally overboard.
Yes. When you play chess, you gotta stay on the board. Not overboard.
Well, if you go overboard, that means you're out.
You mean like RRQ in the previous game?
Yes, sir. They went overboard. They went a little bit too aggressive in the start, and they went out. Well, let's see, though, who goes out next in this game. We still have 11 seconds of fighting. Binocular didn't spot out anything, and that will be helping VP to precision, or probably because they don't see anyone, they can take that compound. But for Ego's Divine right now, full elimination, and a good chance to take down Team Falcon, but the accuracy was not on point. Nathan up in the front of the Team Glad and limit those down with a max 7.
And this is what happens when you don't camp. You get shot at. And now Team Flash going in here for the shutdown. On fire, protecting his buddy's death. Sprayed down to the ground. Wang M is a 2v1. On fire, still alive. The roll, no! Lost! And this is the end of Belgium. He's back and fight one more and on fire. Manages to barricade himself up for the time being. So and the electrotherapy getting the fantastic boost in HP for his buddy. And On Fire will still hold himself up. It's a 3v1 and On Fire hanging on for his dear life. Gets ABCD and finally Zom says, hell no, down you go.
Yeah, and Team Flash right now needs to recover because Virtus Pro will be knocking in 3 players right here. In for the rush and the team wipeout. As quickly as that, they didn't even have time to celebrate that win against Team Falcons. They were eliminated on that.
And that's why you gotta camp. That's why you gotta stay hidden. That's why you gotta stay silent. And if you make too much noise too early, then you know you are gonna bring those shots out. Those shots are hungry. AG Global now up against Soda. B90 in the hands of Hanoi. Wrapping around this glue wall. Opportune moment. Once the glue wall goes down, can start firing off yet. Hanoi. No backup from the rest of the team members just yet. Mostly from the opposite side. Woody Ram forcing Soda straight into the hands of AG Global. And they will fall one after the other.
Yeah, and Hanoi was just sidestepping that shot, and it's just Kodak falling down one at a time. And with 6 elimination, despite of how they fell earlier, they have a good chance. But Noki right now, shot from outside, and Manos managed to take him down with that throw on Ice right there. No chance for him to be sacrificed, otherwise they will be out. And there you have it on 9th place. Kodak, we're left with it.
8 left on in here, Jonah. 18 there, out of the equation as well. RRQ, can they survive? 18 Global showing up. EVOS showing up. RRQ, 2 games in a row. Down they go.
No Booyahs for RRQ, not even a second place in that matter. But United, as much as they want to go silent, all the noise is chasing them down. It's a good thing they were able to spot out a good spot next to AG Global. They are an edge of the next phase of the circle, but AG Global is itching to knock on their doors. Let's see if they can take down the Titans or they can be the first to win the situation.
Yeah, man, and now Buriram up against AG Global. AG, with the most number of eliminations here. Moshi sprayed down by Hanoi. Bison in hand. Moshi couldn't get away in time. Jonah dropped as well. Get high in the sliver of hell. And AG just wrapping things up. Onyx chipping in from afar as well. It's not just RRQ. Even Buriram gets sprayed down.
Now, man, respect AG Global. They're not just dealing in it with honor the long-range engagement. They can go up close and personal, and that's what they need. For either Evo's in mind right now, they might have lost a lot of battle, and even Diamond managed to squeeze in one nade, leaving only Rasia behind for the team. And that would be a long run for him, and he might see Onyx Olympus as he approached this circle.
Yeah, you know, Buriram got taken down there. If it was Red Hawks, AG Global would have been toast. Core memory, just teasing the circle alongside Rasia as well. EVOS, I'm not too sure exactly what's the setup like on the other side, whether or not they have enough numbers. But AG Global on fire with the most number of eliminations in the lobby thus far, and they've got the very edge of the next safe zone, which also means they get to gatekeep PE Esports if they rotate the wrong way round.
Rasia has been taken down. We are down to 5 right now on Olympus. Feeling the freeze out of all those nades, but still managed to go and take down a core memory. We're left with 4 teams remaining, and Onyx Olympus seems to be in a good position. Binoculars put in against them, and PE Esports tries to knock in, but not in a good position though. Most of the headshots will be coming in from second floor.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, Virtus Pro still alive and kicking here. Some questions as to how they made it to the grand finals. This is how they survived long enough. But Onyx looking for yet another. But the circle, and this is just a wild one. Because the zone is getting the damage in. The zone's got no mercy, and neither do the enemies as they shoot at the players on the side of Onyx. One after the other, they go down. Blue wall melted courtesy of Baros. And the final survivor of Onyx desperately holding on. And the 2 teams that have got a high potential of a booyah, both from Thailand, AG Global and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and the blue will be closing and moving in towards Virtus Pro. Good position being held by AG Global. They started shooting at Onyx Olympus and backs turned against Virtus Pro, but they put up that glue wall onto the window just to make sure they will not be backstabbed. But there's no more waiting for that opportunity anymore because AG Global needs to move all those melters being laid down so that blue walls will not stand up, and Exposé will be waiting on one side as Diamond onto the other.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Fuara, M590, backing away little by little. 12 eliminations in the hands of Virtus Pro. How phenomenal is that? With Diamond leading the fray with the M590. And this is Ring Around the Rosie on this building now, but due with the high ground advantage, AWM, but has got no angles to work against the players on the side of Virtus Pro, which means the team of AG Global is one man down. Diamond sneaking around, looking for one, and the glue wall goes down for the shot to be set up and down. Two players lost on the side of AG. Nameless now bleeding out. Diamond with a sliver of health, he gets taken down as well. And Virtus Pro about to pull off an absolute upset on AG Global.
Yeah, let's see the Fuara is still on the roll. Sypha, no time to recover. Backstab the blue. Gets him. It's AG Global for game number 2. Grabbing that.
Yeah! Unbelievable stuff from with the eliminations at the very start, almost getting wiped out. Full squad revival. Remember, Dio only had enough coins to buy back one player. That's how dire the situation got. But they came back, they had the full team revival, they had the full team recovery all the way down to the final circle, only for Virtus Pro to pull away enough eliminations to have more than AG Global on that final bout. But it all came down to this guy, Sypha. Look at the way he outplayed them, man. And Dew from afar chipping in the damage with the M82B. And if Sypha did not pull off that phenomenal shot initially, that shot from Dew through that glue wall would have not had as much effect. Full-on teamwork. Beautiful booyah by AG.
Exactly. I mean, if Sypha does have his Moko on him, he will be able to mark the final player out there, and that would give chance for Dew to get that final hit. But regardless, that is still a good fight. AG Global went berserk, I would say. They didn't go passive. They want to get as much point as possible, and they did so up close, long range. It doesn't matter. This is the prime of AG Global that we're seeing right now, and we seldom see this, especially in the early parts of this tournament.
Yeah, and what's amazing is Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro did not walk away with a booyah, but Virtus Pro actually walks away with consistency, because in the previous game, Neptune, we saw Virtus Pro hop on in there, and they pulled decent number of points, no booyah. Second game, no booyah as well. But what do they get? They get to the top of the table for sure, right? Because at the end of the day, in order to get to the 80 points, no booyah, no problem. But once you hit 80, that's when the booyah becomes extremely important. So maybe Virtus Pro is just waiting for that moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, consistency from Virtus Pro, and there's another team who didn't show up that much. A lot of teams, definitely, that we were expecting to be that aggressive from the knockout stage didn't show up. Probably it's because they really don't need to. It's either they want to end up on the top 12, or they just want to get that team of the day to move into the grand finals. And for the latter part of phase 2, as long as they hit that top 6, they will be able to get it at this level. So it depends on what goal you're aiming. What is the threshold that you're targeting? And right now, since we're only looking for the champions, Virtus Pro is trying to grab that despite of not getting any booyahs.
Insane stuff, man. Earlier, Bigatron Esports managed to walk away with 14 points. In this game, Bigatron Esports, 0 points. Earlier, we saw Team Falcons walk away with 17 points. This game, 4 points. Even Buriram got kicked out so early. But of course, interview time. Let's go to Hanoi, baby.
And that is the booyah for AG, All Gamers Global. Congratulations. Xin chào tất cả mọi người đã quay trở lại với bàn phỏng vấn của Yosun, và đây là booyah thứ 2 dành cho đội tuyển All Gamers Global, và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là Tây Tịa Dew, rất là có uy tín ở tại Thái Lan. Và bây giờ thì hãy cùng mình phỏng vấn họ một chút chứ nhỉ? Hello Dill, สวัสดีค่ะ Okay.
สวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะ Okay, so Dill, since you're Happy Booyah and I think you're also in a part of the competition to this trophy cup. But I want to ask you guys, what did you guys have for breakfast or lunch to start a very good day so you guys can have your best self to have this booyah?
โอเค เรากินข้าวเช้าหรือกินข้าวเที่ยงอะไรมาถึงโหดขนาดนี้
กินข้าวโรงแรมครับ
แล้วข้าวเที่ยงอ่ะ
กินที่นี่ครับ
กินอะไรมาบ้างจำเมนูได้ไหม
กินกล้วยไป
กินกล้วย So for breakfast he eat at the hotel and for lunch he had bananas
Only bananas?
Yeah
Okay. Does he like pho?
ชอบเปิดไหม
กินไปแค่ไก่ครับ
He said he only ate the chicken part
Okay, so để bắt đầu cho một ngày thi đấu thật là sảng khoái và tất nhiên là làm sao để có một cái phong độ thật là tốt để có được booyah ngày hôm nay thì tuyển thủ Dill đã có cho mình một ngày ăn uống rất là đầy đủ, là gồm một bữa sáng tại khách sạn và tất nhiên là đến với bữa trưa ngay tại đây thì anh ấy chỉ có duy nhất cho mình một quả chuối mà thôi. Tuy nhiên nó vẫn rất là đủ năng lượng để cho Dill cùng với các đồng đội của mình để có thể lấy được booyah ở trên hành trình giành lấy được chiếc cúp vô địch lần này. Và đến với câu hỏi thứ hai của chúng ta, into our second questions. Dill, you have been underestimated a lot during the tournament. It's just because your performance is go down. But at this time, your team got booyah and you come back very strong during the spring season. What do you want to say to them?
ก่อนหน้านี้เราโดนดูถูกมาเยอะใช่ไหมเพราะว่า performance เราค่อนข้างตกนิดนึงแต่ตอนนี้คัมแบ็กมาแล้วกลับมาพร้อมกับชัยชนะ มีอะไรอยากจะบอกทุกๆคนไหม
เพราะว่าทีมผมโหดครับ เล่นกันได้ดีมากครับวันนี้สื่อสารดีมาก
Because his team is killing it. The communication was on point. Yeah.
So, bởi vì Dill từ đợt thế giới trở đi, Dill là một tay tỉa đã bắt đầu có được những cái đánh giá là phong độ anh ấy đang dần đi xuống. Nhưng mà tất nhiên là ở mùa giải xuân vừa rồi ở trong knockout stage của chúng ta và cho đến lần chung kết thì rõ ràng là Dill đã quay trở lại rất là mạnh mẽ. Và điều mà Dill muốn gửi đến cho tất cả mọi người là chúng tôi không phải như thế. Tôi không phải là một tay tỉa đang có phong độ trở nên kém đi, mà đó chỉ là những cái thay đổi mà đội chúng tôi cần phải có. Và tất nhiên là đội của chúng tôi đang trở nên rất là tốt. Chúng tôi đang chơi rất là cháy bởi vì cái sự cải thiện ở trong cách giao tiếp cũng như là lối chơi của chúng tôi đã vượt trội hơn rất là so với những thời gian lần trước. Cho nên lần này chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại và giành lấy được cái chiếc cúp vô địch lần này. And as you guys can see, Dill come back very strong. So who do you guys think will become the champion of this tournament in this grand finals? Comment below so everyone can see that. And this is the end of our interview. Let's head back to our caster and see the game starts.
And there you have it, AG Global on stage right now, and it's not late. They went in early at this point. And for those asking why Do only ate bananas, because that's his favorite. That is one reason as well why they call him Monkey See, Monkey Do.
Absolutely, man. And Monkey liked them bananas, all right? It was a great play overall from AG Global. Props to Virtus Pro as well. And, you know, I would have been personally pretty irritated or mad if they took down Buriram and they didn't go on to get the booyah, right? So good on AG Global. I think they won big twice. And in the overall grand scheme of things, Virtus Pro, they lost out on the booyah, but they still did manage to climb up the leaderboard because of the consistency. Earlier game, they got 12 points. Now, I don't know exactly how many points they got. I didn't look at the eliminations, but they were on fire at one point of time, right? So they had more eliminations than AG Global before they got overtaken by that booyah. So I'm guessing more than 10 eliminations, which is good enough. Even if you pull away 9 points off of placements, that's 19.
Exactly. I mean, any double number or the double digit on elimination is good enough, and you become consistent. You're bringing your team closer to that champion rush condition. But our MVP right now, and we saw him, he's the initiator. We have AG Cypher 5 elimination, 3,507 on the damage, 6 knockdown, and he is wearing that lock. This is nostalgic because not a lot of players can play it well with one of the OG active skill.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it was Cypher that started off all of that hullabaloo, and he was the reason why Bigatron Esports got eliminated with nothing in this game, right? Crazy stuff by him, finding that engagement, and then calling for backup. The backup came in time to wipe the floor clean with Bigatron, and we thought that was about it because they were instantly about to be wiped out when a third party appeared after that engagement. Was that Flash? I forgot exactly who it was, but they went on to bring that revival through because the final survivor duo had enough coins to buy back one player. And the next time we saw them, they still had enough in the gas tank to even take down a team like Buriram, right? Look at this, man.
Yeah.
Cypher, 5 eliminations, 6 knockdowns. Duo, 4 eliminations, 5 knockdowns. Hanoi with a 4 and 4. Barros with a 1 and 3. Big points dragged away by Team AG Global.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 14 points overall plus a booyah. That will lead them very close to the #1 spot, if not taking that #1 spot. But as we look into the key players, we do have 2 players from AG Global, Cypher with the damage, as well as Barros with the assist, and Virtus Pro with the elimination. So that might have beaten them in elimination. So I guess your theory, as you mentioned, they have enough elimination to keep them afloat, and Virtus Pro might be taking a higher point this time around.
Wow. So not 10 eliminations, but 14 in total to equalize with AG Global. Only thing setting them apart is those placement points. Thanks to the Booyah, AG grabs 12 for a total of 26. Virtus Pro with a 23. Down at the bottom, you see teams like Bigatron, Toda, RRQ, Falcons, Buriram taken out very, very early on. And that is exactly what we are talking about. This is Southeast Asia, baby. You don't have one dominator. All the teams in our grand finals are capable of that booyah, and it's going to be unpredictable down to the very end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if another team will get that booyah, another team will rise up, and that's how it is. We've seen that so many times from the number of matches, from the number of days that we played the knockout stage, from phase 1 to phase 2. But in grand finals, this is where all of those really mean a lot. If you can deny a booyah from the other teams, especially if they're taking the top, then you will maintain your team afloat in this fight. But speaking of keeping them afloat, it is Virtus Pro, and as we often say, no booyah, no problem.
Amen, brother. No booyah, no problem. 35 points at the top, Virtus Pro. But look, it is Thailand at the top. 5 teams in a row, stacked like a domino. This is insane. And I want to see more, man. I mean, this is just 2 games. Obviously, this table is going to be shuffling around quite a little bit. But the dominance out of Thailand, as usual, is just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, they might be taking turns in getting that booyah, but it's also how they approach each engagement. They don't let go that easily in the fight, and they just grab as much elimination as they can, and survivability as well. On that map, specifically in game number 2, that's where we saw a lot of waiting, and one viewer out there mentioned it's not camping. It's a tactical positioning. So let's use that. It's tactical positioning because it worked. It worked for the teams. It worked for AG Global. And I'm guessing there's a lot of that, especially there's a lot at stake in the grand finals.
And you saw what happened to the teams that were not camping, all right? They got kicked out of the lobby. This is a game of survival, not a game of I can walk out in the open and then still get the booyah. No, most of them can't, all right? If you walk out in the open, probably you're going to get shot down by somebody out there. In fact, everybody's going to be shooting at you at the very same time. So we look forward to more of these camping strategies because, I mean, circle after circle, that's exactly what you got to do, right? Look for a good defensive spot, go down into it, hunker down, barricade yourself in, and wait for the circle to move. And then when the next circle forces you to get out of your defensive spot and look for a brand new one so that you can get to the very final circle and fight for the booyah, that's exactly what you got to do. Just because you want to show off to people saying that you're brave enough to take these shots, doesn't guarantee you the championship. In fact, you will not get the championship. You'll get knocked out very early on. Even the teams that are trying to camp are getting knocked out early on. So you got to play defensive.
Yeah, you need to get get a good position, but make sure that it's secured as well. Similar to what we've seen in AG Global, what AG Global did. They are shooting down on Onyx Olympus on one side. They know Virtus Pro is just on the next door, but they have the window closed, and no teeth would be running in against them at that moment. So, well, I guess that is the end of game number 2, but there's a lot more that's still happening. I don't know specifically on how much maps we are going to see, because on how each team are playing, it seems like that they will be taking turns in getting a lot of points before we reach that 80 points. So I guess we also have to wait and confirm how much they're going to play it out at this point. So we are just setting up as well onto the next matches. Again, 2 matches are done already, and the next map would be in Kalahari.
3 teams have collected more than 30 points, which means these 3 teams are just looking for another 50, and it's very achievable just through 2 decent games. 25 points is very achievable in these games, as long as they go out there, they hustle for the booyah, as well as 13 eliminations. We've seen that. 26 points, we just witnessed that in a little bit as well, right? But of course, we are going to be taking a quick short break, but it's not just going to be advertisements and all for you guys to watch. We've got an interview prepared for your delight whilst we, the casters, take a quick short break, grab some water for ourselves, because you know it might just be a long day, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. As I mentioned, we don't know how long it would be, so we definitely need a little bit of break. So, and again, just for those of you fans out there, keep watching. I guess you've seen this from yesterday as well, if you were here watching Clash Squad, that we just don't go in to advertisement and that music anymore. So I guess we're going to throw you over into our host, whoever host it is. I'm pretty sure Yumsul will be there, but it would be an interview from a different team. So in a bit, we're going to throw you over to them as we casters will be resting, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are still waiting for the call, because we know it's somewhere around here. We got a 5-minute break for the interview, guys. We will see you guys in a little bit. But of course, when we do come back, we expect to see all of you guys here. Make sure you continue to participate in the comment section. Neptune and I will be right back in 5.
This is Ewok Phoenix. This is life. He did that.
Just what a hero needs. Hello, Grieza. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
Welcome back, survivors. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and this is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season Grand Finals. 2 Booyahs in, 3 teams at the top, above 30 points. They're looking for 50 more to activate the Champion Rush condition. Once you hit 80 points, all you need is a Booyah to call yourself a champion right after that. And of course, we thank and welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and the upcoming fall FFWS SEA 2025 seasons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're giving the teams the energy that they need to go for a long run. And for those of you who's just jumping in today, we're not just expecting 6 maps all throughout. We are expecting a maximum of 10 maps overall. Yep. But if in case one team decides to reach the top or reach 80 points a little bit too early and grab Booyah after that, then we might end it a little bit shorter. But that would be depending if they will be denied of that opportunity as well.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So the chat is going a little wild right now. Please behave, guys, all right? I can't be babysitting you guys as I shoutcast here as well. But, you know, it's always been amazing to interact with our chat. You know, they've always been supportive from day one. So thank you everyone. And if you are not in the conversation just yet, make sure you hop on over to our Free Fire Esports official YouTube page and join the conversation in the YouTube chat as well, so that we can all have a little bit of good fun together. So far, Thailand, surprisingly or unsurprisingly, has been dominating this grand finals, Neptune. I think after a quick short 5-minute break, the other regions have had a little bit of a chat and they are planning to change this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they really need to change this, especially for those at the bottom. Imagine RRQ. RRQ at the bottom of the list. They have been taken down a little bit too early, too much out of 2 maps, and we rarely see them in that position. But I guess a lot of teams have been a little bit more hungrier this time around, and most of them from Thailand, especially after that interview wherein they are asking what they ate because they were so hungry in this fight. They are so hungry in grabbing all those points.
Yeah, they ate their opponents. That's exactly what they did. And of course, Monkey see, Monkey do, and Monkey likes a couple of bananas out there as well. I mean, good on the kid. You gotta have your potassium on a daily basis. Make sure you recycle. Make sure you compost all of your banana peels. Don't recycle them.
Well, you can recycle them if you believe in the cartoons. You use them to trip over your opponents. So it's a good thing there's no bananas in Free Fire right here. Otherwise, like it's like Trip Mine would be the least of their worries at that point. Like you will be knocked down after tripping on it. Can
you imagine? Can you imagine if we actually made a landmine with a banana skin? Ooh. Okay. You go, you slip on the banana skin, and down you are on the ground. Help me! Help me! It's all we're gonna hear. But of course,
enemies here.
That's just traumatic, bro, for me to hear. Enemies. But of course, normal class squad, Battle Royale time, right? Let's take a look at the game schedule once again so you guys to know exactly what sort of maps to anticipate after this. Bermuda Alpine taken by Buriram Asia Global, both Thai teams. We've got Kalahari, Nextera, Purgatory, Solara, as well as 4 potential random maps if we need them.
Yeah, I mean, for Kalahari, this is a good chance that the other regions will be taking it because Evil Divine has been leading the fray right here, though they didn't get as much as Booyah as expected, but they got a lot of elimination. But this also includes the battle wherein the top dogs were not playing in this map from the knockout stage, but we know how it is. They know how to take the high ground. They are proficient on the snipers, especially as Evo Divine with that Gracia. And even for some teams right here who is in trouble of being stuck at the bottom of the leaderboard, has a good chance to get those elimination from a distance without even getting up close.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the teams are looking to see exactly who can rise up to the occasion here to rip away a couple of extra points from teams like AG Global, Virtus Pro, as well as Buriram. Because if you don't stop them early, they are going to reach the 80-point condition to activate champion rush, and of course they will be on the prowl for the Booyah on that very next game to grab the championship for themselves. The only way to stop them is to, number one, you go out there and you perform. Number two, hot drop them.
Yeah. I mean, if you can win the fight on the hot drop, yes, that is how you stop them. But if you keep losing after hot dropping them, you still have a chance, but you need to think it over. You need to think if that is a decision that you want to take. You might go drop right next to them, and then that's where you gatekeep, especially if they don't have enough of those loots, but that would also risk of you in the same position. So there's a lot of strategies, a lot of ways that you can deny those top dogs in getting another Booyah, or getting the next Booyah in this Kalahari map, but it also comes with risk, and risk that some teams are prepared to take.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I mean, I think they are prepared to take that risk because they know exactly what they're capable of, right? Some of these teams, they are in desperate need to take some crazy risk out there because they need points. And if you don't climb up fast enough, it's a game of, this is a sprint now. It's no longer a marathon. Maybe a marathon was back in the knockout phase, but today it's a sprint. It's a sprint to the 80 points. It's a sprint to the Booyah right after you hit 80 points. If you are slow, you are out. You may stand a little bit of chance if Lady Luck is smiling at you and she doesn't allow the team that achieves the 80 point to hit the Booyah in the very next game. But you are really, really playing with fate if you don't want to take it into your own hands.
Yeah, and make sure that Lady Luck is smiling with a good smile, because there are some evil smile that Lady Luck is taking. It means you're getting the bad luck of things.
I don't want that.
That's one thing. We have some teams who have really experienced that. I mean, I already mentioned RRQ, and it's just quite different. But other teams as well who wants to climb up. But for those who are work their way from the knockout phase up until this level, they need to do more, or probably do less in the beginning of the games, and then go for survivability so that they can end the final circle. Yes, not so much of elimination, but at least you're stacking up on placement points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, if you are entertained by our shenanigans, you should be entertained by our YouTube chat shenanigans a little bit more as well. So make sure you just do join us on our official page. Don't forget to hit that like as well. We've got quite a number of people watching, but not a lot of people liking the broadcast. What's up with y'all? Hit that like right now so that you don't forget later. Let's get up to at least 2,000-3,000 likes before we hit game number 4, right? I think we're not too far away from that, Neptune. Just like how teams like Onyx and Falcon are not too far away from jumping up into the top 3, right? I think they're somewhere around 20 points, just about 10, 12 points behind the number 1 squad. So a little bit of hustle can get you to the top.
Yeah, let's see if they can hustle it. Right around the corner is Kalahari, because this is where the sniper rain, and regardless of how heated the desert is, they need to make it rain. As we go for this map, the drop and flight is awaiting the teams with a fair share of landscape to drop in.
Yep, as we hop on in here, Team Flash, first one's out, straight towards Shrines. AG Global, not going to be teased by any teams at this point of time. Virtus Pro up at the maze. RRQ down in the middle, as usual, on Refinery. And they will not be challenged by anyone, except Toda, who usually does rotate into Refinery after taking a drop at sub. So I want to see who's going to get cheeky early on in here today. Falcons up against Core Memory. This one's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, On Fire a little bit too far from the rest of the teams, and might be able to see Dawn in this area. of Santa Catarina, but he backs away, just gets a few of those loots, and needs to regroup. Now, the rest of the teams right now will need to work hard, especially Jump from core memory, because there is a hit list on him from Boreo United, and his movement will be tracked overall. But we're also seeing a little bit of Evo Divine on the horizon from last time we saw Team Falcons. Now, Onyx Olympus on command center, not so much of hot drop happening, but for RRQ, they know that they are here, and Team Flash is going for that rush. 18 Beer will not be counting to 18, but just the time for him to be revived. Mal goes in for the shot. Parapal will try to take this UAB down so that they will not be tracked out in this fight, but they need to slow it down. Down with one player, but instantly revived. They need to be prepared of the flash.
Oh, Wang M. Blind on in, Bay. Ay, 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 caramba. Takes a little bit too long there to get the shot in. And this is going to get sprayed down as well as ABCD finds him with the Trogon. And it's a 1-for-1 on both sides. And it looks like Team Flash is not really teased at all. Actually pushing Team RRQ out of Refinery. And I think RRQ needs to do this. Crack open a Red Bull for themselves.
Well, they need that energy. They need that hype, especially as they are at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Team Flash, the aggressiveness is still on them, but Wang M is coming back from revive. It's being shot down with only 1 HP, but up close and personal, Abe says bye-bye.
Absolutely, man. And I think this is a sticky situation. And we do apologize for the game audio, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They have thrown us into a tunnel. I'm hearing the game sounds through the inner part of a roll of tissue paper. You know that cardboard thingy? I used to do that all the time. Stick it to my ear and listen to the world. It sounds exactly like that.
Well, let's see though if that will be fixed. It seems like this needs to be fixed as well. And PE Sports will be shut down by one of the players of Todak. We still have 2 remaining players who's heading into that vending machine. And the sub is where they often meet up. Previously, it was PE Sports winning the fight, but Todak right now is showing up differently. They really need those points, and on the placement right here on the 10th, they want to move up and add that 8 spot.
Yeah, don't worry, we will be fixing the audio in a little bit. But the question is, will CRM be fixing their defensive spot here at Refinery? They came jumping on in, a tad bit too aggressive, and Flash snuffing them out. The Vietnamese squad off to a fantastic start here at Kalahari.
Yeah, let's see though if the fantastic start can end fantastically as well as Cougar spots ABCD and in for the run as well. It's not just 1 but 2 that they need to deal with, and there goes the hit by Sensei and Team Flash. Seems like they are falling down, but the players as well and Wang N is still on fire.
Absolutely, and Revival double on top of that for Team Flash, courtesy of Wang. And enough money, but now he's broke. Sensi dropping on down. Convenient enough for him. Jump though. Spotted out by the Buriram players. Has got a opportunity to run away, but the question is, how far can he go before he is caught out? Wasana circling around, making sure there's no exit for Jump. And they'll finally find him and get high. Dumps the Trogon shots on him.
I mean, it's tough though, and you see them trying to stop any way for Jump to move as fast as possible away from Boreo United. But for RQ right now, 2 eliminations already in the bag, but Jutz is far away from the rest of the teams. A good thing that 18 Deer comes to the rescue because they need to deal with 4 players from Bigatron Esports, and the 2 remaining players of RRQ Kazo is slowly creeping in and moving in for that placement, for that movement, but they don't have that high ground advantage anymore. Only 1 player does, and even with that vision, they don't get information on where specifically each player of BTR is.
Now that's a A little bit of an unfortunate setup here for Virtus Pro because they actually had good line of sight up against Onyx earlier on. But with that high ground, they're forced to take position behind this container. And they don't want to get into a scuffle just yet. So you got to respect that out of Virtus Pro. Earlier, they got a lot of points, but they're also learning from the big teams who got into too early of a scuffle and then knocked out, like RRQ, like Team Buriram, and they don't want to make that same mistake.
Yeah, well, let's see though if this is something that can be changed as well by Buriram United because they went out a little bit too early from the earlier fight, and they are about, Jonah was about to target Evo's Divine, but now he's trying to run away. Players from Evo's Divine shoot them down. He just served as a distraction as the rest of Buriram United tries to go in for the revive, but they won't be using that platform. They will be looking for a vending machine because I think with the Wasana and Get High together, they might be able to revive at least one of their teammates.
Absolutely, man. Chat, do let us know whether or not it's just the game sound that's a little off or it's our voices as well. If the game sound is off, I can accept it. If my voice is off, unacceptable. We got to get that one fixed.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's your investment. That's our investment. That's where we get paid from doing so. But let's see now. We have Onyx Olympus on the high ground already taking the other side of this area where everyone is just like slowly creeping in against them from below. But for Team Falcons, there's no slowly creeping in anymore because the Blues closing in and Core Memory in front of them, and we saw Core Memory just falling down one at a time earlier, and this is a chance for them to get back up. But unfortunately for them, they might not have that much weapon as well as a good position against Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, okay, all right, if this is just a game sound and if our voices are absolutely fine, chill, guys, we'll sort that out later. As long as Neptune and I are absolutely intelligible, y'all don't have to worry about anything else at all. We'll keep you guys entertained with our voices all night long. Falcons up against Core Memory, and it looks like Cougar up on top with the VSS looking for Kororo and the SVD. This is a good matchup on this high ground.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Cougar was previously part of Team Falcons, and this is a good chance really to, I couldn't say put them into place in case the challenge is there, but on fire right now. 2 shots and 1 knock, and on the other side, Potato takes it down. Gone that quickly.
Absolutely, and on fire, looking for one Kororo. Oh, great movement by Jump, forcing Kororo to pull out a good glue wall. Double on top of that. And the recovery provided, and Kororo gets to push on forth yet again. The heal UAV doing a number for them as Jump now needs to retreat behind his blue wall. Jump making one big mistake, and Core Memory buried in the 12th spot.
Yeah, there will be a memory up until we end this game because they won't have, or they won't be getting that much point later on. But into Virtus Pro this time around, Onyx Olympus, it has been quiet all throughout, might be making some noise, but also PE Sports would be on the other side of this area. So if these 3 meets, it would be chaotic at this point, but Warak would want to disrupt the silence of Onyx Olympus right now, probably reel them in. A trip mine has also been set up onto that door, and Virtus Pro will just be waiting.
Yeah, absolutely. Freedom Data said Core Memory back to default settings. that's nasty. That's nasty, Freedom. All right. But it's a funny one. Well, Core Memory needs to pick up the pieces and jump back in here later. They were 10 points away from Buriram, and Core Memory was in the 4th spot the last time we looked at the overall leaderboard. So they will need to hustle quite a little bit because that was just off of 2 games, and obviously they are going to fall back quite a little bit now, maybe somewhere in the bottom 5 after this matchup. The rest of the teams looking for those points to overtake them for sure, and they're not too far away.
I mean, one thing that troubles me, especially in this kind of a slow pace of a game, is later on in Final Circle, there's a huge chance that the top dogs will be taking as much elimination as possible and will take the lead much higher. So that is a risk that Core Memory has to deal with later on once they join in, and that is the opportunity as well for the other teams who's still alive and kicking. So let's see though who will be surviving even longer, because the Blues closing in from 3rd to the 4th, and a lot of teams are getting close to each other, and we're looking at Team Falcons who might be going against AG Global.
Absolutely, and vending machine on the prowl here for Falcons, looking for those level 3 helmets in West. They've got the money to go in here for the purchase. Predator just needs to be a little bit careful though. They don't have too many of those glue walls to work around with, and if they're forced to use them way too early, the later fights are going to be pretty torturous. Megatron escaping from the blue, running into the circle. Problem is, there's got so much of open grounds right in front of them before they can catch up with AG.
Let's see though if they can catch up with AG. Here comes one fire right now, very close to Cypher. You know how Cypher is. Once he get a smell of you, the moment he peeks, he might be able to take you down with one hit. But it is Koja from the other side, all away from the pinch. BTR right now will try to go in for the rush, but Team Falcon says, no, we don't want to deal with that right now. But into the team of Vertus Pro, they go.
Yep, very smart play with the positioning here. Setting themselves straight into a tree. Seems like an accident, but it is anything but. Potato now with the hook gun straight up onto the 2nd floor together with the rest of his Falcon members. And the Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Onyx on the bottom side. Buriram now has got open grounds to engage with the Onyx players. And this is just a little bit of a risky play. And look at this, Crime MKS finds Karoro out of nowhere.
I mean, that is probably from the stairs, and they're just falling down. Nades after nades, and Potato needs to protect himself, but for how long? Jonas says GG. Team Falcons out. We're left with 10, but I think Virtus Pro has something in mind as well to take out Onyx Olympus all throughout.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, 1 nade, 3 players on the ground. Buriram didn't see that happening because I'm sure they would have loved to steal away those eliminations as well. And Onyx now is barricading themselves in. AG Global finding the players of Megatron Esports again, and they want to shut them down early. Few down on the ground, bleeding out. Hanoi, a sliver of health left on him. And now this teams, both of them battling the blue as well as the bullets to stay alive.
And that's one thing about Kalahari, it gives you the hook gun for you to reposition a little bit quicker, and that's what they need to pick up Zoo in that moment. Buriram United right now, yes, there is a lot of noise happening surrounding them, but they want to be silent, they want to be quiet, though they have an opening against Todak right here to bring that nade. The same might happen to them as well, because they barricade themselves with that blue wall.
Yeah, absolutely. And 7 eliminations, 14 flash. Inside the... Oi! Ran straight into the pillar there. Riptide Rhythm breaking down their defenses. And teams are looking for the points off of Team Flash now. Hook gun. And Death escaping. Death just like that. A phenomenal play. And Cypher outside the blue has to get past the Team Flash players as well. EVOS! Divine! Not so divine this time. They get sent up to heaven.
Yeah, and all those elimination has been divided to their teams. In the next phase of the circle, we have 3, make that 4 teams who is scouting this area, and PE Sports definitely has no place to go. But RRQ right now jumping in against Todak, but they didn't see them coming. And Noki goes down, Faiz goes down, Sling goes to Trap, and Todak might beat their demise with only 1 more player remaining at this point. The top dogs, only Buriram United and Virtus Pro remain. As you can see, for Buriram United earlier, they were in 3rd, now they're number 1.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Toda, with a single player left in here, hoping and praying that nobody else will pay attention to them. The laner's going to shed a tear for them if they get taken out. And there's no vending machines here for Toda to make good use of as well. I haven't even checked whether or not these boys have got some money in their pocket. Thankfully, they're in a Southeast Asian country, so currency exchange-wise, you should be able to afford stuff.
Revival might be cheaper at this point. But the only question is, where will you go? And there you have it. Today's City doesn't have any chance to survive, especially with RRQ on the high ground. Just has been taken down from afar and going back now. Looking is just here at 7. But how much elimination had they gotten from those fights? Young trying to survive as well as a solo player, but no one from Onyx Olympus is contesting this rooftop. Later on, we might see someone jumping in, and that will spell trouble for BTR.
Absolutely. The Esports now looking for Onyx, and Onyx has survived for a very, very long time. Good on these boys. And they knocked down 2 players on the side of PE as well. Kyung taken out of the equation. Bigatron Esports, the final player, snuffed out by RRQ. And RRQ looking for that comeback lane play. 13 eliminations already, and they're looking for the booyah on top of that as well. One thing that makes this pretty difficult for them is Virtus Pro, alive and kicking and in position to get into the next circle first.
Yeah, let's see though who will be able to stop them from doing so. Onyx Olympus on a flank already, Virtus Pro on a tree, and Steffi has stopped those nades in, but not the Riptide Rhythm that's coming from the other side. It is Bordeaux United as well who will be waiting in RRQ to jump in, and Onyx Olympus might be knocked down later on as if they don't get away. So they are all spread out right here in a small circle. We are just looking at 4 teams remaining that can fight it on.
Oh, RRQ, what a phenomenal reposition. But with the launch pad straight out the circle, they get a tag on that circle first, and now put it out, fires on to Abe. Zyro does manage to knock down Jonah, but the pickup is not going to be possible at all for BRU as he expires instantaneously. And now RRQ left just 2 more survivors. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Diamond, but he's got more than enough of those blue walls to make good work with.
Yeah, Mal and 18 Deers trying to take the high ground advantage to make sure that they can get a few eliminations before being taken down, or probably get a booyah as well if they can dwindle down the numbers of the opposing team. But for Bordeaux United, it's tough to be taken down, especially on the position that they're taking, as well as the number of blue walls that they have laid out. And the focus of everyone from Onyx Olympus to RRQ is just on Virtus Pro. Even Bordeaux United is joining that shot on to Virtus Pro, and seems like they will be out. But no, it is RRQ who goes out first.
Absolutely, man. RRQ's out. Virtus Pro. Ooh. Blue wall melted. That was a frag grenade. GG, bro. Ex-Posse couldn't get away. Straight down to the ground. Diamond has got that high ground advantage. Onyx Olympus, 2 more players left on their side. Zyru, Adrian trying to make that rotation around, looking for Buriram, and this will give Virtus Pro a little bit more of a survivability chance. Zyru though, straight down with the VSK. Diamond steals the point away. Dirty play by Diamond. Virtus Pro and Diamond picks 1 more up. And look at it, man, 5% potential win rate here. If Diamond pulls this off, it's going to be miraculous.
Well, it is a miracle indeed, because the numbers as well as the position that he have, the blue will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. Here comes Wasana timing that jump, and Buriram United for another booyah!
Second booyah of the day. Buriram United Esports. Namto Sudahoga, baby. What a play towards the very end, Neptune, keeping their heads down all the way, making sure they don't make too much of noise until they find that final circle, and even then, focusing on the rotation, focusing on their position instead of elimination. And this is what you need to bring out there if you're looking for the championship. Not the eliminations, but the securing of that final circle, which was done so well by the 2-time world champs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've done it so well position-wise, in spite of all chaos that's happening. They take the best position possible that they can be safe, as well as potential to get those shots through the compounds that they have, and like disrupt everything that's happening from the far side. So I guess Bordeaux United really wants to take it all the way, and to take it real quick to getting the champion rush condition.
It's just 3 games in. Yes, somewhere around 50 points right now. They can activate champion rush condition with a massive booyah in this next game. I think they're going for it. Can they be stopped? I think they can be stopped. Will they allow themselves to be stopped? That's the problem here, because Wasana has woken up. You see, we pissed Wasana off yesterday. The chat pissed Wasana off. The non-believers pissed Wasana off. And Falcons definitely pissed Wasana off. So today he's awake and he's a wrecking ball out there. You may not see tons of eliminations, but it's all about the teamwork at the end of the day, right?
Yeah.
And Buriram made that work out so well. Once again, not massive on the eliminations for this game, but they secured that booyah, which is the most important thing.
Exactly, and one thing that surprised me another time is Virtus Pro. Again, they managed to take the #1 spot and even surviving Diamond for second place. So that makes them, out of 3 maps, 66% on the top 3. They missed that first map in getting top 3, but they were the 4th in there, as well as good or decent amount of elimination. So that's the reason why they're in top right now. But speaking of the top, the Booyah Takers, Brim United, will be going for the interview. So let's bring it over to the stage right now to hear what they have to say.
Congratulations to Buriram United Esports for achieving another Booyah. Chúc mừng đội tuyển Buriram United Esports cuối cùng có cho mình một cái Booyah thứ 2 ở trong ngày thi đấu chung kết ngày hôm nay. Vậy thì chúng ta hãy cùng phỏng vấn với tuyển thủ Moshi vào đồ nhé. Okay, so hello Moshi. So I have a questions for you guys. You guys know that Buriram United Esports is a team who is always the king of Booyah during the knockout stage. However, whenever it's come to the final, they always fall down. But look at this time. Maybe they've learned, they practice, and then come back. So may I ask them, how can they do that? How can they fix the problem?
ถามว่าเราแก้ปัญหายังไงตอนที่ performance เราตก เพราะว่าช่วงแรกๆอ่ะทุกคนก็รู้ว่ายังไงเราก็ครองท็อปอยู่แล้ว
ก็เราก็ต้องศึกษาจากข้อผิดพลาดครับ แล้วก็แก้ไขมัน
แล้วเราแก้ไขยังไง
ก็เป็นความลับครับบอก
เป็
ไม่
น
ได้
ความลับโอเคความลับทางการค้า
ใช่เป็น
โอเค
ต้องใช้งานครับ
โอเคได้ So he said he learned from his mistakes and fixed them, but the fixing part is a secret.
Oh, it's a secret?
Yeah, it's a secret.
Như các bạn cũng đã biết được thì Buriram United Esports chính là một đội tuyển có cho mình một cái phong độ thi đấu rất là cháy và với một cái biệt danh là ông hoàng Booyah ở trong vòng bảng knockout stage. Tuy nhiên thì mỗi lần mà đến chung kết thì họ đã vấp ngã không ít lần đâu, nhưng mà đến với lần này thì chúng ta có thấy rõ ràng được là họ đang quay trở lại rất là mạnh mẽ. Đến với mùa xuân này thì có lẽ như là họ đã khắc phục được những cái vấn đề đó của đội tuyển. Và mình có hỏi Moshi rằng thì cách đó là cái gì và làm sao họ có thể khắc phục được. Thì tất nhiên là họ đã học được từ những cái lỗi lầm đó, họ đã khắc phục cùng với nhau, họ đi cùng với nhau, họ dành thời gian để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Tuy nhiên thì sâu hơn những chi tiết thì họ không thể nói được bởi vì đó là một cái bí mật của đội tuyển. So into our second questions. Moshi, so we have plenty days in Vietnam, right? Do you like anything here?
เรามาอยู่เวียดนามก็นานแล้วใช่ไหมกี่วันแล้ว
ก็เข้าปีที่ 2 แล้วครับ
เวอร์อันนี้ก็เวอร์ไป
ประ
เขา
มาณ
ถามว่าเราชอบอะไรที่นี่ไหม
อ๋อถ้าชอบเป็นอาหารแล้วกันครับอาหาร
เมนู
เมนูก็น่าจะเป็นพิซซ่า
พิซซ่ามันเวียดนามยังไง
มันชื่ออะไรไม่รู้ครับมัน
โอ
ไม่
มี
ใช่
ปะ
ไม่ใช่ว่าบัญชาครับมันบุ๋งที่มันเป็นเส้นขนมจีน
Yeah,
อร่อยมากครับ
that's what he
สั่งมา
likes.
นั่งกินกับเก็ตขนมจีน1 กิโลอ่ะผมกินกันหมดอ่ะ
He said it's so good. He ordered 1 kilogram of noodles and ate it with Get High.
What? 1 kilograms of noodles?
Yeah.
And eat it what?
With Get High.
With Get High?
Yeah.
Really? Chính? Chính. Ồ, các bạn có biết không? Mình hỏi là cả đội tuyển, đặc biệt là Moshi khi đến Việt Nam thì bạn thích nhất là cái gì? Và Moshi và Get High đã đặt về khách sạn 1 ký mì và họ đã ăn hết sạch. Và tất nhiên là món ưa thích của cả đội tuyển và cũng như là Moshi, đó chính là món bún chả. Có lẽ như là tất cả các đội tuyển khác họ có một cái niềm đam mê rất là lớn với ẩm thực của Việt Nam. Thank you so much for this interview and it's really interesting to hear that you guys love Vietnamese food so much. Thank you so much. And I hope that you guys can keep this fire and play more and more good in the next game, okay? Và mọi người ơi, và tất nhiên là Booyah này thì đã thuộc về cho Buriram rồi. Nhưng mà Yusu có thể mong là mọi người hãy cổ vũ thật nhiệt tình cho cái đại diện Việt Nam cũng như là 12 đội tuyển ở trên đây được không à? Mọi người ơi, cháy lên nào! Ok, cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều ạ. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to our casters and see the game starts.
And there you have it. Thank you very much, Yoon Sul Misa, as well as the ever entertaining player in the interview, Moshi. But MVP for this game, we have Wasana from Burim United. We have a 3 elimination, a 1660 on the damage, as well as 5 knockdown. But we know how it is. The MVP has changed so far. And even in game, despite of not getting that much elimination, you can still be the MVP.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And at the end of the day, you want to be looking for those big points, but what you need to confirm is getting that booyah for yourself after you hit the 80 points. And Buriram seems to be in gear to show us that this is going to be a walk in the park for them, right? Not picking up those points, but guaranteeing the booyah also gives them a very good climb up the leaderboard. 3 eliminations from Wasana and 2 each from Moshi, Jonah, and Get High for a total of 9 eliminations, which is very, very low for the usual lethal Buriram. But we don't care about the overall number of eliminations today. It's all about the safe, guaranteed place towards that final circle to make sure you're on the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and as we look at the key players right now, well, we do have Captain Jonah right here with the elimination by grenade of 2, but RRQ showing up from the name from Maal. This is a 4 elimination as well as a 3,165 on the damage, and this is the reason why we keep saying that RRQ is very unfortunate of being taken down a little bit too early, because I know that they can bring in the numbers, and it's a good thing that in Kalahari we know that they can play that well. They managed to get those elimination in as well as they take that second place next to Burim United, who with a difference of only 1.
Yeah, man. And of course, at the end of the day, you want to look at who's going to be capable of climbing the leaderboard to hit that 80 points first. And RRQ is back in business. Well, at least they're trying to get back in here, because the past 2 games, they only got 3.5 average points. All right, so that was not good for business at all, and now they pick up a solid 20, so they get to climb up a little bit into the 5th spot, but quite a bit of way to go. Buriram as well as Virtus Pro, on the other hand, under 30 points to activate champion rush condition.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and they're getting very, very close, Burim United. And this is what we're talking about. We're done with 3 games, and we keep saying that they might end it in 5 maps. Because if in case Burim United will take the high note once again, a lot of eliminations plus a booyah, they can easily get to that champion rush condition. And then the next map would be Purgatory. They might be able to get another booyah for the championship. So that will be record-breaking overall. Another storyline that Burim United can bring in to the battlefield. But you know how it is. We keep challenging the team to hot drop and deny them from getting the booyah. So let's see if this is where it happens.
Absolutely. And of course, if you are looking for a brand new device, and if you've got the budget for it, I'll tell you exactly what's worth investing in. The Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon. You see, as I say that, you can hear the fans cheering in the background, right? On the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. This delivers outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, and a smooth gaming experience. And on top of that, powerful AI capabilities as well for top-tier performance. The Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers.
Definitely. I mean, this is the Swiss Army knife of mobile devices. Everything can be done. A lot of things can be done with this device. We talk about this in the knockout stage. It's not just for gaming anymore. Even in multimedia, there's a lot of things that you can do. There's a lot of functionalities that you can use this for. So if you're looking for that, and if you're a multitasker just like us, then you can definitely grab that Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, and that is power in the palm of your hands.
Absolutely. And of course, we are looking at which of these teams can power themselves up the leaderboard a little bit more. It's crazy because it actually feels like a little bit of a slow day, right? 3 games have elapsed. We may have 7 more to go, but not if Buriram and Virtus Pro has got something to say about it. And let's talk a little bit about Virtus Pro. It's been a long time since we've seen them in such great performance, Neptune.
Definitely. I mean, we were expecting them to go aggressive overall from the previous season, even when they jump into EWC, because how they got there is becoming the champion of Snapdragon Series. And that is one thing that like astounded me when they changed their tactics, not really going aggressive, not really caring about elimination, going into placement points. So it means that they are evolving. It means that they're also changing their pace, but at what risk? They're losing all those battles. But I guess this is the time that they found the perfect formula for that, because we might not have seen them on the game schedule grabbing the Booyah, but we saw them right next to Brim United with only 2 points difference on that leaderboard. So if they grab a Booyah, they might be the one on top of the next.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you're looking at a team that is capable of reaching up to the top. We've got Nextera, Purgatory, Solara coming up, but of course Nextera first before we take a quick short break. And on Nextera, you know, usually we go back to the stats, we go back to the points, we see which of these teams are really good out there. But you really can't tell exactly how the circle is going to behave, exactly how motivated some of these teams are going to be, who's going to get extra bit aggressive out there, because this is grand final state where all the theory crafting, all of the previous stats picked up needs to be thrown out of the window, and we need to look at their performance game after game. And even if a team performs, you know, pretty badly in the previous game, like RRQ, they will be able to jump right back in it as long as they hustle in the right way. I mean, look at Virtus Pro, man. Nobody would have guessed them being in the top 3 after 3 games.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of how they position, how they survive, even survive losing. Quite favorable to everyone, coming in from the north to the south. And if it would be similar to what we've seen in the previous map, this is something that they will, it might take a while before we see a lot of chaos, because I think they're getting the gist out of this grand finals. If you want to stay on top or get to the top, you need to be silent but deadly at this point. But look at this AG Global. I think they're going for the hunt and trying to deny RRQ of getting more points as they drop in with them.
Yeah, and a little bit of a tough fight here for AG Global and RRQ, depending on who picks up the right gun first. 18 Deer, spray down, will not find that perfect push, but the Coda popped instantaneously, and 18 Deer says, okay, all right, bro, we'll tickle you later.
And well, if they get tickled, I'm not quite sure if they will be laughing, because it would be such a deadly tickle at this point. RRQ on the flag all together. This is what we're talking about. If you want to survive a battle just like this, early engagement, you need to stick together, making sure that you have enough armor as well to work for actual skill to avoid getting naded. There right now, getting a little bit and still managed to bring down LBT. 18 Deer almost out of HP, but recovery will be that quick.
12 teams left in here with just one player taken out. So, not a sticky situation they cannot recover from. But AG barricading themselves up, but PE Sports hearing all of these sounds, wanting to drop by to say hello to these two teams. Don't cry. Spotting out Abe. And Abe not showing up strong. Just behind that wall, danger was lurking. And PE Sports now poses a very, very big threat to RRQ.
Yeah, let's see though. Yeah, Don't Cry already stalking them out. Binoculars has been released and spotted 3 players from this side. So they will be a little bit anxious at this point, especially as the information has been relayed already, but not too much that they will make that mistake. Hopefully they don't make that mistake, because they're just getting back on the list in our leaderboard. And in spite of everything, all the running around, no engagement is happening, and comparing that to what's happening on the other side, it's core memory going against Virtus Pro.
Yep, and it is a little bit of a slow. Aurora. This one seems to be a little bit of an interesting engagement. And Toda teasing Falcons, chasing them, and Toda might just be able to push Falcons into the crosshairs of Onyx Olympus here. Rotato on fire in the wreckage, but it looks like a little bit of a distraction. Toda now thinks that Onyx is Falcon, starts shooting at them. They don't understand. The Falcon players are just right below them.
Yeah, the moment they jump in, backstab is literally bound to happen. But speaking of backstab, well, there's no backstab happening right here because Douche know exactly where AG Global will be coming in. But ATD is just waiting out of that window if in case someone peeks in. And that leaves Battles and Sypha in a pinch. Two of their players are far away, probably trying to snipe whoever will be showing up on those windows. Thus, all those noises being made by these two on the front line. But RQ says, no, we don't want to deal with that right now, and we are backing away.
Absolutely. Limit taken out of the equation. Falcons not having a great start here at all. The last time we spotted them on the overall leaderboard, they were holding on to the 6th spot with 25 points in hand. Sorry, actually 7th spot with 25 points in hand. So a little bit of the hustle needed here by Falcons, but danger zone for sure. Adrian sprayed down as he got a little bit too cheeky. FGL through the containers, obviously not going to reach Zyru. On fire, just desperately trying to do anything possible to take down the players of Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, Onyx Olympus is just being that annoying, making all those noise, and Zyru is the one waiting for any of the Team Falcons to jump in. But Onyx Olympus will be joined by Crime, MKS, and Carraro is just hanging back in there. So I guess the opportunity for a pick-up or a revive is here already, but Potato, that Rebel Rush, plus M590, don't take down just yet. It's a bonfire, and they're not.
Yep, beautifully done by Adam. And the Bison will be more than enough. Gororo on that revival, running away as quickly as his feet can take him to a vending machine. Trying to bring his brothers back in here. Will Falcons hit that full team revival? We'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime, Flash trying to shoot from across the battlefield here, looking for connections onto Bigatron Esports. That's going to be a little bit of a dragged out bout between them. AG up against RRQ here at Deca Square. Dakota popped on the side of AG. RRQ and their position given away already. The thing is, AG's not looking to get way too aggressive. Going to try to play this safe in the high ground.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, AG Global's already in the role to be part of, or is already on top 3, but to get close against VP because of 14 lead that Virtus Pro has on them. So they need to be silent. They need to be quiet and not seen. But RQ will not make that too easy for them. But here it comes. Goods being taken down. A Sniper rushes in with that Trogon. And there's not so much that Abe and the rest of RQ can do.
Yeah. I think RRQ's got a little bit of an idea here to slowly walk away from this engagement. Not bad. See again? Yes, we do. As Sypha has managed to get that XM8 to find the connection, taken out, taking the air from the clutches of RRQ. Now they need to hit another revival for themselves. RRQ on the back foot as well, very early on.
Let's see, though, if they will be able to put themselves in front later on with Onyx Olympus, especially with the challenge they put Team Falcons in, will probably be a little bit too aggressive at this point. But Core Memory almost being taken down earlier in this fight, now surviving, and Onyx Olympus will need to be cautious and patient right here. But we are looking at second to third phase of a circle. It's very, very quiet right now in terms of engagement. I guess they really want to get all those placement points for us and get into the final circle. But for RQ, because of the loss of dudes, they don't want to risk taking down Dawn as well as Gum from Core Memory.
Much slower pace than what I prefer to see out here for sure. And this is game number 4. Potentially the halfway point in what could be a little bit of a marathon if teams like Buriram and Virtus Pro start to drop the ball early. Limit leading out. Karoro manages to get away in the nick of time. And Core Memory now dropping the bomb on Team Falcons, who have been absolutely exhausted from the very start of this. But Potato MP5 through the chest. Dawn taken down as well. On fire. And it looks like Falcons are hitting back.
Yeah, they're hitting back, but they need to get away because AG Global is running through, especially that takedown or steal that they've done against the Team Falcons. But they fly away. Potato will not survive that much, and this is the risk if you have Do or probably Chinoy against you. And that is a long-range shot, and a bigger launchpad will be used right now by Team Falcons to get far, far away as core memory revives the entire team right here.
Absolutely, and RRQ, Zenzi Thompson, almost sprayed down a bay. And it's waiting for the timely pull off the glue walls. Just so beautiful to see the mechanical capabilities as well as the big brain plays from both sides. Great minds truly do think alike as they go ring around the rosy with each other. And come on, Ma'al interfering in that fight. Zenzi could not take that fight up against Abe to find out exactly who's better in that 1v1.
Well, I can't blame him. I think that Abe's goal was just to make him get out of compound so that Ma'al would have a clear view, and it worked perfectly. But right now for Bremen United Intellect Center, good chance that they can target Bigatron Esports, but because of the number of teams still alive and kicking in the second to the third phase of the circle, it's enough to make no noise. RRQ right now says they don't care about the noise as long as they get elimination, as long as they get back in play and getting all of those, getting the good standing after this match.
Yeah, and RRQ 4 eliminations already. Recovery is solid. Cypher in a lot of trouble. And up against 4 players, man can't do much. Gets sprayed down. And AG Global on the reset again.
I mean, AG Global will need to do so much more, but the same goes for Team Falcons. They have been losing a lot of fights in their engagement. Thus, they couldn't catch up with Bremen United and Virtus.pro on #1 spot. Yes, they might have done it before, that they catch up towards the end, but we're not just talking about like getting the number of points or number of Abuya on top of everyone else. If they don't meet the champion rush condition, they might not get this championship as well for today. So that is the risk of what Team Falcons is doing at this point.
Yeah, and intellectually speaking, this is getting a little crowded. I think Thoda is in a very good spot, but they are not to be seen from this angle because they're at the top. I don't know how they're planning to get down, but this seems to be an interesting circle that is going to fall upon us in a little bit. Yeah. Absolute chaos for sure, because there's a lot of hiding room here where you don't need to bring the glue wall out just yet. And if you're at the top for Thoda, I don't know how you're going to get a good line of sight as these players approach closer and closer.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of closer, RRQ getting close to Onyx Olympus. A good thing a compound has been taken by Onyx Olympus, but on the other side, the Zom takes down Chinoy as he goes down from that revive. And all those noise, all those teams still alive and kicking. As you mentioned, this is Intellect Center, and this looks like a brain in anxiety. A lot of things happening, but none is being taken out.
Boy, RRQ getting shot at by everyone as they make their way into the circle. Ma'al, 18 Deer, everybody down, and RRQ is out in 12th again. Second time in the day. Unbelievable.
Not quite sure what's happening with them, but put it all together, one thing is for sure. It's very unfortunate for RRQ. But for the rest of the teams, like Onyx Olympus is doing quite well in terms of numbers. They're also putting some challenge onto the other side, but Core Memory is the next to go down. But this is bound to happen. With 12 teams in the 4th phase of the circle, one is about to meet the other. But Onyx Olympus trying to make their way below the Esports, and they managed to survive. Adam, though, a little bit damaged, but he's still not faced, still going forward.
Yeah, man, and this is, I mean, absolutely insane. RRQ surviving for long enough, but at the 12th minute to be the first team to get eliminated just shows you the quality again from Southeast Asia. But RRQ just can't seem to find a fix here. They did manage to climb up the leaderboard earlier on with 20 points. But remember, they kind of came in here with I said average 3.5 points. And that's exactly what it is. And in this game, I don't even think they got the 3.5.
Yeah, I mean, even lower if you take out that a good game, good map for them. But, well, Evo's Divine right now, well, Evo's Divine is playing much better right here because it seems like after RRQ has taken that 12th spot, the next game, they were the one taking it over, so they need to catch up, and a lot of points is needed to bring it on. But they're going against Bigatron Esports, but on the other side, it's AG Global being eliminated, and we're down to 9.
After a great start for AG Global, they've been down a tad bit too early, just like the previous match as well. And this is going to leave a lot of space at the top, and Buriram serving revenge up call to Falcons, taking them out in 9.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough the way I'm looking at it for Team Falcons, but I guess they really don't want to work that hard anymore because they do have that chance to get in, or a spot already on EWC, but at least a good placement so that they can also grab a bigger piece of the pie from the prize pool. But Onyx Olympus a little too close on Virtus Pro right now, with all the throwables being brought in, glue wall melters as well as ice grenade. Make sure that Virtus Pro will be stuck in the corner.
This is a sticky situation for sure. Virtus Pro still alive. The consistency is mind-blowing. I cannot believe what we're seeing here for Wara and Diamond though. A God Nade from Ray will clip 2 players, one from Onyx, one from Virtus Pro. Now chucked down to the ground again, and Bigatron Esports getting involved, and now this is the danger zone. Virtus Pro fighting against the blue as well as 2 teams at the same time. Make that 3 as EVOS now starts shooting at them as well. Virtus Pro desperately trying to hold on, and look at this, man. How often we see this in the current update. The circle is moving. This is the final zone, and we still have got 5 more squads alive.
We haven't had a top 4. We don't know exactly on how this is going to end. But as you can see, we have Buriram United, though they lost Jonah, a good chance for them to grab the Booyah because they are taking lead into the shift of the circle. And once everyone steps out of their compound, it is a good shot for Moshi as well to initiate all those knockdowns. But they need to be careful though, because Virtus Pro is getting too close, but Moshi's not waiting. Koja has been taken down, and just one jump, he might be able to take Azrael as well.
What a jump shot by Moshi. Spotting out. What more? 2 headshots, 2 knockdowns. But the pickups are instantaneous as well. Moshi can't go in for the follow-up just yet. Grenade now courtesy of Buriram. Not tagging up anyone. Rasya all alone, and EVOS Divine just not having a great game today. In fact, the last time we checked, EVOS Divine only had 17 points, and they were dead last in the 12th spot. Diamond knocked down to the ground. Virtus Pro only 1 more player up on their feet, and that is in the name of Nameless. But he just managed to get the pickup onto his buddy. And as long as Virtus Pro survives long enough here, those placement points are going to be making a very big difference for them, because Bigatron still somewhere down in the bottom 6, trying to scratch and claw their way back in here. PE Sports literally in the 11th spot. The 2 big winners here are once again Buriram and Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro really working that survivability gameplay pretty well. And for Buriram United, I mean, this time around, they have made a lot of noise in getting all those knockdowns as well as elimination, but it's more of from a distance. So I guess this is the chance for them, with Zana almost being taken out for backstab, but Blue Wall saves him. But they're just making their way onto the flank, probably taking down Virtus Pro in the process. But no, Buriram United in the top spot right now. PE Sports gunning them down as well. And the moment that Virtus Pro has an opportunity, potentially one of the players or probably the entire team might be taken down.
Look at the big brain play here out of Buriram, looking for the circle first instead of going for the eliminations. Tossing the grenade up towards that platform, looking to see if they can get a blind knock, but it is Diamond that gets the FGL shot, connecting with Get High, crawling away. No glue wall played out, and Kyong will secure the elimination. Virtus Pro loses Diamond, and PE Esports looking for a booyah on behalf of Vietnam.
Yeah, let's see though if they can secure that, because they will be taken by the zone and they will need to jump in on between Bigatron Esports and Buriram United. They're trying to heal up and make sure that no one gets knocked down, but they spread out. Don't Cry and LBT will be taken out. It's tough battle indeed for PE Esports, and Buriram United right now will be taken out. Only one remains, but Bigatron Esports bring it in with that yeah!
Well, at least we get to see Conchita Carolina again.
Oh, yes, sir. It's been a while.
Dude, this circle, this map, as a matter of fact, was so weird. I mean, weirdly paced from the very start. You know, slow build-up. We saw the loss of our first team, RRQ, on the 12th minute, and the pace didn't pick up from there. We had the final circle with close to 8 teams. You know, many of them got kind of snuffed out before the true final circle battle started, and still we had 5 more squads left in there, right? But the 2 biggest winners, once again, Buriram United Esports as well as Virtus Pro. And yes, Bigatron did manage to get this booyah. They do jump up into the top 3, into the top 5, you know, at worst. But is it going to be enough to stop Buriram? Because Buriram and Virtus Pro, because these 2 teams, the consistency, beautiful.
Definitely. I mean, especially for Virtus Pro. Again, they haven't gotten the booyah just yet, but how they survive, how they get elimination on the way is maintaining them afloat. They might not be getting that #1 spot, and Buriram United is getting so much more in them, but the lead is not that far. So that's what we call consistency. It's not just about getting as much elimination as possible, but also maintaining survivability, and both the 2 top teams, from what we've seen earlier, are still doing it. But I do agree, Bigatron Esports, and it's how close everyone is from the lower part, or from the middle part to the lower part of the leaderboard. That's why one booyah will make it jump up. Probably the top 5, probably top 2, or probably top 3, and we'll have to see later on. But Bigatron Esports bringing us Conchita Caroline. That's a good sign indeed for Indonesia.
It's a good sign for everyone. So we get to spot Conchita on the stage this time around. We haven't gotten to see much of her because of the sheer dominance out of the other regions, especially Thailand. Even yesterday, we didn't get to see the performance from the Indonesian squads. Only EVOS was there, but then they took an L very early on in the day. But of course, no disrespect to them, right? It was a very, very tough fight. At the end of the day, of course, a great showdown between Buriram and Falcons. But today, Falcons are nowhere to be seen. You know, many predictions that Falcons may be able to rise up to the top after the phenomenal stuff that we saw yesterday. But clearly, there's a huge difference between Battle Royale and Clash Squad.
Yeah, I mean, they might be able to win their team versus team, but once a third party is involved, once those dropping in is involved, and even shots from afar is involved, then it's no more Clash Squad. We are back in Battle Royale, and they need to focus on that. But I don't think there's a lot of pressure for Team Falcons. We know that they can bring themselves back up, despite of the slow start for them. But that would depend on how much or how soon this will end. But before we go anywhere, let's head over to the stage and bring Bigatron Esports for the interview.
It's BTR, Bigatron Esports. Congratulations! And here's our Kyong, and he will be in the interview with us today. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, và booyah lần này đã trở thành của Bigatron Esports. Xin được chúc mừng đội tuyển và ngay bên cạnh mình đó chính là tuyển thủ Kyong, và anh ấy sẽ đồng hành cùng chúng ta ở trong buổi phỏng vấn lần này. Bây giờ thì hãy cùng mình phỏng vấn anh ấy nhé. Hello Kyong and Conchita. Hello.
Hello. Good to finally be here.
Yes, I'm so glad to see you on stage. Okay, so for my first questions, it seems to be like Indonesian teams are not having their best how do I say it, their best performance, right? So I was wondering what happened. But after this Booyah, maybe they were having a little stronger comeback. But overall, I want to ask and I want to know what is happening to Indonesian teams.
Oke, jadi pertanyaannya sebenarnya mewakili tidak hanya untuk Bigetron tapi juga tim-tim Indonesia lainnya. Ini kan kelihatannya dari beberapa pertandingan yang sudah dilalui agak sedikit kurang maksimal, tidak sesuai dengan mungkin bisa dikatakan ekspektasi dari beberapa orang nih. Kira-kira apa sih yang menjadi kesulitan dan juga rintangan terbesar bagi tim-tim Indonesia? Harapannya sih tetap bisa ada comeback yang lebih kuat dan lebih maksimal lagi setelah Booyah perdana yang akhirnya didapatkan tim Indonesia ini. Tapi kalau menurut Kyong, apa sih kesulitan terbesar sejauh ini?
Ya, kalau kesulitan sih karena adaptasi deh. Soalnya kan kita nggak ada point rush, soalnya kita langsung main grand final, soalnya juga tujuan kita langsung juara lah. Jadi nggak ada yang namanya buat ngumpulin poin itu nggak ada. Jadi kita kayak ya kita harus nargetin juara.
Okay, so at the end of the day, what has been pretty hard for the Indonesian team, including Bigetron Esports, is actually to adapt to the new rules and the new concept of a game. So it's taking them a bit of a time to actually adjust to that, but hopefully once they get this first Booyah, they can do better in the upcoming matches.
But one more question actually. I thought this format and also the new meta which is updated is the game style, the gameplay of Indonesian team, isn't it? So I was wondering why are they not adapt this good, you know, because this is their meta of the game. So I was wondering why they cannot adapt to the meta this week.
Okay, so he said that the fact that there's no point rush was actually one of the things that they're trying to overcome right now. They're still trying to adapt to that, but I'm gonna ask him your question one more time. Jadi katanya ini kan sebenarnya konsep kalau format ya, kita bicara format tuh kurang lebih sama dengan apa yang dipertandingkan di knockout stage. Apa mungkin yang menjadi pembeda kok bisa terasa sedikit lebih sulit game-game yang berlangsung di Grand Finals kali ini? Apakah karena persiapan atau mungkin faktor ada di atas panggung besar, kompetisi yang besar juga, apa kira-kira?
Kayaknya sih mungkin dari persiapan timnya lah. Mungkin udah bener-bener mereka langsung ngeluarin strategi-strategi yang mereka simpen. Jadi kayak nggak ada namanya nyimpen-nyimpen buat kayak misal point rush itu nggak ada. Jadi kayak mereka ngeluarin semua strategi yang dia punya.
Okay, so in his opinion, it could be because we just kind of lost it when it comes to the strategy because the other teams, the other countries have been preparing really well apparently, and we've been struggling with some aspects of the strategy. Some that we have prepared doesn't really work well against the teams. So hopefully we can learn from the past games and focus on the couple of games that we still have left.
Đối với đội tuyển Bigetron Esports thì mình có hỏi các bạn ấy là tại sao màn phong độ ở trong vòng chung kết lần này của Bigetron Esports cũng như là các đội tuyển Indonesia khác có phần hơi bị hụt hơi một chút xíu so với đội tuyển Thái Lan. Bởi vì bình thường thì có thể thấy được rằng là Indonesia cũng là một khu vực rất là mạnh. Thì như Kyong đã trả lời rằng bạn ấy cảm thấy rằng là đội tuyển đang gặp khá là nhiều vấn đề để thích nghi với thể thức mới của mùa giải cũng như là với cái phần OB được cập nhật rất là nhanh ở trong giải đấu lần này cho nên là mọi người chưa có làm quen được. Tuy nhiên thì sau một vài trận đấu thì cuối cùng là họ cũng đã có được Booyah và họ đã học được từ những lỗi lầm của mình, từ cái việc rút kinh nghiệm đó, cho nên là họ mong rằng là những quá khứ sẽ được trở thành những bài học và họ sẽ bỏ nó qua và họ sẽ tiến tới trong tương lai mạnh mẽ hơn. So just to close the gap here into our ending of the conversations here. Okay, Ki-young, how do you feel about the stage, about the crowds?
Apa yang kamu rasain bisa berdiri di stage ini dan melihat banyaknya penonton yang menyaksikan aksi demi aksi kalian di atas panggung hari ini?
Ya pastinya senang banget lah bisa sampai stage kayak gini lah. Apalagi nanti buat ke AWSC-nya lagi. Semoga kita bisa lolos juga.
Amin. So what he's saying is that he's super proud, super happy to be able to get to this point and hopefully the team can exceed more and more in the coming future.
Đối với Ki-young thì sân khấu lần này thật sự đối với bạn ấy rất là đẹp và cả đội tuyển Bigetron Esports đều rất là thích sân khấu lần này ở Việt Nam, Hà Nội cũng như là tất cả các bạn khán giả ở đây đã cổ vũ rất là nồng nhiệt. Ở những người đều yêu Esports đều có mặt ở đây hết cho nên là nó cảm thấy rất là vui và cũng rất là tự hào khi mà Bigetron Esports được góp mặt tại đây và mong là mọi người sẽ luôn tiếp tục ủng hộ cho Bigetron Esports cũng như là những đội tuyển khác ạ. Thank you so much for this interview and I hope to see you more on the stage with me here. Good luck next time.
Thank you.
And now let's head back to our caster and see the game starts.
There you have it. We have another Booyah
song.
Yeah.
You missed the opportunity, bro.
I don't have
They
any
dropped the beat for you.
I don't have a song in mind literally for that audio, but at least there's a lot of entertainment that has been happening right now. I mean, imagine you have a good stage, you have good music, you have good sounds as well. Well, except for what happened earlier, but for good chat from the comment section as well. So everything is running smooth right now, but I would say the story is mostly smooth for two teams. Buddha United and Virtus Pro. The others, they might take turns and trying to catch up, and that is where the trouble is.
Yeah, man. I mean, Buriram, you know, it was unfortunate because I think it was the rotation. Jonah kind of peaked out a little bit too much. No glue walls used, and he was too far away from the rest of his team members. They couldn't go and pick him up. And obviously, with the chaos in that circle, the moment they see somebody crawling out there, help me, they are going to try to steal the point because everybody's greedy for those points, right? Jonah lost his life, and then they had 3 players, and trying to defend, just because without Jonah, it doesn't mean that they couldn't go for the booyah, but that was 1 man less to secure it, right? And as they were trying to run away, the location of that final circle was just not very favorable for them, although they did have a phenomenal read on that circle. And P Esports flying down like the gods of death from above just didn't help them. It kind of just threw a little bit more chaos into the mix. And the ones that took advantage of this chaos was Bigatron Esports. Kyong, with the 5 eliminations, 5 knockdowns, running the A1-4, has got the Kairos on him as well as that Joseph. And you know, with that Kairos, with that EP, it's just so phenomenal once you hit that 200 extra layer of damage with the extra bit of penetration, you are going to be that monster.
And I love how Indonesia is really playing around with active skill, making it apply to their own playstyle. And I guess this is how they are trying their best to catch up with the top dogs. But team stats right now, this will show the number of eliminations from Bigatron Esports adds up to 14. And well, this is not a joke, especially in how that circle was set up. A lot of teams still available towards the final circle, and they managed to survive longer and along the way get a lot of points.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 players on the key highlights here. Kyong with the 5 eliminations, Lau Hall with the damage, 3,832, and 6 assists. Oh man, Wasana, who's a absolute pro on the M590. Clearly, he has hustled a lot and is looking for the trophy. But unfortunately, they do not unlock Champion Rush because they only walk away with 18 points. Remember, we were looking for at least 25 out of them. They do not deliver that 25, and they will have 2 games. So therefore, our grand finals will not end on game 5, cannot end on game 5 because nobody has achieved that Champion Rush point.
Yeah, it might be after Purgatory, game 5, that someone will be achieving that Champion Rush condition. It might not be 1, it might be 2 because of how much consistency some of the teams has, and this is where we get that read. So very, very close. Only 9 points remaining. They could have triggered that already, and all we have to wait for is that booyah. Regardless of you don't get any elimination, as long as you achieve that Champion Rush condition, imagine no elimination, probably minimal elimination, but you get that booyah, you still end up a champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's what I think, right? We increase the potential number of games up to 10. But I think we need to push the Champion Rush condition up to maybe 120 as well. Because literally in this next game, we are going to have 2 teams achieve the Champion Rush condition. Assume, of course, that's a huge assumption. But that assumption is coming through an educated guess based on how Virtus Pro and Buriram have been so consistent in getting to the final circle. And I think it's going to be very possible. Now Buriram just 9 points behind the Champion Rush condition activation.
Yeah, definitely. And those catching up, Bigatron Esports as well as Onyx Olympus. And I love how Onyx Olympus is trying to survive longer as well. But unfortunately for them, at some point, not so much of elimination then can bring them up. That makes the lead against the top 2 really tough to catch up with. So, not quite sure. And hopefully that they will get a booyah in the next game, deny Buddha United or Virtus Pro in reaching the Champion Rush condition so that it can go a little bit longer than the expected game number 6 that it might end.
Yeah, and just to catch up, with Buriram, Bigatron is going to need 24 points, which is not bad. But if they want to activate the champion rush condition in the very next match, they need to achieve at least 33 points, which is a massive game. Is it impossible? I don't think so. We've seen something like that in the past as well. But of course, we are going to be taking a quick short break. And during the break, you will not be bored because we have an interview coming up for you guys. So we hope you enjoy it. Don't go anywhere because right after the interview, Neptune and I will be back for
rất vui
2
vì được quay
more
trở lại
games.
sân khấu trong phần break time cùng với MC Yusun. Và ở đây thì chúng ta còn có một gương mặt rất là quen thuộc trong cộng đồng Free Fire Việt Nam, đó chính là bạn Tuyền Xu. Hãy gửi lời chào đến với tất cả các bạn khán giả đi nào.
Chào tất cả các bạn đang có tại khán đài và tất cả các bạn đang xem live ở nhà.
Ngày hôm nay khi mà đến xem trực tiếp giải đấu thì không biết là bạn cảm nhận như thế nào về không khí của giải đấu lần này?
Hà Nội thì hôm nay rất là nóng rồi. Em cảm thấy là trong khán đài này đang rất là cháy luôn.
Cảm ơn Tuyền Xu rất là nhiều ạ. Vâng ạ, vậy thì hôm nay chúng ta đến rất là đông, cũng có sự góp mặt của Tuyền Xu ở đây. Thì không biết là hôm nay Tuyền Xu đang cổ vũ hết mình cho đội tuyển nào vậy ạ?
Hôm nay Tuyền Xu và tất cả nhà sáng tạo Free Fire đến đây để cổ vũ cho hai đội tuyển Việt Nam. Chúc hai đội tuyển có tấm vé đi Á gặp à.
Ok. Minh Anh tin rằng là các đội tuyển Việt Nam khi mà nghe được lời chúc này thì cũng sẽ được tiếp thêm rất là nhiều năng lượng để thi đấu thật là tốt trong trận đấu tiếp theo. Vậy thì cuối cùng bạn dự đoán đội tuyển nào sẽ trở thành nhà vô địch lần này?
Nãy giờ thì em ngồi dưới cũng xem thì em thấy là đội tuyển đang rất là cháy là đội tuyển Peru, thì em nghĩ là Peru sẽ vô địch.
Ok Bru ạ, rồi rất cảm ơn chia sẻ đến từ Tuyền Xu và mong rằng là ngày hôm nay bạn sẽ có một kỷ niệm thật là đáng nhớ với giải đấu Free Fire World Series nhé. Cảm ơn bạn rất là nhiều.
Cho em gửi thêm một lời nữa là mong là năm sau Free Fire tổ chức ở Hồ Chí Minh nha, tại vì anh em Hồ Chí Minh với cũng đang rất là hóng một cái buổi offline cháy như thế này.
Ok, được rồi, nhất định là sẽ có một giải đấu tổ chức tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh. Cảm ơn chia sẻ đến từ Tuyền Xu.
Ok, cảm ơn Tuyền Xu rất là nhiều. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta cũng đã có một cái màn phỏng vấn rất là nhỏ cùng với Tuyền Xu để nghe được cảm nhận và chia sẻ của bạn ấy. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì Yusun và Tuyền Xu xin phép được nhường sân khấu này lại một chút đến với chị Minh Anh đằng sau đó. But overall, guys, we did have a fun and small conversation between our KOLs of Free Fire Vietnam. Her name is Tuyền Xu, and it's just her thoughts and her opinion about the stage today, about our grand finals. She was really happy, and of course, she and other content creators are all here to support for two Vietnamese teams, which is P Esports and Team Flash. And she really hopes that every foreigners are here, you guys will have the best experience in our stage. Thank you so much. And now we would leave the stage for MC Minh Anh so she can continue her parts. Thank you.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. And I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ. And we are looking at the teams racing to activate the Champion Rush condition. It is dependent on next few maps, but there's still a question of who's going to do it first.
Virtus Pro or Buriram, or neither one of them, right? Because obviously we are looking for them to make that climb up, and we are blasting the music on for all of you guys, and we are powered up, not just us, but the background music as well, by Red Bull, the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall FFWS SEA 2025 seasons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you will be refreshed and energized at this point if you get a chug on that Red Bull, similar to what you're seeing from Mustachio AJ right now. I already have half of mine, and that's one thing that I keep doing, especially if we know that this will be or might be a stretch of a day. But I guess at this point there's a potential that some teams will be able to end it quickly unless the other teams really deny them of that opportunity. Who would it be? Probably a Bigatron Esports. As you challenge them, they can go hot drop both of the teams or either one of Buriram United or Virtus Pro so that they don't make it to that 80 points.
Yeah, I don't know, man, exactly who's going to have the bravado to hop on out there and stop them in their tracks, because looking at Virtus Pro and Buriram, how they've been playing so far, they're just going to say, welcome, my friends. Thank you for the 3 points. You know, early 4 points. Yeah, let's go for it. But of course, if, you know, a thirsty team like RRQ was to hot drop Buriram or Virtus Pro, I think I'm going to get very serious with the shoutcasting at that point in time, because I think they have got something going for them, right? If Bigatron hot drops them, I think something big is going to happen. But this is where we need to see a little bit of, you know, usually as casters, we always tell people to mind their own business and focus on their own gameplay. But on this Champion Rush mode for this Grand Finals, you can no longer just focus on your own gameplay. If you want to walk away the champion, you have to go and stop the people who are almost going to get to that Champion Rush condition, right? And that's exactly what you as well as Virtus Pro is sitting on right now. One more game, and come on, if Buriram literally sneezes, they are going to activate the Champion Rush condition at this point of time. So you need to find your way to stop them instantly at the start.
Exactly. I mean, sneezes with 9 points, that is definitely activation of Champion Rush condition. But even if they do activate the Champion Rush condition, there's still that booyah that they need to grab after that. So there's still a challenge. It might not happen this time around. It can happen if someone really wants that much point as quickly as possible and deny them of reaching it, so that it will be longer over time. But there's a risk, as you did mention. It might be additional points that would help Buriram United or Virtus Pro or other teams out there to get to that 80 points. But it doesn't end right here. We were expecting it if in case Buriram United has reached that 80 points already before game number 5. But map number 5, this is where they activated, and they're not champions just yet. They need that booyah following the activation for them to secure it.
And you know, I've always enjoyed free fire competitions, but season after season, especially in the recent past 2 years when we have converted into the FFWS branding, Oh my goodness, we've just taken it up to the next level. We've been experimenting season after season. And I'm not just saying experimenting in a way where we don't know what we're doing, but dude, these are well thought out stuff. This champion rush condition, this potential 10-game banger that we're going to have here for the grand finals, I think it is brilliant, right? And to a point where we don't know what's going to happen. You see, in the past, we had point rush. And I was like, okay, all right, yeah, you hustle out there. And the point rush was to kind of throw in the Spada into the works and maybe stop players from achieving so much very early on, and also giving a little bit of extra opportunities for teams to pick up some bonus points. And then we thought, okay, how about we tweak this one a little bit, and the champion rush condition came through. And the last season, I was like a little skeptical about it, but this upgrade, 80 points as well as the Booyah in the following game and a potential max 10 games is... I've got literally no words for it, right? Exciting to a point where we have no idea what's going to happen next. We have no idea who's going to be champion. And to make things worse, Neptune, for us in terms of the predictions, we've got Southeast Asia in here, bro. Anybody can take the Booyah, and Virtus Pro is literally proving that out there.
Exactly. I mean, they can take the Booyah once they activate that champion rush condition. They're just waiting it out. They are just triggering like one step at a time. Don't rush us. I know we need to get 80 points first, and then we get the Booyah. So that's probably mindset of Virtus Pro. But one thing I would say is, not only is the champion rush condition or all the changes that we have, especially in this season of the FFWS Southeast Asia, they've given chance for those teams that are not performing. But the moment that all of these has been introduced, a lot of teams has been performing quite well from the knockout stage, and that has given a lot of challenge as well for those teams that often take the knockout stage as number one, like Borem United, Team Falcons, especially even in grand finals. We don't expect them to bomb out just like this, and they haven't gotten the Booyah just yet. But the good story for them is they're part of the top 6, and it's also very close for them to jump up 2 or 3 levels high.
And what's insane is AG Global actually pulled a Booyah earlier than Bigatron Esports, but Bigatron Esports is actually above them in the overall leaderboard right now, sitting down in the 3rd spot behind Buriram and Virtus Pro. And that's because AG Global had a good start and then fizzled out. This needs to change. Dew needs to get activated again. And out of the past 4 games, I think we've only seen 1 game where AG Global went into that final circle, and that was the game they walked away with the Booyah, right? This could also indicate that if AG is in that final circle, there's a high probability of a Booyah. So that's exactly what they need to aim for. Get into the final circle, stop taking these early fights, because it's just not worth the risk.
Yeah, I mean, and when they got that Booyah, yes, they started off a little bit too aggressive. Even early parts, they got all those points. But it doesn't happen every time, especially when it involves the changes of the map. Their drop tot might be better in Alpine, but it's not the same in Kalahari or Nextera. Thus, along their way, they will be threatened or taken down by the big dog. So we'll see though, because we are about to jump into the next map, and that is Purgatory. And it's, bro, this is so poetic right now, because we are going into Purgatory, and by the end of this, we would know who goes to heaven or hell.
Yeah, absolutely, man. By the end of this, we will be able to understand exactly who books that ticket into heaven. And unfortunately, obviously, a couple of people need to fall into hell as well, right? But of course, as they... if you've ever watched this movie called Munnabai MBBS, okay? My favorite actor, Munnabai, in that movie, he says, "Tension lene ka nahi, dene ka." Don't take tension, give it. And the best way Buriram can do this is to give everybody else the stress by activating the champion rush condition, getting that 9 points that they most desperately need at this point of time. Virtus Pro on the very edge of things as well, right? A total of 16 points required from them to activate champion rush. It's not impossible. I think this one game can get it done for both of these teams, but that is the issue. The other teams who are vying for the trophy, who are vying for the championship, they need to step in. They need to hot drop Buriram and Virtus Pro to stop this from happening. But do they become the predator or the prey when they hop on in there?
Yeah, I mean, that is the biggest question overall. A lot of challenge from us casters, even the viewers out there, but it's up to them to really live up to their name or to the expectation that we're putting them up. Yes, they can go hot drop down, and we know, especially for Bigatron Esports, we know that they can challenge the top dogs. They've done it before, and that's how they got their name. The first time they got into the FFWS Southeast Asia, they just keep challenging giants, Falcons, and then after that they got used to it or probably got bored of it, and then they went in against Buriram United. They went into the other top dogs as well until such time that everyone else was so weary of them that they are being taken down a little bit too early. So let's see if this is a different story overall, because as like I often say, neither heaven or hell can save the teams who's fighting in this battle, because we're jumping into purgatory.
Absolutely, man. And big, oh my lord, a big challenge here. Now we were talking about people hot dropping Buriram and Virtus Pro. The flight path is saying, bro, even if they don't try, we are going to force something out of this. And this is a chaotic flight path from the very start. You gotta love it, man. And you know what? In terms of risky plays, now is the time. Today is the day. Agar harna hai to aaj haro. If you must lose, you lose today. But you know what? If you can walk away with the victory, then you hit the booyah, baby. PE Sports up against Bigatron very early on. Out here in open grounds, and I don't think you can find a lot of glue walls out here.
Yeah, definitely. And Lauho is in a bit of a pinch, but still managed to go for a takedown. And that is with the help from afar by the many players of Esports. Execution overall really deserving of that first knockdown.
Oh, this is the chaos we all asked for. And the flight path delivers. The flight path knew these players are not going to be so cheeky. In fact, they're a little too scared to step on out there. Let me force a little bit of hot drop here. My goodness me. Did we get some hot drops? My, oh my. And now, EVOS up against Flash. Russia on that revival already, so EVOS is one man down technically. A 4v3. Up against Kochil and AimGod in a 4v2. Kochil, 2v1. ABCD, Zombre out of nowhere! Out of nowhere, and AimGod drops death as well. Things are turning around instantly for Flash. And ABCD with the M590 drops Kochil, saving the day temporarily here. 14 Flash, Zom with the MP40, sorts it out. AimGod sprayed down, and EVOS has got no more footing here. Ray has to back away before he's hunted down. He's got a vending machine right below as well. But the question is, does he have the money?
Yeah, that is the biggest question overall, but I love the recovery being done by Team Flash right now. Despite of the first knockdown, the pickup is quite pristine, and they time their rush perfectly that no one will be taken out that quickly. Well, apart from Death, though, that is on revive right now, but they've taken advantage of the situation against Evo's Divine, and Russia will be running in across very, very far, but AG Global, well, we called them out, and now they're dragging 2 points right here and might be able to see Evo's Divine as well on to campsite. But as we see them regroup with each other, I guess they don't want to risk it that much, or they might have spotted Ray already. Jinoy up close and personal, not even giving him a chance to recover, but the glue wall saves him.
Oh, goodness me. I mean, how many more glue walls does Ray have in his pockets? That's going to be the big question, Chinoy. XM8 in hand. Ray, bye-bye, he says. An extra point now for AG Global, looking for that recovery play.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, recovery is needed at this point, especially for some team right here who's being taken out a little bit too early. Another instance of Todak dropping in against Team Falcon. I'm not sure if this is a smart idea, but Team Falcons right now is falling down. Todak, the only one player to deal with and limit if in case a sniper is available, he will be going down, but no one is going for that, and the Rich perfectly timed to make him get away.
Delena just shed a tear there when she saw, oh my god, my little Toda performing so well against Falcons. Yes, they did. What a play by Team Toda up against one of the deadliest squads called Falcons, the champions of the Esports World Cup 2024. forced to run away after a phenomenal setup there by the Malaysian squad. But of course, the question is, can we see Falcons make that full recovery? Buriram, on the other hand, starting off early with the 2 points in hand.
I mean, they really need to get all those points. I guess, like, if they get those 9 points needed, there's no need to work anymore. They have activated the champion rush condition. That is the goal, the current goal of Buriram United right now. And then after that would be the Booyah. So if you see that Buriram United is not getting that much elimination, especially if they activate it after this match, then that is purely the reason. They just need to get a Booyah to win the championship. But it will be tough right now because a lot of teams are getting aggressive, especially from a Team Flash that we saw earlier. And it just is so unfortunate for Eva Zivine because despite of good position and recovery from one of their teammates, it's just the quick response that Team Flash has to offer to make them survive a little bit longer.
To the survivors from Bangladesh, Ami Tomake Balobashi. It's a mouthful for me, but we'll squeeze that out.
I love how you pull out a lot of things in your language. That's a tough one for me.
I'm a global citizen.
And
I belong to the earth, not a nation.
Definitely you should. And Saifa putting Ray down to the earth and making him a global citizen as well, trying to bury him 6 feet under. But I guess there's still recovery for the team. But AG Global, that is what we are challenging them for, to go in aggressive, but not so much to risk being taken down a little bit too early in this game.
And now RRQ up against Esports. Narrowly missing those shots, Mr. Dudes. But now he's pulled the attention over to his side already. Esports not looking to take a big fight here. On the launch pad, quickly with the rotation, and this is now shooting space for RRQ, firing at them, but the triple glue walls will be laid out by the Vietnamese squad, and it does not stop 18 Deer fighting narrow, laying him down out there, and so much of those resources forced to be wasted on the side of Esports, and the Riptide Rhythm, courtesy of RRQ as well. Ma'al dropping it on the Esports players, but they do manage to find a safe haven for themselves, and Esports survives the potential disaster there. But what was the cause? Perhaps all of their glue walls. I cannot believe that just happened. I was expecting PE to take that fight up against RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, because they want to go for survivability, to more chances for elimination, and they don't want to risk anything in the early engagement against RRQ, though they don't know specifically who they are going against. But again, they want to be in the best position before they fight back. But it's just so fortunate for them that they have plenty of blue walls. They have a good spot as well to hide out, and not so much from what we're seeing from Onyx Olympus Adam, because Virtus Pro right now is on the hunt, especially as they stay onto the edge of the circle, as well as loot up this assault bunker right here for more powerful weapons.
I mean, I've never been able to get a knock with a card, bro.
I tried. I mean, there's a chance that you can get that in Clash Squad as well. And I know we are in Battle Royale, but that's where I'm hanging right now in Clash Squad, even in Shadow Ops. So for those of you who haven't tried it yet, that's the one thing that I'm trying to dip my fingers into it, but going solo, Shadow Ops, really need to be silent. If an opponent will see you, definitely I will be going down.
It's game 5, and once again, two teams looking for the Champion Rush activation through this match, and one of those teams, we're looking at them right now, Buriram United Esports. They need 7 points, and they've already picked up 3.
See, though, I mean, it's just a few points. They really don't need to work that hard, but I guess there's also another target that Buriram United is waiting for, that MVP. So if they can get a little bit more extra for the MVP for the team, then why not? They will be taking it. But 12 teams remaining, almost 9 minutes in the clock, and the most defined, two of them fell down from the vehicle, but that doesn't stop Ray and Razia to move out of the way.
Like Humpty Dumpty, they fell. And there ain't no way we're gonna put those boys back together. We have to revive them at this point of time. EVOS, I don't know exactly what happened there, but Falcons took advantage of a very unfortunate situation there for EVOS as they were trying to drive away. Falcons 3 points in hand, forced to play a massive recovery earlier on. Karoro Pina on fire on the revival. But of course, they are right back in it. Let's see exactly what these boys do now as Aim God brings their 2 fallen members back in here.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, and it's just that rise of that hill. It slows down the vehicle, gives chance to Team Falcons, and I thought Team Falcons will not fire at that moment because it comes a risk that they will be gunned down as well. But seeing that the vehicle was very, very slow, and 2 of the players managed to take down 2, so I guess that is the timing that they were waiting for. But speaking of timing, Evo's Divine, after bringing back 2 of their players, will be cut short in their movement because Todak managed to grab a 1 compound in front of them.
We still have a confusion whether or not Elena is a caster, but we'll sort that out in a bit.
Or where she's from.
Oh, where she's from, yeah. Pina finding Aim God and EVOS being tortured yet again. And not all of them, though. A couple of players did manage to pull away earlier on thanks to that revival, dropping far away. But just behind the players of Toda, who are on fire this time round. So EVOS in a lot of trouble here. And it's not even the halfway point just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to a halfway point, but as we can see, all teams right now is going in a little bit aggressive, especially AG Global up close and personal, but Chinoy for a takedown to SVD against Sairu, and here comes the rest of the team. Saifa switching it over, but at N1887 plus a Trogon managed to clean house. Only 1 remain, and Crime might be able to be the thief, the criminal at this point to be taken down, but do be recovered that healing gun, that update on a healing gun to be able to bring up or pick up your teammates from afar. That is a game changer.
Yeah, man, and the accusations that Elena has got 2 kids. She has got more than 2 kids, guys. What are you all talking about? The Malaysian squads, all of those kids are her kids.
We have 4 of them in the battlefield right now.
Oi! Falcons exiting early. And it looks like there's just no trophy pickup for Falcons this time round. And Onyx following suit as well. These 2 teams not too far away, unless of course they do hustle. But perhaps before they start to bring that hustle out, this will all be over.
Yeah, let's see though on how quickly can they finish and make this all over. As Core Memory, good position for them, but before they were able to get that high ground, a lot of damage has been dealt on them. But for AG Global, well, they are setting up on a fight against Virtus Pro on a wall between them. And well, I guess that overshoot on the grain, and getting very close to that wall will not help them put Virtus Pro out. But it's a good thing Do managed to launch himself in or near the next phase of the circle because they can have a good position and block out Virtus Pro's approach.
Dew, nades, is all those glue wall melters being laid out here for Virtus Pro, and AG Global looking to end Virtus Pro's hopes of activating the champion rush condition right here, right now. Sci-Fi M590 water down on the ground, and look at this, AG, perfect connection. Diamond will be able to lay them out with that ice grenade first. Dew, AWS looking for one, and bye-bye, Virtus Pro, says AG Global of all teams.
Yeah, AG Global doing work of Virtus Pro now. Blue United is the next target for the top 2 that we had, who is about to reach that champion rush condition. PE Sports going against them, but PE Sports not really breaking through against Buriram United despite of all the blue walls, despite of all the FGL. They still couldn't bring Wasana down, but finally Nero managed to do so, but that is in exchange for a few players from PE Sports.
Jonah now down on the ground. Mochi trying his best to pick up his captain, and wow, what a beautiful pump there with the electrotherapy. Get high, backing up Jonah instantaneously. Lao Ho behind the tree, Trying to clip his arm and get high. Doesn't find that full connection just yet. And the circle will do the rest of the damage. 9 more teams left in here. We have got not enough real estate. My goodness me. We are going to see some super chaos shortly.
Yeah, well, FFWS Esports will now be part of that chaos because Lao Ho has been eliminated. We're down to 7 as AG Global also being taken out of the picture. But everyone is in the northern part. It's only, I think, Buriram United who has taken a good spot for themselves. So a good chance that they can get everyone in good line of sight to take them down as the blue closes in. But Team Flash right now, the aggression has died down and they are just dealing with 4 elimination for the moment. For Core Memory though, they have the same thing, but they are the ones who managed to take down a few of the challenges in this latter part of this game. So going toe-to-toe against the blue plus the remaining players of Todak will be a challenge for Core Memory right now as Evo's Divine knocks in onto the other side.
Oh, Core Memory. A couple of players spending time outside the circle. That's not great. Trapped inside the car. And he says, hasta la vista, baby. Out he goes. Toda surviving with some masterful trickery out there.
He was expecting someone that will be jumping in, but they will not be spotted. Assassin Ninja gameplay and Core Memory right now focus their attention, their aggression, their disappointment of taking Todak out to Megatron Esports. And Core Memory with 8 already, but that is the risk of taking or losing Sensi in this fight. Traps being taken down. Core Memory, Cooper and Jump out in the mix. Team Flash right now getting all those energy from the fans roaring in the stage.
Yeah, man. I mean, Flash is quite far away from the 80 point, but these boys are still gonna hustle. Team Toda out in 5th. Look at this. Buriram, 3 players left in here. They only need 9 points. And they only need 7 points, and I dare say they have activated this already. In terms of champion rush, it is no problems whatsoever for Team Buriram. They lose, get high. Moshi down on the ground as well. Buriram says bye-bye, and now it's all up to RRQ and Team Flash. The recovery gameplay for RRQ right here, right now. Can they achieve it up against Team Flash, who have the home ground advantage?
Oh, Wang M is down. Dutch is down as well. RRQ just making way. But on the other side, Abe, the only one remaining. But no, they managed to take them down. RRQ for the Booyah denial of Vietnam. And that is what we're talking about. Indonesia for another Booyah.
Yeah! 2 games back-to-back, Indonesia rising up to the occasion here and saying, wait, hold up, it is not just about Thailand in here today. We are alive, we are kicking, and we are looking to kick them out of the competition by hitting that 80 points as well. But trust me when I say RRQ really needs to hustle in order to get up there. So this is a opportunity for them to climb up. But the question is, Buriram, will they hit the Booyah in this next game? This is game 6. It can all come crashing. It can all come ending on this final match of the day, potentially, if Buriram makes it to be.
Well, let's see on how much they have done in this game. But as we talk about, even before this game, Buriram United only need a few points. And they already farmed out so much. And I guess they have, or they might have triggered that champion rush condition already because they did survive halfway through all those chaos. And this is something else. We might end it a little bit quicker. That expectation of 10 maps is being cut short by Buriram United.
If Buriram gets the Booyah, if Buriram does not slip up in the very final second, because we've always seen, many instances where the knockout stage is dominated by Buriram and then they fail in the grand finals. This time, Buriram wanted to rewrite the script for themselves, so they failed in the knockout stage. And their failing still meant they were somewhere at the top. And they were pretty slow to find the qualifier into the grand finals. But here on the final day, they're making magic work. Yesterday, many doubted them. I mean, it was a just assessment from the audience because Wasana really wasn't popping off at all. I felt like he could have given a little bit more in those matches, but it wasn't his day. Today though,
Buriram is rising to the top. They only needed 9 points. They got way more than that. And now they are above 80 points. So champion rush condition activated only for one team. Buriram didn't get the booyah earlier, which means they could be motivated to hit that in game number 6.
And so disappointed as well. Disappointing of Virtus Pro. I mean, they're very close against Buriram United, but they were taken down a little bit early, so I don't think they will be getting that activation just yet. And it's tough though, because you've done so much. Despite of not getting any booyah, though, you managed to put yourself second to Buriram United and then denied on that final moment when you have a chance already. And well, I guess if anyone will be, and the challenge is on, if anyone will be bold enough to hot drop them, go and do so. But let's bring it over to the stage for the interview of the Booyah Takers. So let's take it on.
Booyah for RRQ, congratulations! Và đây là booyah dành cho đội tuyển RRQ Kazu, và họ đã rất là xuất sắc ở trong trận đấu vừa rồi. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là một thành viên rất là xuất sắc, đó chính là Abay. Bây giờ thì hãy cùng mình phỏng vấn với họ nhé. Hello Abay.
Hello.
Okay, it's been a long time. We can see RRQ Kazu is finally back to our interview section. So, is it because of the stage is too intense, or because of the new format it's too difficult for us? So RRQ is having some problem with this race of booyah.
Jadi pertanyaannya ngelihat gimana tumben banget nih ya RRQ membutuhkan waktu yang cukup lama untuk bisa ada di atas panggung ini di interview mendapatkan booyah. Menurut Abay apa sih yang menjadi kesulitan? Apakah karena intensitas persaingannya atau karena bermain di panggung sebesar ini dengan banyak penonton atau mungkin karena adaptasi dengan adanya format baru? Apa kira-kira yang menjadi kesulitan yang membuat RRQ butuh waktu cukup lama untuk bisa ngamanin booyah pertama hari ini?
Mungkin dari segi patch baru. Kita soalnya waktu liga soalnya lalu pertama kan, jadinya belum bisa main itu, patch baru.
Okay, so it's the patch that they're having difficulties with for now. So again, adaptation is actually key. They are still finding it hard to adapt to the new patch, but hopefully what they're doing now can be better and better in the next game.
I think we're all having the same problem, right? Yeah. Đối với đội tuyển RRQ thì đây là một đội tuyển mà Yusun đánh giá rất là cao, và Yusun nghĩ rằng là đối với những bạn mà khán giả đang theo dõi ở đây chắc cũng sẽ có đánh giá cùng với Yusun mà thôi. Tuy nhiên thì đối với câu hỏi ban nãy thì Yusun có thắc mắc rằng là tại sao RRQ không được tỏa sáng như mong đợi của chúng ta, thì có vẻ như là đội tuyển đang gặp một vài vấn đề để thích nghi với thể thức mới của giải đấu cũng như là bản cập nhật vừa rồi ở trong giải đấu, bởi vì mọi thứ có vẻ như rất là nhanh và họ vẫn chưa có thể theo kịp được. Tuy nhiên thì với trận đấu có được booyah vừa rồi thì có lẽ như là họ sẽ rút kinh nghiệm được và họ sẽ quay trở lại mạnh mẽ hơn. So into our second questions. Okay, the champion rush is here. It's finally start because Buriram United Esports has 86 points. They only need one more booyah so they can get this trophy. Do you think that you are confident enough to stop them and replace your position to become the champion with Buriram or not?
Jadi kalau kita lihat dari segi poin kan udah semakin dekat memasuki Champion Rush karena Buriram juga poinnya sudah cukup banyak. Hanya sedikit saja poin yang mereka butuhkan untuk bisa mengangkat trofi dan meraih titel juara kali ini. Kalian percaya diri nggak bisa menggagalkan hal tersebut dan justru mengangkat trofi ini sebagai RRQ Kazu membanggakan Indonesia?
Kalau misal lo stopin juara ya mungkin ada tim lain gitu. Tapi kita fokus dulu sih sama tim kita sendiri.
Okay, so for now he just want to focus on himself as well as the team, but he's pretty sure that Buriram isn't going to get that title really easily. He's sure that the other teams won't let that happen, so we still have to see what's going to happen next, and yeah, I think the competition is going to be more interesting.
So, như các bạn cũng đã biết rằng thể thức Champion Rush của chúng ta cuối cùng cũng đã bắt đầu khi một đội tuyển đầu tiên chính thức đạt mốc điểm 80. Đó chính là Buriram United Esports. Hiện tại thì họ đang 86 điểm rồi. Và tất nhiên chỉ cần với một cú booyah nữa thôi là họ sẽ trở thành nhà vô địch. Tuy nhiên đối với Abay thì họ bây giờ thì họ không tập trung vào vấn đề đó nữa mà họ sẽ quay trở lại tập trung với chính bản thân của mình. Nhưng mà một lời gửi đến Buriram rằng là điều đó sẽ không xảy ra dễ dàng đâu, bởi vì những đội khác tất nhiên là cũng sẽ không thể nào mà để cho BRU có được cái cơ hội đó cả. Nên là mọi người hãy tiếp tục cổ vũ cho tất cả mọi người ở đây nhé. Thank you so much for the interview and Really happy to see you again on here, Conchinta, and good luck to you as well, Abe. Keep that spirit. And now, let's get back to our caster and see the game stats.
And there you have it, another booyah from Indonesia, another chance for us to see Conchita Caroline on stage. And a lot of fans has been waiting for that since yesterday. Sweet Caroline. Boom, boom, boom. This is your fault, AJ. This is your fault.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a good song, bro.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But of course, RRQ Ma'al with the Riptide Rhythm Skydive. We saw how he tried to torture PE Esports earlier on. Thankfully, PE Esports, some sort of lucky star above their head saved them from the destruction that Riptide Rhythm could have laid upon them. 5 eliminations, 7 knockdowns, 2,860 on the damage, rocking the M82B this time with one of the most straightforward active passive skill lineup for a sniper, except that Suzy, he loves those coins.
Yeah, love the coins. Make sure that they have enough to bring back their teammates just in case they get knocked down. But this is, again, RRQ is a team that put a different set of active skill in the mix because of, especially for Dutch, he knows that he can throw all those grenades. He can put in all those pressure, and he doesn't want that to happen to win. So he pulls in a Steffi, and that's just putting yourself in your opponent's shoes.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, man. I mean, look at this overall. Not a massive game from RRQ, but they're doing just enough to sneak their way in here. A total of 11 eliminations plus the Booyah is obviously going to give them enough to be in the top 3 because there's not a lot of points between the teams out there. Ma'al with the 5 elimination highlight, Dew with the damage 3,374, and the Zom out of Team Flash this time round gets the highlight for the assist.
Yeah, I mean, even Team Flash, despite of, well, probably not surviving that long, but they did bring so much of a fire in the beginning of that map. But it's just unfortunate, but the other teams targeted them a little bit too early, so they didn't get that much in terms of points. This is where we see that specifically. So, well, as we called for, in terms of elimination, Buriram United didn't get close to 9, but it's a good thing they managed to get the placement point as well, thus activating the champion rush condition. And as I mentioned, Team Flash in there, so aggressive, 9 elimination points, also getting that second point or second place to get 9 on the placement with 18. But RQ Kazu, well, this is a team that we have been challenging, especially when they drop into last place. But right now, one team will eventually or potentially reign it by the next map.
Hey, this is the thing, man. Buriram is not the king of Solara. EVOS is. But unfortunately, EVOS is throwing up at the bottom of the leaderboard. I think they're feeling a tad bit off at this point of time. In order to jump to the top, they need 45 points. Can they hit that within the next 2 games? Are we going to see Buriram held back for the next 2 games? We've got a potential maximum 10 games here, and Buriram will be able to finish this off within the next matchup. I think it's going to be absolutely insane if they do it, because they're the only team that has activated the champion rush condition.
Yeah, definitely. And that is, well, that became a threat, and that is a question as well that has been brought in earlier. Because of, if in case this is a chance for Buriram United to really grab it, I think a lot of teams will be denying them of that. But there's no denial of a top performance, especially when we're talking about Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, our sponsor as well, a mobile partner for this competition. And you know how it is. It is equipped with the next generation, the Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor, as well as an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics. Together with powerful AI capabilities and top-tier performance, this phone, the Galaxy S25 Ultra, becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers.
Absolutely. Just like the M590 has become the ultimate weapon in the current patch. I'm absolutely delighted to have them as our sponsor. Cannot wait to get my hand on one soon. I don't know. The budget still has not been approved by the wife. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Maybe after the tournament, I'll clear my invoice. Go get it secretly. She's not gonna know. But she'll find out. And then you won't see me for the next season. I think I need to rethink this. You need to thread carefully, all right? Married men need to thread very, very carefully.
Yeah, that's why I name myself the gentleman as well, so that I will be reminded of what I need to be. I will be reminded of what I need to be. Just make sure that my marriage is safe. So
if you're married, you will not be allowed to forget, man. Well, it was the day of Thailand at the start, and then of course Indonesia slowly started to take over. Are we going to get yet another Indonesian booyah here? Because EVOS has already promised us that they are the kings of Solara, and we want to see them wake up. But of course, if they woke up with the points, but Buriram sneaks away the booyah, the competition comes to a instant end. And you see the trophy sitting there on the stage. Beautiful, golden, shining, majestic. That's exactly what all the... Oh, come on, man. Look at this beautiful stage once again. Props to the design team, the creative team. Really knocked the ball out of the park from this one. I have not seen a better esports stage in a long, long time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it gives that energy that everything needs to be poured in here, or that they have poured in a lot already in setting up the stage, so that the players, the viewers, even the fans out there watching on YouTube will be amazed, will be entertained, and will be energized in this game. But, well, let's see though who will be energized and as well as pumped up to challenge Buriram United. Camera is on them right now. I'm pretty sure all eyes from the other teams are on them as well. Not quite sure if they will also change their drop spot in Solara, because despite of how new this map is, there's still a few consistencies that has been happening, especially in Buriram United's drop.
Yeah, and some teams are not feeling it. PE Sports, man, I mean, they made it here, but you can see the boys are holding back their tears. They have no idea exactly what's going on. Just like RRQ, they haven't gotten used to the patch just yet. But at least RRQ is able to pull in some of those solid points. But that being said, there's not a lot of distance between PE Sports and RRQ. A very solid booyah can launch them up to the top. But the only issue here is the fact that Buriram has activated the champion rush condition. If they hit the booyah on Solara, they are the champions of FFWS SEA Spring 2025. Either way, let's see what this flight path has got in store for it. Whether or not it is chaos or it is just absolute fun. We head on in. And the flight path says, okay, I'm gonna be chilling today.
I'll ease out on you. I'll ease out on you because there's a lot of pressure right now, especially for Buriram United. Well, let's see though if this is something that they can avert. Again, what I'm looking forward to, especially for Buriram United right now, because a lot of it is at risk, or unless they really want to put that risk in the table, is for them to drop in very, very far from the other teams and then wait it out towards the final circle. All they need right now is to grab a booyah. Not so much is needed from them in terms of getting points, getting elimination, or whatever. They can even deny those other teams who are close to reaching the champion rush condition, but it's still risky because they don't know specifically who they're going against, especially once the game starts.
This is a little bit of a sticky situation for many of these teams out here. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Champion Rush activated by Buriram. They're the only team that is capable of stopping the competition dead in its tracks and ripping away the trophy from everybody else's hands. But in order to do that, they need to get a booyah. Even if they get 300 points off of this game, it will not matter. They will not be the champion. They need the booyah.
Yeah, I imagine like they're the ones getting a lot of elimination, and then another team sneaks in, grabs the booyah. They still will have to wait for the next match that they get that condition activated. So I guess this is, I think it will be slow for everyone right here, not just for Buram United. A lot of teams, yes, they want to catch up with BRU, but they don't want to be in the crosshairs of the team as well. So, especially for Team Falcons, they are not performing that well, currently sitting in the 6th or rather 9th position, though there's not so much of pressure if the goal is only to go into the EWC. But if it's a prize pool that we have right now for Battle Royale, then they need to bring themselves a little bit higher.
Bigatron scouting out PE. And Lahore flanking around towards the right hand side, and I don't think Bigatron spotted this out.
Let's see though.
Thankfully that RGS has got no. Oh wait, it does have a grenade in it, and Narrow is going to narrowly miss annihilation as he steps away from it. But on the opposite end, it's Team Flash, and he's not taking the shot up against Don't Cry. And this is a weird decision here from ABCD. He should just attempt this.
Yeah, I mean, he should, but I guess that's it. It's more of a timing thing. He's waiting for the cue for the other players from Team Flash to be able to do it simultaneously. Because definitely if you go for a knock and your teammates doesn't have an open shot on the opponent, well, it will be a loss because they can pull up a glue wall and then pick them up that quickly. So that's smart move, definitely, coming from Team Flash.
So once again, you need to hit 80 points to activate Champion Rush. If you do not achieve 80 points, you cannot become the champion. Once you hit 80 points, you just need to look for a booyah after that. You can literally have 0 eliminations. Okay, wait, you can't have the booyah with 0 eliminations because you technically need to get rid of someone in that final circle. But yeah, the number of eliminations doesn't matter. The number of points doesn't matter. After you activate 80 points, you just need a booyah. You hit that, you are the champion.
Let's see though. Let's see who will be able to do so. But right now, well, that is in a few minutes because we know how it is, especially on the last 3 or 4 maps. It has been very slow. A lot of teams have been surviving towards the final circle, and this is where it gets exciting because team going against a team a little bit too early into this match, and what we're waiting for is who goes down first.
Yep, and the electrotherapy on connection. Team Flash playing this very safe. And you know they want to activate the Champion Rush condition as well. Currently sitting on 49 points, which means they need 31 points off of this game in order to activate Champion Rush. And we've seen a massive round in the past from Flash. But can they give us the 31 and then a booyah on that following match? That is going to be the biggest question.
Yeah, definitely. And let's see, though, if they can do it. But for Team Todak right now currently on 11th place. If they want to go into the next level and also a bigger piece of the prize pool, they will need to work harder. And that would be the 8th place that they will need to target. But I guess despite of them being too aggressive earlier, they want to slow it down. And same goes for Buram United as what we call them. They are in the Champion Rush condition already, spotting one LBT, and you can see even Jonah, though he have a clear shot, he's backing away because he don't know what's waiting on the other side and waiting for the rest of the team. But as you can see in the glue wall, saving them, and still it took them a while before taking LBT down. This is how crucial it is for Buram United to survive a 4-man strong squad.
LBT almost did a number there on Buriram as he was running away through a frag grenade. Thankfully, the glue walls were pulled up in time, and that chaotic mess was just to get that 1 extra point. Once again, Buriram doesn't need these points. Buriram doesn't need to get into any fights at all. They just need the booyah.
See though, I mean, it's a few minutes away, and the other teams are just very cautious, just to make sure that they don't give that much in terms of like the other teams that much point to catch up to Buram United, if in case this is not the time for them to grab that booyah. But Onyx Olympus right now just taking peeks, and Evo's Divine RRQ potentially getting too close, and Mahal, yes, the glue wall is there, but still out in the open because of the elevation that Evo's Divine has taken.
Yep, absolutely. And now the Riptide Rhythm just breaking down those defenses. EVOS versus RRQ.
who's going to be able to walk away from this one. As the big brothers RRQ quickly back away from this engagement, not wanting to deal with them at all. What attack by that nade. And the split blitz does not do that full damage just yet. And CRM, core memory out of nowhere. Dropping dudes out there on the ground. And now glue wall smashed. EVOS trying to shoot down RRQ as well. RRQ just made it into the top 3. And now 2 teams personally trying to end their hopes right here, right now. 18 deer, sliver of health. Ray going in to steal that point. And bye-bye RRQ, says core memory.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a while to be able to get back up on top 3, and now they need to say goodbye unless the game continues. If Bordeaux United doesn't get a booyah in this match. Core memory right now, 1 point to their name, and that is because Evo Divine managed to get as much as possible against RRQ. But it will be a tables being turned right now because Evo Divine is now in the lower ground compared to Team Flash, and we know how aggressive Team Flash is, especially with Wang Han and 1M on the snipe.
This is a crazy situation. You look at how close Virtus Pro is, 69 points. They need 17 to their name in order to climb up. And they are right behind Team Flash and EVOS. So this could just be something that they can work towards their advantage here. Team Flash watching EVOS, but they have no idea of the position of Virtus Pro. And I don't think Virtus Pro is out on a hunt, right? They're just looking for potentially the final circle play.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they can survive towards the final circle, then that's where they can gather as much point as possible, because the 69 points from after the previous round, and all they need to do is get 11 points to be able to reach that or activate that champion rush condition. So if they get the booyah without any elimination, well, as you did mention, it's difficult, it's impossible to do so. But if that is the case, they will still activate that champion rush. But as we look at the map, I miss you so much. Rhythm United is in a safe spot, but potentially PE Sports might be the next target for them.
Yeah, man, it's the shots now from Flash and EVOS to its core memory. But this is looking like a decent enough circle to play around with still here for these boys. And Team Falcons scanning out the area right ahead of them to make sure the binoculars gets the information. If or not people are hiding behind those trees. Unfortunately, nothing at all. And Onyx Olympus makes that huge jump over to meet Bigatron Esports at Archway.
Yeah, let's see though if they can play on a clash at this point. Adam already on the peak, but no shots just yet. And they don't want to make that noise because despite of them on the rooftop against Bigatron Esports, they're still in lower ground compared to or apart from PE Sports, or rather Virtus Pro, who is waiting for all those noise to happen. Zodak right now trying to play it safe. Only one elimination today. Name, but damage after damage being dealt by AG Global.
Whoa, Vidal's now up against AG. Traps looking for the M590 knockdown and finds Cypher with that. Beautifully done. Finds M82B, VSK in hand as well. Noki backing away, but Chinoy outplays him with the shotgun. And Toda does not want to continue this bout, but what in the world? He went for the prone and did not expect Dew, of all places, outside the circle. Great flanking position by Dew as the sniper. He battles against the blue, but he single-handedly drops 2 players and walks away with the victory there, knocking Toda out.
Yeah, and they're very close right now to activate that as well. If they become aggressive a little bit more, they have a potential to reaching the champion rush condition after this match. But speaking of aggression, Cougar a little bit too aggressive, and that means HP being taken out of him. But that Chrono will be able to save him a little bit. Time Turner that was pulled in the perfect timing, and that pushes Evo's Divine away.
And We've got calls in the chat to stop Virtus Pro because they want to see Buriram be the champion. If you knew how to, right? Because there's no kill feed, which means if you knock anyone or if you eliminate a player out there, you don't know who you're fighting against. So teams cannot actually focus to take down a certain squad. This can only happen at the initial drop. If you try to hot drop a team because you know their usual drop spot, that's the only place where you can kind of, quote unquote, guarantee to take out a team. But that's, of course, if the team does not switch their drop spot, anticipating a hot drop from someone.
Definitely. I mean, that's something that we want to see as well, because pretty much what we're seeing is the observer's view, wherein everything's showing up, the kill feed is there, the team names and the glue walls are there. But I would love to see how the teams are playing as well, or how it looks like for the team in game. But I guess that would be the future, because we are now into the fourth phase of the circle. Evo's Divine managed to move across that battlefield and meet up with a core memory, or leave core memory behind, but Team Flash is doing a number on both teams.
Yeah, Evo's Divine rotates away, and that basically means they put themselves in a very decent spot for a booyah here. Sitting down in the center point of Archway. In fact, Evo's Divine actually has the most number of eliminations thus far, which is good on the squad, as a dead last on that 12th spot. And we are always focusing on looking at who gets the championship, who gets the booyah for this final one. You also have to acknowledge that every single move on this leaderboard for this final match determines how much of money you walk away with as well. So this is really crucial. And CRM dropping out early does not help their cause for picking up more points or more money at the end of the day. Now CRM needs to hope and pray that Buriram does not get the booyah so that they can try again for the next game to earn a little bit more.
Oh, but it's being tough right now because Buriram United is being cautious but still aggressive at this point. And as quickly as that, they managed to take down the Esports. It's not the usual rushing gameplay that we see from Buriram United, but we'll have to see. Wasana's already out, and Team Falcons are doing a number on them. Get High will be taken down. Buriram United only showed up and denied of being the champion in this tournament.
Well, it looks like the show must go on, says Falcons. Not today, baby. Just like what they did yesterday. Ripping it away. Beautifully done by Falcons. And we get to enjoy more free fire action right here. Never have I ever thought I would celebrate the absolute demolition of Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it means more chances for the other team to be able to activate the champion rush condition, and that is thanks to Team Falcons. But on the other side, Evo's Divine, I mean, not looking good already in the leaderboard and still not looking good in the final circle. But we have three teams remaining right here: the Falcons, the Falcon Hunters, and the team, the Hedgehogs, who's slowly climbing up against the top dogs. Pina right now in trouble, but managed to go and fight back with an M59, and the rest of the teams follow suit.
What's insane is, even in the next game, I think only Buriram will still have the champion rush condition met, right? Because Virtus Pro has exited a little bit too early. I don't know if they managed to pull away 17 points before getting eliminated. RRQ exited early as well. AG Global way too early. And now it's all up to Falcons and Bigatron. Bigatron needs a massive 27 points off of this game in order to be able to activate champion rush. And on fire from the back. Beautiful knock onto Azrael as well. Diggs very low on that HP, but has got that electrotherapy on the run. Kororo with his back turned up against Diggs. And Kyong meeting him halfway, and a great glue wall by Kyong to protect himself for 1 extra second there. Yet another tag. Both Kyong and Kororo fighting each other at the same time. And Kororo turning 180 to drop Diggs, but Koja taking advantage of that chaos. And it's now a 1v2. On fire. Needs to go in for the pickup. Changes his mind. Final second as he sees two players from the side of Bigatron going in here for the chase. Ooh. And it's over as Indonesia secures 3 booyahs in a row. And this time it's Bigatron Esports that does it.
Yep, definitely. I mean, another booyah for Bigatron Esports. And 3 times in a row for Indonesia. We're going to see Conchita Caroline once again. But the question remains, is this enough to bring them higher? Is this enough to really activate the champion rush condition and to probably fight along Buriram United in that survival mode? But it's a good thing that it is being stretched in a longer match, because I was almost set to end this game, especially with how Buriram United is trying to go, or best trying to go for that survivability mode.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I believe even at the end of this, we still only have one team that can end the competition, and that is Buriram. They continue to pick up points. They don't get the booyah. Bigatron Esports picks up their own booyah, the first booyah for them, as they climb up to the number 3 spot overall. Sorry, and this has to be the second one for them.
Yeah. I mean, the second booyah for them, and as well as the second booyah for them, as well as the second time that they were on that 3rd spot. So I guess we'll have to see if they can maintain this, because earlier it was RRQ who was there and then pushed down. Now Bigatron Esports was there, pushed down. And it's tough if that is the story for the remaining teams. But going back to activating the champion rush condition, both Virtus Pro as well as VTR right now, I think only needs a few more, less than 10, to be able to activate that. But they have to wait for the next round to win the championship.
Absolutely, man. And again, because of how massive the point rush here for the side of Buriram was initially with the double booyah, they were the only ones to activate it first. And they're clear by 1 game. And still in this next matchup, they have to aim for the booyah to complete this. But nobody else is in position to take it away from them. Virtus Pro, they crashed out way too early in this Solara game. And I was actually a little bit surprised. We were thinking, no booyah, no problem.
Yeah.
But it is starting to become a problem, Virtus Pro. I think you need to hustle a little bit more, because we've been waiting for a long time now.
Yeah, let's see now. Let's see how much they will be hustling at this point. But I don't know. It still brings in so much excitement, because a team will be able to deny Buriram United in getting that next booyah. But let's bring it over.
Bigatron Esports, unstoppable match for the second booyah to them. Congratulations. Và đây chính là booyah thứ 2 dành cho đội tuyển Bigatron Esports. Bigatron Esports, I'm sorry. Và ngay bên cạnh mình đây chính là tuyển thủ Koja. Và bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ cùng gọi là chat chít vào đấy một chút xíu nhé. Hello Koja.
Hello.
Okay. Congratulations on your second booyah of today. Since I think you guys are on fire right now, so how do you think about your second time on stage at this moment?
Kalau dilihat ini kan adalah kali kedua kita akhirnya berkesempatan untuk menginterview perwakilan dari Bigatron Esports, karena ini merupakan booyah kedua. Gimana rasanya sudah mengamankan 2 booyah sejauh ini, Koja?
Kalau rasanya ya senang lah, bersyukur kan. Tapi kita belum menjumpai target poin kita.
Jadi sebenarnya masih ada yang merasa kurang karena target poin masih belum tercapai ya?
Ya benar, kita belum champion rush.
Okay, so of course he's very happy, he's excited, very grateful as well, but at the same time they feel like they haven't achieved the target point that they have today. So they're not really satisfied yet with their performances and the point that they have right now. But so far it's been quite a journey, and they're still grateful to be able to secure 2 booyahs.
Nice. Đối với Koja thì lần lên sân khấu của bạn ấy thì bạn ấy tất nhiên là cảm thấy rất là vui. Tuy nhiên thì so với màn phong độ mà họ đã đặt ra ngay từ ban đầu với mục đích là có một số điểm nhất định. Tuy nhiên thì đến tận bây giờ họ vẫn chưa đạt được. Nhưng mà đến bây giờ thì có được booyah lần thứ 2, họ vẫn cảm thấy rất là biết ơn và vui khi mà được đứng trên sân khấu này và có thêm cho mình booyah để có thể sát gần hơn với chức vô địch của FFWS SEA 2025 Spring. On to our second questions. Okay, so maybe just for example, I want to ask about how will they play. So currently we all know that Buriram is the team activated the champion rush, right? If you activated that mode, what will you do if you know that so many teams are on to you? How will you play? Because I am really curious about the gameplay of the teams. How will they do in that situation?
Oke, jadi sekarang kita akan berandai-andai nih. Pertanyaan dari Yonsol menarik banget. Kira-kira kalau kalian ada di posisi Buriram United, berhasil mengaktifkan Champion Rush dengan poin yang dimiliki saat ini, dan tahu nih bahwa semua tim pasti akan berupaya untuk menyandung kalian. Bigetron Esports sendiri sudah menyiapkan strategi apa sih? Apakah akan bermain ofensif, full defense, atau apa yang kira-kira akan dilakukan?
Kalau strategi sih ya kita ikut arahan coach saja. Nah, kita tinggal jalanin aja gimana.
Jadi masih rahasia nih?
Masih rahasia dong.
Okay, so this is interesting. He said that he is willing to do whatever the coach is telling him to do, but what kind of strategy that they have been preparing if they were in Buriram United spot is still a secret. So unfortunately, they can't share it yet because it's still a secret and not allowed to tell it yet.
I understand. Đối với phong cách lối chơi của Bigetron Esports thì nếu như mà họ vừa kích hoạt được với cái thể thức là Champion Rush thì tất nhiên là họ sẽ làm tất cả mọi thứ để có thể giành lấy được vị trí top 1. Tuy nhiên thì chi tiết hơn thì có lẽ là họ sẽ không thể tiết lộ được, bởi vì có thể nó sẽ rất là không hay nếu như mọi người biết được, và mọi người sẽ có thể là cản đường họ. Và sẽ đến với câu hỏi cuối cùng của chúng ta ngày hôm nay nhé. On to our last questions. Okay, straight into the point. Buriram right now is the first one, and I think you are following them 72 points, right? Are you willing to clash right into Buriram or?
Oke, ini pertanyaannya juga langsung to the point aja. Ngelihat Buriram sekarang ada di peringkat teratas dan tentunya kalian juga pengen banget untuk bisa mengejar Buriram. Target di pertandingan selanjutnya, apakah kira-kira kalian akan langsung menabrak Buriram atau gimana nih?
Kita bakal ambil boynya lagi aja, biar dia nggak juara.
Okay, a very wise answer from Koja, because he said, I'm just going to focus on getting as much points as I can, as we can. So we're not going to clash against Buriram right away, but we're still going to steal their points.
Steal the points, very smart. Bởi vì hiện tại là Buriram đang ở vị trí top 1 rồi, và Yusu có hỏi rằng là anh ấy sẽ có chơi theo một cái phong cách rất là free fire, rất là táo bạo, rằng là liệu rằng là họ sẽ nhảy thẳng xuống chỗ của Buriram và tiêu diệt họ trong một chốc lát không. Tuy nhiên, Koja bảo rằng tất cả chúng tôi cũng sẽ chỉ tập trung về chính đội tuyển của mình, sẽ không có làm theo chiến thuật như thế, và chúng tôi sẽ chơi một lối chơi khôn ngoan hơn, đó chính là cướp lấy những số điểm mà họ có thể để tranh được cái vị trí top 1 của Buriram. That's a very nice answer. Thank you so much, Koja, and I really hope to see your team again on my interview stage with Conchita. Thank you so much and good luck to your next game. Cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều và bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng quay về bàn caster nhé. Let's head back to our caster and see the game starts.
Once again, thank you, Yunsul, Conchita, Caroline, as well as the team's Bigetron Esports coming back on the stage for that Puya. But I would say this brings the match in a bit more excitement, because they did mention that they will try their best to deny Buriram United in getting that championship, because they are very close as well in achieving the Champion Rush condition, and they don't want to miss that chance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Kyung, the MVP. And you don't see a lot of numbers here, but this man was not looking for the numbers, overall. They were aiming for the Booyah, climbing up to the top. And this should put Bigetron Esports in shooting range of that Champion Rush condition. Problem is, even Virtus Pro was in shooting range of the Champion Rush condition. They just couldn't get it done. In fact, they got knocked out way too early. So Bigetron needs to learn from Virtus Pro's experience and make sure they get to that final circle safe.
Yeah, let's see though if they can get to that final circle a little bit safer, because a lot of pressure, a lot of heat is happening right now on the battlefield. And for the team stats right now, we look into the active skill that they have, pretty much a normal, but you know how Indonesia is, they want to add a little bit of something from the old patch right here, which is a Homer that I would say is doing them well, especially in engagement where there's potential that they will be able to use it to their advantage. But the rest of the teams are pretty much in the usual rusher, sniper, support role. So Azrael is the only one odd out, but it's not as if it changes that much, because they're still getting the numbers in.
Look at these numbers, bro. a total of 7 eliminations for Bigatron Esports to climb up here. And this is a little bit of a miss, because if they had gone all out in this game, they could have activated champion rush condition straight up. But of course, it's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation here. If you go all out, you might also get knocked out a little bit too early and not get to the champion rush condition. So they picked their battles well and missed the due for AG Global. 6 eliminations, 3,302 on the damage. Gets a double highlight for himself. And of course, Ray with the assist. But I don't think AG is close enough to the champion rush condition. We'll take a look at that shortly. Falcons with the 20 points, even though they do not hit the booyah. Question is, how far away is Falcons from the champion rush condition?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, because it's really a slow game for Team Falcons. It's only now that they are popping off. A lot of nations coming from them, but still no booyahs. So I guess we'll still have to wait and see if they can reach it. Probably around the 20 points more for them. So, and that's the hard part in this situation. If you're a team who didn't work that hard in the early parts of this day, you will need to chase double the amount, and as well as prevent the ones achieving the champion rush condition from getting the booyah. So it's tough for them.
Oh, look at this, man. So Virtus Pro will need only 3 points to activate champion rush. Bigatron Esports 8 points. AG Global, on the other hand, will require a total of 14. Onyx requires 20. Very doable. And of course, for my question of Falcons, we need a total of 21 points. So from the 6th spot all the way up to the 2nd spot, all these teams have a potential of activating champion rush. In fact, even Falcons or RRQ can do it. But for Falcons and RRQ to do it, they need a massive game, nephew.
Yeah, definitely, and we are not seeing that in these matches. It seems like all the pressure in grand finals is showing right now, because compared to knockout stage, we're seeing like 30 points, 20, like the higher 20 points in terms of booyahs. But the other teams are not getting that aggressive. They want to be safe. They want to make sure that they have placement first, and also deny the other teams, especially Borneo United, in taking them out. But I don't think that's the right mindset, because the goal for Borneo United is only to get that booyah. So whatever engagement they go into, if they lost a team or they lost a few players or end up in the final circle with only one, that definitely is a denial for them already.
Yeah, we are very clearly seeing the fact that to get to the champion rush is one challenge, and closing the competition with a booyah is a whole other level of challenge, right? So Buriram has failed to do it the first time round, and this is their second opportunity now. But of course, we still do have teams who need to hustle. Although Buriram does not close that out, the other teams are still at a pace where they have to stop Buriram one more time. In the meantime, we also have to pay attention to the fact that some movement on the leaderboard is very much possible game after game because of how close they are to each other. And we are looking at, 4 points, 3 points, 2 points between these teams. And this is going to play a very big factor in terms of the amount of money they take home. The prize pool is massive, $300,000 on the table. Every single spot you jump can potentially hold a little bit of a super bonus to take back home in your bank account. So this is something that the teams need to figure out as well. It's not just about the trophy for some of these teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you cross over to the 8th spot, you will have $2,000 extra in your pocket. Yeah. And not only that, we were talking about putting yourself in a good position in the standings. It's because EWC is also on the way. So if you get to that 8th spot, well, if in case Team Falcons is not there as well, then you have that ticket to Riyadh. More chances to get more of those prize pool that Free Fire has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons currently sitting in the 6th spot. I don't know if they will actually lose their top 8 position. But if they do, obviously only the top 8 will proceed. If Falcons are still in the top 8, that means the top 9 will book their ticket to Saudi Arabia to compete at the Esports World Cup. So yes, you are absolutely correct, Neptune. We are aiming for so many things here. We are aiming for the champion. We are aiming for teams to stop them being champion, to activate the champion rush condition for themselves. We're looking for more money. We're looking for the flight ticket to Saudi Arabia Esports World Cup. But of course, we are also looking forward to this fantastic interview that we have got lined up for you guys as well. Neptune and I do need to take a quick short break. We need to refresh our throats with a little bit of water so that we can come back in here stronger than ever. When we do come back, we hope to see each and every single one of y'all still with us. Enjoy the interview in the meantime.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người ạ. Đây là Yosun, bên cạnh Yosun đó chính là hai host đến từ hai khu vực Thái Lan và Indonesia. Đây là Misako và Conchinta. Và trước khi thì chúng ta bước vào trận đấu căng thẳng tiếp theo thì đây sẽ là thời gian nghỉ ngơi của các tuyển thủ. Và Yosun sẽ có một cái thử thách nho nhỏ dành cho cả ba người ở trên đây trên sân khấu. Đó chính là chúng mình sẽ làm một cái hành động để cổ vũ cho từng khu vực riêng của chúng mình. Về Yosun thì Yosun sẽ cổ vũ cho Việt Nam và Malaysia. Misako thì tất nhiên sẽ là Thái Lan và Conchinta thì sẽ là Indonesia. Cho nên là bây giờ thì Yosu sẽ để cho hai người chị ở đây bắt đầu làm trước nhé. Okay, hello everybody. I'm Yunsul and here is Misako and Conchinta. So during our tournament break, we will have a small challenge for us here that we will do a pose to cheer up for our region. For me, it will be Vietnam and Malaysia. Misako, Thailand, and Conchinta will be Indonesia, and I will let them do first. Okay, so we can start off with Conchinta.
Oh, so I'm going first now. Okay, I thought you were going first. All right. Okay. Indonesia fighting! Go Indonesia! Come on, you guys. So close. Okay,
Really
I think that's
cute.
it from me.
That was like the whole content, not just the post. But okay.
Okay, let's see what you got.
I think I'll go with Thailand fighting!
Misa, our ambivert girl, introvert girl. Okay, and for Yunsul, I will represent for my country, Vietnam and Malaysia. Các bạn khán giả ơi, mọi người có thể làm theo Yunsul được không ạ? Rồi chúng ta tiếp sức cho P Esports và Team Flash được không ạ? Ok, làm theo Yunsul nha mọi người. 1, 2, 3. Cố lên! P Esports, Team Flash, fighting! And of course, good luck to you as well, Tudak. Okay, we just finished our job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us on the stage. Rồi các bạn khán giả ơi, cảm ơn tất cả mọi người rất nhiều vì đến giờ này vẫn còn ở lại với chúng mình để tiếp thêm lửa và tiếp thêm nhiệt cho hai đội tuyển P Esports và Team Flash, cũng như là đang theo dõi 12 đội tuyển ở đây. Thực sự cảm ơn các bạn rất là nhiều ạ. Thank you so much. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều ạ. Ok, và bây giờ thì chúng ta hãy cùng chuẩn bị cho trận đấu tiếp theo nhé. Let's head back to our casters.
Gua benar-benar berharap semoga tim Indonesia Esports dan SFW bisa menjadi juara 1 dan 2 dunia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. 6 maps already done, but the battle is not yet over as the team race for that championship as they activate that condition. But for those who are going in for a stretch, they need that energy to get back in play. Thus, Red Bull is bringing it to us.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall FFWS SEA 2025 seasons. They've been rocking it all the way through with us, and these players are definitely pumped up. But are they pumped up enough to once again put a stop to Buriram? Will it be Falcons or will it be somebody else? It matters not, because the teams are fighting for more than just stopping Buriram. The teams are fighting for their own champion rush condition activation. The teams are fighting for bigger part of a bigger slice of this pie called the prize pool. The teams are fighting for a lot in here, and you know, pretty surprising stuff, man. I expected to see teams like EVOS and RRQ in a way better position, but I guess Hanoi is just kind of messing up with them just a tad bit, because when we were in Surabaya, these Indonesian teams were popping off on a whole other level.
And that provides a lot of problems, because at some point you will end up playing in a different place. You won't be playing home soil. And even for those who are, especially in Vietnam, only a few or only one is really putting it on, and that is Team Flash. And not so much that they are on top 6. And even PE Sports are getting that much pressure as well. So it's only those who are set in mental fortitude that's really doing that much, and that is Buriram United, who managed to activate the champion rush condition a little bit too early than the rest, as well as Virtus Pro, who is doing so much to survive and reach that same level. But I would say for AG Global and Bigatron Esports, they are very close against those two teams, but it would depend on how it will end into next map. But speaking of map, we don't know yet which map we're playing.
That's the insane thing, right? We have no idea exactly where we're going to be doing battle on next. If we go to Bermuda, I think we can call the end to the competition already. Buriram is looking to dominate as usual. But of course, map selector whipped out as we head on in to figure out exactly where Game 7 will be on. So Lara did not fare well for the boys, but perhaps Lady Luck will have us scream a little louder as we bring the battle home to Purgatory.
Yeah, Purgatory it is, and this is tough really, because when we look at it, it was RRQ who grabbed the Puya in this map, and you did mention that they're far away from getting or activating that champion rush condition. So this might be a chance for them to really catch up in terms of points, and they only need around 24 points to be able to do so. So this is a chance for them to reach it, as well as the mission to deny Buriram United of grabbing a Booyah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, we want to see everybody go up there and take their shot at grabbing the Booyah. But this is a huge blessing for RRQ. We just talked about how RRQ and EVOS are way too low on that leaderboard. They're on the 8th and 9th spot, man. Unbelievable stuff. But if RRQ can use this map as an opportunity to grab yet another Booyah, they will launch themselves straight into champion rush territory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of challenge, a lot of hopes for these teams, and hopefully they are, for those who haven't caught up just yet, they haven't lost all of those hope, because a lot of things will happen. Again, we have a potential of 10 match. We have reached that 6th map already, and we're jumping into 7. So any of the teams might be able to take down Buriram United. If hot drop them, go ahead. If you meet them on rotation, go ahead. As long as you take them out and deny them of the Booyah, the battle continues, and other teams will have a chance to activate the champion rush condition. So those are the things, even for the fans out there, the survivors out there is watching who are confused, it's not yet over. Even if you're like got 100 points and you don't get a booyah, you will not end up as a champion unless we get into the 10th map or the end of the 10th map where no one managed to go back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is obviously looking like there's a potential. There's a great big potential. It does go all the way up into game number 10. But the more we stretch this out, the more the number of teams are going to be activating the champion rush condition. And for all we know, Neptune, Virtus Pro might just find their very first booyah here after they activate the champion rush condition. Maybe that's what they're waiting for.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they're very close. They were close and then denied of that chance earlier. So they could have been in there on the board already on the side once we go into the battle with that crown on them. Because we know how it is. They might be slow on the knockout stage, but they want that championship towards this grand final. So a lot of heat, a lot of expectation, a lot of potential of losses as well at this point, and no one, absolutely no one can definitely tell how it ends.
No one can predict how this one goes, and just because RRQ got the booyah in the previous game does not mean Buriram is not capable of ending this matchup right here, right now. Obviously, it is going to be a tad bit tough. If we look at the overall dominance, Buriram is the 4th team that's ranked here. And guess what, man? We have not seen a single booyah from Buriram on Purgatory. But it still may be possible, right? If these boys really hustle, if luck is on their side, maybe Buriram will bring out their very first Purgatory booyah on the grand finals day when it's most definitely needed.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see. I mean, a lot of storylines is building up. A lot of, well, not just good storylines, but some with a sad story as well, especially for those stuck at the bottom of the leaderboard. So this might be their chance really to catch up, not for the championship, but as you mentioned, the bigger piece of that prize pool, as well as a potential to get in to Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. So Esports World Cup is also around the corner. So that's something that fans out there, the players, the teams out there are looking forward to.
Yeah, dude, I really hope I get to fly to Riyadh, man. I've been crossing my fingers, okay? I've been crossing my fingers. I want to get hired. I want to go to Saudi Arabia. I want to see these boys. And the only reason why I want to go to EWC is because I want to meet these players. I want to see them perform on that stage live. It's going to be, epic on a whole other level. But yeah, we'll see what Lady Luck has in for me. Maybe my luck is going to be like Buriram, right? Perform all the way to be on the champion rush condition, but no booyah.
I mean, it's not over till it's over, as we often say.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have plenty of chances remaining. Yeah, I'm talking about Brim and you both. Plenty of time remaining before we see the end of the story. So as we wait, everyone is prepared right now, and they're keeping their time because I know all the tension is already on a team. A lot of teams have met early demises in the battle, and this is the team that we're showing right now, Evo's Divine. We expected them to really bring it on. The same goes for RQ, and it's really not showing.
And of course, nothing is guaranteed out there just because you're a damn good team, because we are in Southeast Asia, baby. Every single team out here is good enough to rip away a booyah. But of course, thus far, only 5 teams have managed to do that. Buriram, Bigatron, AG, Global, alongside RRQ. That's 4. Sorry, my math fails me.
It's all right. I mean, there's a lot of calculation that we've been doing, anticipation on what the next result would be after a map. So hopefully, Buriram United right now is ready, because all they want to get, and it's not even Christmas, all gift that they want to get is that booyah. So let's see if this is the chance that they have, or can they share, give a chance, a little bit of hope to others, and keep them in the game up until the 10 match.
And of course, I'm just wondering how long more Will these players kind of hold out on us, right? This is obviously the final opportunity potentially if Buriram, because it's just about time before we see Bermuda on that randomizer. And I believe if we get a if we get a Bermuda pull, Buriram is going to hit that Booyah, just like how we started off the day. So teams need to end this before we get that far.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see, though. I mean, I guess we're just waiting for the match to continue, and the teams are getting ready. And you know how it is. Even from the early parts of this day, we have met a few of those delays because we want to make sure that the teams are all set. Everything is perfect in terms of their devices. Everything is perfect in terms of their own status, personally, mentally. So I guess that's one thing that we will be waiting for as we look at the players. And only a few of those faces are in a not so good mood. Probably it's because not too comfortable in front of the stage and in front of a lot of fans out there. And that's what we're talking about. Some pressure will bring that. Thus, your performance will dwindle.
Absolutely. And of course, we're looking at teams like Toda as well. The Malaysian team has been very impressive today in terms of what they have done in certain circumstances. But points-wise, they have been struggling, right? And no doubt at all, this was something that was expected. Not a single time Toda has made it into the final circle. And this is a little surprising for some, but not so surprising for many. They did manage to perform quite a little bit in Phase 2, but that was only towards the tail end of Phase 2. They've managed to break into the top 6 by the end of Phase 2 to book themselves a slot here, but we haven't seen much to celebrate about for Malaysia.
Yeah, again, I guess the same story goes for those part of the bottom 6 before heading into the grand finals. Because, well, at some point they do have, or they might have taken that chance to get to the grand finals a little too early, but they waited, or probably it's chances that the top dogs are not part of it. Thus, they managed to get back up. So, and if that is the tactics, grand finals will not help you in any way, because pretty much that's where you meet all those top dogs. That's where you meet all those giants. And well, you do get the $10,000 if in case you end up at the bottom of the grand finals, but hopefully that is not the case for some. Hopefully they aim for a little bit more. Hopefully they are more motivated because they are on this stage, but it's tough to call. When we thought that aggressiveness will be showing, especially the latter part of the game or of the day, it's not, because everyone is very cautious. They don't want to be like shot at from afar by teams who's chasing for that activation of the champion rush. So there's a lot of factor that affects their gameplay.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And I think, teams really need to hustle, and we have seen the hustle from Falcons quite a little bit already, but no Booyah for them just yet, and quite a distance away from activating Champion Rush. But what they did was stop Buriram dead in their tracks in the previous match, and this has allowed many of the teams to continue to climb the leaderboard, to make their fate, and to play for a bigger prize out of this solid prize pool that we've got on the table today, right? 300k USD, and the top spot, the one that rips away the #1 place, gets $100,000. So much of money on the table, and this is not peso, this is not rupees, this is US dollars. So yeah, you take that, you convert it, it's a lot of money.
Oh, definitely. I mean, when you say US dollars already, that is like no need to convert. Pretty much, it is a lot, especially for me coming from the Philippines. But well, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Hopefully that whatever we're saying, I know the teams are not listening, but the viewers out there, hopefully you're motivated as well to do well in your matches. You might be the next pro team jumping in on stages just like this, not only in Hanoi, but other regions, other part of Southeast Asia. So if that is your goal, you will be able to learn a lot from the teams out here. Review all the VODs that we have from the past, from the knockout stage up until now, and there's a lot that you can learn. Same goes for us, because if it wasn't for Crash Squad, we might not be able to rank up in our home game. So yeah, a lot of fans out there, a lot of viewers out there can learn a lot from this pros.
Yeah, I mean, tons of fans in Vietnam, all lovers of Free Fire. And of course, if you're PE Sports, I thought he was spraying, but he's just making sure his hands are warm. Yes, well, either way, man, whatever rocks your boat, whether you pray or you keep your hands warm, as long as these boys can go out there and perform well, that's all we are looking for. PE Sports. The last time we looked at them on the overall leaderboard, they were in the 11th spot. So yeah, they're definitely not playing for champion rush point at this point of time. They're just playing for more money. And I want to see them in the final circle. I think PE Sports has not been playing their best for the past few seasons, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that is a challenge for them. And this is, I would say, despite of them getting last year into Esports World Cup, this is another booster. But as we go into this fight, we are about to see if this will be the end of the battle. Purgatory showing up, the flight path is on, and it is queued once again. I guess a lot of hot drops will be starting this game pretty well.
Yeah, man, I mean, the hot drops are going to throw quite a bit of chaos into the air. Put it out of the flight already, straight towards Marbleworks as usual. The question is, does anybody else decide to drop by here together with them as well? That is going to be a huge blow to the team that's currently sitting on that champion rush condition. But thankfully, nobody chooses to disturb Buriram as of now. Megatron Esports will not be troubled by anyone. And of course, as we spot the players on the side of Buriram, slowly chilling as they take their landing. Yeah, we are going to be all fine and dandy here. Two big compounds for Buriram to loot up.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing I noticed, though, is if I remember it correctly, the previous Purgatory is also a skewed flight path. Because I was expecting a Virtus Pro to drop into Moat House, but like the flight path is just coming in the bottom part, the southern part of the map. Thus, they weren't able to reach that, and they ended up in a different drop spot. So yeah, Purgatory definitely is something that is quite different for the team, but you know, that's how RRQ made it work. So let's see if they can grab another Booyah, or will it be the champion or potential champion Buriram United that can do so.
Yeah, man. And Megatron looks like they are off the cuff for this time. But core memory up against Toda. This is a sticky situation here at Mount Villa. Toda has got the guns, and CRM knows there's an opponent waiting to knock down at their doors. Dawn with the P90. Traps on the hunt. With the Trogon, manages to pop one, but does not get the takedown just yet. And Dawn's going to get sprayed down as Traps shows up with the Trogon. Try to turn around and get out of there, but Cougar is going to be caught as well. So early two-player sacrifice here from the side of CRM, and Toda gains 2 points.
Yeah, 2 points to be able to, well, I would say move themselves a little bit higher on leaderboard, and let's see if they can get out from that 12th spot. But it's a good way as well, or it's a good thing that we're seeing it from Todak, because most of the time, every time they are down in dumps, they slow down their approach, but there's no slowing down for AG Global. Oja is a casualty in that fight, and Azrael tries to fight back.
Yeah, bro. I mean, Megatron, 700 coins, no issues. Buys his buddy right back. Oja, 600 spent early on as AG Global now. Slowly but surely, they drive in to see if or not they can pick up a couple of extra points. Azrael will get the double revolver knock before getting hit down to the ground. Unfortunately, nobody there to continue those shots, so that knock will be deterred as they pick their buddy up. Core memory will allow RRQ to take the zip line and back away, but RRQ now Perhaps straight into the hands of Team Flash, but very smart rotation using the bottom of the hill to block out quite a bit of vision here from Team Flash.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they need that. They definitely understand what rotation they will take. They spot out the opponent already from afar, and let's see if they can take this compound with a bang, because the Team Flash, they're not sticking into one part, and Dinoculars has been used to spot out, but not all of the players, so they might be in a surprise right now. Once Team Flash regroups and they see that there's a full squad in this compound, and there you go, Team Flash initiating the challenge just to make sure that they don't get too close.
And the question is, can Dudes pull this grenade off? Very smart pullback by Team Flash, not wanting to deal with any bit of lethals, courtesy of RRQ. And Flash is just really not waiting at all. They've run away, and this could just put Team RRQ in a lot of trouble, because as Flash backs away, RRQ on pursuit. EVOS Divine is watching all of this, and Coach Jill with the shot from afar, the Woodpecker finding one and instant delete onto Ma'al as well.
And that's one thing, though. That's one thing. I mean, they might still be expecting the Team Flash is the challenger that they want to deal with. But EVOS Divine already jumped in, especially Rasia. And again, a good view against Abe right now. And on the other side, it is Ray with that M79 grenade launcher. And RRQ is in trouble. Ma'al going in for that revive, but might be stepping into the compounds of Esports, not being able to survive that much. 40 HP and not so much, leaving it all to Dudes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dudes all alone. Question is he going to get caught out here as he drops back? RRQ's just been having a messed up run here on today. Ray, grenade launcher. We'll find Azriel. A little bit of civil war between EVOS and Bigatron. And straight out of there, Kyung's going to be holding back to see if or not he can play a little bit of distraction as he allows his team member to get away from this sticky situation. Core Memory dropping by as well. And Bigatron should be able to survive, all thanks to the interference here from the Thai squad.
Oh, well, we'll see, though, if we can survive. The Knockler is being used, spotting 4 of the members. And the player from Bigatron Esports is very quiet in this compound. In one corner, not really breathing out. And Kyung really needs to do so. Otherwise, he will be the next target, unable to revive their teammate. And I guess they remain, or they stay alive in this fight.
And now Core Memory sizing up EVOS. Not looking to make a mistake just yet, though. They've got enough utilities here to pick a good fight. Of course, they want to guarantee themselves a victory here on this team fight as well. So they're waiting for EVOS to make a mistake first. And as they do that, Koja brings 2 of his players back in, which means Bigatron is on a full team recovery.
Yeah, Bigatron Esports is back. And looking at the leaderboard for this map, EVOS Divine already have 4 elimination. But as we look into the map as well, that Team Flash and PE Sports might be going against each other. For Borneo United, well, they are getting deep. And, well, they went deep. And now going into the edge, again, we are seeing survivability. That is name of the game right now that Borneo United is following. Spotting Todak, or being spotted by Todak, though, might spell that they need to go out into the next phase of the circle. They don't want to lose any of their players, and they're just aiming for that booyah.
Let's see if or not they can circle around. Out in the open now, Buriram. He's got a truck to play with, so very instant transportation to get into a little bit of a better defensive spot. Virtus Pro in a little bit of danger. Look at this. Onyx flying straight in for a fight. And Nameless could not find the full connection as somebody else dropped the blue wall right in front of him. That bit unfortunate, that.
I mean, it could have been a knock already, but no! There goes a rain of grenade coming from Onyx Olympus and Virtus Pro right now. Nameless getting a little bit of cover to recover as well in this fight. And we're looking at 3 more points for Virtus Pro. That's the only thing they need. If they take down Onyx Olympus, definite champion rush condition met, but they need to survive because it's taking a while for them to go and eliminate this squad. So they don't want to go early, but they don't want to be a little bit too aggressive as well as Adrian. That's one down already. Let's see if they can confirm it. And there you have it. Another one as we look into the fray. Zyro is getting close, but as we switch on to Diamond, Adam can meet the backstab, but no, it is Zyro who brings it down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Virtus Pro losing Fuwara as well. A 2 for 2 now. And make that a 2 for 3. Virtus Pro did not see this one coming. Fuwara laid out, and Onyx came flying in just to wipe Virtus Pro out. Unbelievable. Virtus Pro was looking for the champion rush activation, and 2 games in a row they have been denied.
Denied? Not only by 2 games, but also by 2 points. And, well, Virtus Pro, that is what happened if they're put in the pressure cooker. They are really going to boil. And it boils down to them waiting for another chance, especially depending on core memory right now to finish Boream United off.
My God, Virtus Pro, they have terrible luck in here today. After doing so much to climb up the leaderboard, they just cannot seem to bring it to a close. Just like Buriram, who are struggling right now. And of all teams, core memory, toasting them. Wasada will fall, and Buriram is denied as well. Both the top 2 teams of the leaderboard here at the grand finals facing big denials here in game 7.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the top 2 would be the first 2 to be eliminated in this game 7. So there's more chances for Bigatron Esports, AG Global as well to catch up, and that would depend on how aggressive they will be, especially the points that they need. And AG Global showing up right now, taking down Russia and the elimination. But on the other side, we also are seeing Team Falcons shooting back at them, and AG Global will be the next target of the green team.
How unbelievable, bro. And RRQ might just be able to make a fight for the champion rush condition because they almost got wiped on the floor earlier, but they've made a little bit of a recovery. Prestinis, Disabe have enough in the tank. They got a bunch of players rotating behind him in the form of EVOS once again, but Zom helping out RRQ as they take down a player from the side of EVOS. And AG Global now setting this up against Team Flash.
Yeah, Team Flash, aggressive team from Vietnam. Cypher a little bit too close though. Grenades and glue wall melters being thrown, spotting Wang Am, but denied of that push. And let's see if Chinoy can help ding down ABC. Wang Am, there goes the takedown, and Chinoy still at it. Here comes ABCD trying to teach them some 1, 2, 3, and still managed to survive with a full 200. And AG Global is out. Let's see if it will be the end. And Team Flash managed to survive.
Oh, great play by Team Flash. ABCD, Zom back up on their feet and now looking for the circle. Core Memory still doing a number. RRQ looks like they are not going to get anywhere close to the champion rush condition, but we have not spotted the team Bigatron Esports. The Falcon Slayers are still prowling around out there, and they are not too far away from the champion rush condition. They only require 8 points from this game.
See, 8 points. I mean, if in case they get into halfway through, they will be able to get the placement points to add to that. But RRQ denied overall. Team Flash, after surviving that onslaught, now going in for the battle against Bigatron Esports. And this is the beginning of BTR farming for that 8 points. Zom right now trying to defend themselves, but all across will be BTR's M590, as well as Kyung with that SBD. Team Flash out, and BTR gets the first 2.
Yeah, Bigatron needs to be very careful now. Onyx has already spotted them from afar, and they've got the safe zone, which means they get to gatekeep Bigatron Esports. And now this circle is definitely going to do the damage in. Bigatron on for the flight in. Launch pad, putting them in a better position as Onyx takes out their brothers from the side of EVOS, dropping the team out of the equation as well. Onyx seeing these players fly on in, trying to get that reposition, but of course keeping them safe at the same time as well. So much of chaos to manage at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good thing we are not ending up on the waters right here, and plenty of dry land for the team to work with. Dix right now, blue wall has expired for them, but they can recover. They can regroup as they try to go for the rush against Onyx Olympus, but they can't get too close. And with all this noise, it can pull in the attention of the other teams from the other side. But Team Falcons, only one remains on fire against a number of PE Esports player, and PE Esports get their 6th elimination.
PE Sports for Vietnam rising up to the Kang. And Onyx mowed down. Bigatron needs 8 points, which they have secured. Now, Bigatron Esports has successfully activated the champion rush condition, but of course they have to finish this game first. Even if they walk away with the booyah, it will mean nothing. And now, aiming to shut down PE Esports from afar. Only 3 players left in here. We've got Thailand, we've got Indonesia, we have got Vietnam. Can PE get this done for Yoon Sol's sake today?
Yeah, let's see though. PE Sports putting in a lot of pressure onto core memory, not really putting so much mind against Bigatron Esports, especially with the monster truck that they laid out as cover for them. But they need to relocate just to make sure that they have a good cover later on. But Lau Hao will be shot down as they fly in.
Oh my goodness me, PE's out. And now it's the show between Thailand and Indonesia. The Falcon Slayers now need to look for a way to give core memory, a core memory to always remember them by. CRM is nowhere close to that champion rush condition. Bigatron Esports have already activated it for themselves. Even if Bigatron falls now, it is of 0 consequence to the team.
Yeah, and it's up to them really just to deny core memory of getting a lot of points. They Riptide Rhythm in the wrong timing, in the wrong place. Here comes Bigatron Esports going in for the rush. Kuka right now guards the front as the rotation will be done by Ezreal, or probably the distraction will be done by Ezreal to pull the other players in, and it is working. Kyong and the rest of the team can go in for the rush against Dawn, but they are not working their way through that wall.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the circle to come. Moving on through, but Kyong takes the advantage. And the initiative by Bigatron Esports will give them the first knock. Koja down there bleeding on the ground though. Ding traded out by Kuga. M590 play from CRM is absolutely nasty. Kuga on the prowl, looking for Azrael, who's really, really low. Kyong sprayed down as well, but Kuga has to deal with the glue walls. Kuga, circle, bye-bye as Bigatron Esports hits the booyah!
Yeah! This will be the 3rd booyah for Bigatron Esports, and this one I'm talking about. From the past, we don't see that this much of consistency coming from Bigatron Esports in grabbing the booyah. So I guess they're getting comfortable already, and as we talk about it, they are the 2nd team managed to activate that champion rush condition, AJ.
Wow! 3 booyahs, 1 more than Buriram. And now, alongside Buriram United Esports, the underdogs from Indonesia looks like they could just be the champions of Indonesia. In fact, the champions of the whole region of Southeast Asia. Bigatron Esports, what a big play today here at the Grand Finals.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that is big play indeed. Because as we can see it, Buriram United has been taken down a little bit early. Yes, they're not really aiming for getting so much of points, but the denial of that booyah will, or denial of even moving forward past the 12th spot will leave them in the number 1 waiting. But if BTR is already there, there's a huge potential that they can overtake them onto the next map.
Yeah, man.
This is such a turn of events, AJ.
It is, you know, but once you activate the champion rush condition, how many points you have matters not for the championship. What it does impact, though, is the amount of money you pull away from the prize pool. So obviously they will need a few more points out there, but now the aim is simple. look for the booyah. And clearly, Bigatron Esports is very, very good at doing that today here at the Grand Finals. They're not doing it against, teams in Phase 2. They're literally doing it against the top dogs who have made it in here as the top 12 of Southeast Asia. Unbelievable stuff. One of the first few times we spotted out this Bigatron team was the season. It was literally spring last year, right? That was the debut of the team, and then we saw them again at EWC, but they were always the underdogs. They were always just the new name that made a little bit of noise, got people excited, but didn't do much in the league.
Yeah.
Not the case here at the Grand Finals.
Well, they want to show up. They don't want to be dubbed as the Falcon Hunters anymore, or the Giant Slayers anymore. They want to be the Giants themselves, and I guess this is a chance for them. And it's only 1 year or 2 years, I would say, with the inclusion of when they were introduced, and now they are right here. And the change, if this continues, the change from Bigatron Esports can overshadow a lot of teams out here. The storyline that BTR has brought in, being only new in the FFWS series and still making waves just like this.
And now 4 booyahs in a row for Indonesia. My question is, when will Vietnam, when will the host city for the Grand Finals find a booyah out there on the stage? We have talked so much about the home ground advantage. I think the home ground disadvantage is more like it here in Hanoi, because I think the pressure on the Vietnamese teams is just way too much. And we don't have WAG because they just didn't qualify, man. PE Sports Flash, props to them for making it into the Grand Finals, but we just don't see enough from them just yet. Is it too late? I don't think so. I think they can still hustle, because just like how Buriram has now been denied twice, maybe the denials will continuously come through for both them and Bigatron and give teams from Vietnam a few extra chances.
Speaking of denials, I'm still, heart goes to Virtus Pro. they could have taken that 3 points already, but still denied of even activating the champion rush condition. So that's one thing though. And one thing is, another, props to Onyx Olympus, they survive a little bit longer to get close to Virtus Pro. Well, I guess with that being taken out a little bit early, it is bound to happen. So we have a few teams that is very close at that point, but the risk is 2 of the teams as well is also waiting for that booyah. So let's see on how it's going to end up on the next map. But in a bit, we're going to hear from the team themselves, Bigatron Esports, for the interview on what they feel as well as how they did another booyah, the 3rd booyah for today, AJ.
Yeah, I just want to skip the interview, man. I want to get into the match. I want to bring the randomizer out. I want to see who has managed to hit the champion rush condition. Obviously, we know now Buriram is going to be joined by Bigatron Esports. 3 phenomenal booyahs here in the Grand Finals by an Indonesian team. And for it to not be RRQ and EVOS is mind-blowing, right? And in fact, RRQ and EVOS are down in the dumps. Onyx and Bigatron are above them. What a turn of events here. Ezreal, the MVP, 4 eliminations, 4 knockdowns, 2,410 on the damage, rocking that homer. And we saw quite a bit of action from him, and that AWM, weapon of choice, was truly the weapon of destruction.
Yeah, he is a support, but still hitting it from afar, or I might be mistaken, he is a sniper at this point. But yeah, he is being the sniper at this point, but not really rocking the same as what we've seen earlier. It's also Koja, who is mostly getting all of those from afar. But in terms of the number of points, number of elimination that they got, it's quite even, not so much, because every team is being cautious in this game. They don't want to risk being taken out early. They want that chance to farm a few more points and probably join Buriram United and BTR meeting those conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kuga, Sensei making the highlight reel this time round, and CRM also making the highlight reel for eliminating Buriram so early in that matchup, right? And of course, that was Purgatory. And I keep saying this, these teams better finish the competition before we get a Bermuda pull. because I tell you, Buriram will be looking to end it right there. Core Memory actually ripping away the #1 spot overall thanks to the phenomenal performance. 15 eliminations, 4 out of the 15 has got Buriram's name on it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Core Memory is bringing that right here. And, well, Bigatron Esports, 23 points. They really don't need to get that much, but they've already activated that the champion rush condition. P Esports right now, 14 elimination, or 14 points rather, and Onyx Olympus. And speaking of Onyx Olympus, very, very close. Only 7 points remaining. And you know how Onyx Olympus is playing right now. Very passive and hitting from a distance. So it's easy. I would believe it's easy for them to be able to get that 7 points needed to join BTR as well as Buriram United.
I don't know how insane this is. Now, Bigatron Esports overtakes Buriram on the overall leaderboard. 95 points as opposed to the 94 that Buriram has. And both of them have activated the Champion Rush. And Virtus Pro still hasn't. They needed 3 points earlier. Now they need 2 points. Maybe after this game, they will need 1 point.
That would hurt. That would hurt definitely if that is the case. I mean, 1 point for each game. But let's head over and find out what map we're going to play on the next game as we jump into the max selector. And hopefully it stops because it's getting me dizzy right now. And I'm also hoping it would be Bermuda for a chance for Buriram United to end this. Oh, I take that back. I don't want them. And yeah, quickly.
No Bermuda. No Bermuda. No Solara! And the chaos will continue. Those slide rails will determine exactly how fast you can reposition. And guess what, baby? Bigatron Esports hit that Solara Booyah earlier. So can we see history here? Can we see a back-to-back-to-back Booyah and Champion Rush condition activation followed by the championship taken home to Indonesia? It will truly be history made here in Hanoi, Vietnam.
Definitely. I mean, they have been dubbed the Kings of Solara from the knockout stage. So I guess this is the time. This might be the time for Bigatron Esports to steal away another championship, or not for them, but Buriram United to be denied of another championship. This time not Team Falcons, not RRQ, but it's Bigatron Esports. And I guess I was saying earlier that they want to get away from the title of Giant Slayer, but if they do this, they definitely are the Giant Slayer.
Oh, I mean, amen. You can say that again, brother. And Virtus Pro so close and yet so far. And now they've been overtaken. But it is not too late. They just need to stop these two monsters called Buriram as well as Bigatron Esports. Both of them start with a B. Is that a coincidence? I think not.
Yeah, I mean, most of the fans out there might be saying that Alpha is something that you need to be in the top. But these two teams says Beta is also good enough.
Good enough indeed, man. Of course, jokes aside, I think it is going to be a phenomenal opportunity here for some of these teams to earn a couple of extra points, right? Because overall, yes, we do want to be looking for those points. Virtus Pro needs 2 points. Onyx Olympus now needs 7 points. AG Global needs 8 points. Core Memory needs 11 points. These are all points to activate Champion Rush.
Yeah.
And in order for those points to make sense and even matter for a Champion Rush condition activation, just like what we saw happening to Buriram, we need Bigatron and Buriram to get eliminated early. I do not want to see this end early. I want game number 10. I want to make history here in the world of Free Fire. The very first time we have a potential 10 games, we go the distance of 10 games.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at numbers as well, well, it seems like even in those, like coming from the 9th spot and above, can hit that Champion Rush condition on a good run. So that is a first, condition or mission that they have is to take down BTR and Brave United to deny them of getting a booyah and then getting a decent amount. 21 points is needed by RRQ to meet that condition, and they are currently on the 9th spot. And even for Evo Divine, I mean, they need 22 points. So that is a very, very close to reality based on how they played before.
And you see AG Global a little sad, but they don't need to be too sad, man, because they're not too far away. 8 points to the activation of the Champion Rush condition is very doable. But I tell you, the bigger threat here is not Buriram, it's Bigatron Esports, the team that has just secured a back-to-back booyah, the team that secured the booyah on Solara, the team that has got 3 booyahs in the grand finals today. Who can stop the brand new monsters in the competition? Bigatron Esports.
Yeah, Bigatron Esports dropping in a little bit early, but not out of the way of the flight path. The only question is, will anyone be hot dropping them? Because Brave United drops into the hub right now, a little bit too close to the edge, and that is their gameplay. They want to stand by and watch the other teams and then take advantage of that. But for BTR, they jump into the middle, into Archway. So they have a good potential of securing a booyah if they can defend themselves in this area. And they do know how to rotate well in this map of Solara.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And we saw the beauty earlier, and we might just be able to see the beauty yet again here from the side of Bigatron Esports.
But I think if you want to see, we saw the beauty earlier. I think we want to see the beast from Bigatron Esports now.
I mean, their booyah here earlier was not a massive one at all. You know, it was a very tame booyah.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they need to become the winners. Civil war between Vietnam play. Ay, death out of nowhere. Drop in narrow, and Kang is there for the save though. And that M82B just way too sharp of a shot. And you can see there's no cheers in the background. And this is how Vietnam can know, okay, maybe we're fighting against our own brothers. Every time Vietnam has been on the screen, they have all been screaming.
Right. But no one, because like they're the ones who's falling down as well. Teams from their regions are falling down as well. So I guess this is not what the fans out there on the stage are waiting for, have been hoping for. But at least if one wins and continue it on towards the end, well, I guess that's where we hear the cheer. But first elimination already happening. PE Sports right now moving in across, not really finding some of Team Flash players out here. So let's see if this is an escape that Team Flash can do. But as we go into the other side, we have Evos going against Core Memory.
And just when you thought it was all going to come, and I think we're going to get a little bit of a extension on the dream here for some of these teams. Question is, who can catch out Buriram? Core Memory on the rotation, looking for Evos, and Ray on the tags. Time turner pulled out in the nick of time. Dawn, P90, and Cougar sprayed down from afar. Evos out of nowhere turns the tables onto Core Memory just like that. One final survivor here on the side of Core Memory. No vending machine. And the slide rails with the glue wall. And Jump is out of there.
Yeah, I mean, that saves him. Compared to, I would say, to the launch pad, that is much safer right here. But the only difference is they know where you're going. They know where you are heading. So they can chase after you despite of the glue wall together with the slide rails right now. But Bigatron Esports going against PE Sports, and well, PE Sports backs away once again. So I guess PE Sports really wants to go to survive, because earlier managed to go for a knockdown and elimination of one player from Team Flash, and now after engaging against BTR, they are backing away. So they're just getting positions.
Only 2 teams can be champion at this point. That is Bigatron Esports as well as Buriram United Esports, because they have achieved the champion rush condition. That is 80 points. As long as you achieve 80 points, Your very next game or any of the other games, you just need to hit a booyah. If you can get that, you will be crowned champion. And even though Buriram has activated that, they have not been crowned champion because they have slipped up. Not by their own doing, of course. Core memory messed that up big time for them.
They slipped up out of the banana from the other teams out here.
Yeah.
So let's see if they can maintain themselves safe. The same goes for BTR. And you're seeing a pattern. We're seeing a pattern right here. Biatron Esports, yes, Solara, the previous Solara map is not that strong. They don't have that much of elimination, but they started it off with a few already. But now they are getting passive. They're ensuring that they have a lot or complete squad before heading into the final circle. And I guess that ruins your momentum, especially if you're used to rushing to a different team. So not quite sure if how that would work. I guess that's what's throwing off Buriram United as well, because we know how it is. If they have the moment, they go in for a rush. But no, now they meet a different team and then they turn their back trying to get away.
And boy, this is not what RRQ needs. Oda out of nowhere, Malaysian. Oi! And Punisher from 18 Dia gets a double and a triple! Soda! Are you gonna let him ace you? Yes, he can! 18 Dia, the monster! One more, let him ace. Let him ace, and he could not cook. Ma'al ends it as he drops the player from the side of Toda. Jojo stayed out of this one. He does not want to mess with them at all. But what a play by 18 Dia and that M590.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from EWC last year, we dubbed him the Clutch King because he did made an awesome clutch. It's 1 against 4 that he did, and he tries to do it again. But under the banner of RRQ, he's still making it work. He's still doing a lot from this team. So I guess it's a huge potential that he'll be able to do more. But for Abe, right now, he needs to move a little bit further to find out where Jojo is. But even if Jojo will be taken out, the revival has been done already for Todak.
Yeah, man. I mean, 18 Dia. The timing on, and with all guns, the M590, that was free fire perfection right there. Unfortunate that we always don't see him perform in such a way. There's just no consistency from 18 Dia. But when he is on fire, it is just beautiful to see him in action. But of course, RRQ continues to circle on away, leaving the player on the side of Toda unspotted. Jojo, very thankful of the case that he has not been spotted out just yet. He's waiting to use this vending machine, but clearly RRQ is hogging it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess he had a chance already earlier, if I'm not mistaken. And you're seeing a few players from Todak already spread out. So we're missing one player from Todak, and that is Videls right now, making work. Not quite sure for the vending machine or that revive platform, but at this point in time, second going to the third phase, it is risky because you'll be wasting a few resources in terms of meds. But I guess it will work if it means members of the team will come back.
And the pace is slow once again. Everybody is nervous on Solara, except the Indonesians. Clearly, they love the map and they've been playing a lot of Free Fire. That's how you know which nation is the most in love with Free Fire, right? New map, they dominated straight away. Then you know.
I mean, that's one
really
thing.
Good at it.
And that's one thing, though. I mean, RRQ has been dubbed the mastermind because of how quick they adapt. But with Solara, this is a good chance really for Bigtron Esports to make their name for themselves, other than whatever name they've already taken. We've given them so much of names, but again, another chance for Bigtron Esports to really take those titles. But for RRQ, again, slow pace. They want to go and stay the edge. Traps right now finally will be spotted, but everyone who jumps in falls down, and not for the wrong person, but for the wrong floor.
Uh-oh, traps. I don't know exactly how he's going to survive this one. I guess he doesn't. Off you go with my frying pan. As Abe gets the final hit in. And still 48 players because the revival was instantaneous from Team Toda.
Yeah, I mean, they were given time to recover. Traps, I would say the hero, the savior for Team Todak, because after reviving 2 of the players, they just spread out, and the distraction of Traps gave them chance not to be chased out of those after being revived. But for Buram United, well, we expected this. We waited for them to go for the engagement, but I guess we have to wait a little more. What they're aiming right now is to go and get that Booyah, but I'm not used to this. Most of the time, they spot an enemy like AG Global that we have right now, and they sense it. They stop on their heels and they send it, but they're not really firing back.
I mean, that's the issue here. And now, well, Buriram, I was just about to say they better have enough money for this launch pad, and they pulled it out instantly. Very easy. Ooh, good glue wall on the landing as well. As they stick the landing, Fuwara out of nowhere, just helping out Buriram a little bit. Virtus Pro shutting down the players who were teasing Buriram on that rotation, and now Jonah gets an opportunity as well to give them a little bit of a payback.
Yeah, well, Virtus Pro can rest. They have their 1 point already. They only need 2 points to be able to activate that champion rush condition. So let's see if they can rest or probably get another one just to make sure, just to make us happy. Because it has been quite disappointing. It's only a few more points, and when it really matters, Virtus Pro are failing. And no offense though, they are a good team. They know how to play. They know how to be aggressive, even tactical, because they tried that so many times. Thus, they were not performing that much compared to when they were reverse red. So I want to see that aggression once again. I want to see all those what we've seen them, what we recognize them of. So get back, but well, not today. There's a lot of pressure involved though.
Pressure indeed, my friend. Now Bigatron. Will they learn the hard way? Just like what Buriram learned. Do not play passive. The best defense is the offense. You take the fight to your opponents, you walk away with their heads on a platter and the trophy on toe. But now as they patiently await this third circle closing on in, taking the time for that rotation. Let's see exactly what fate holds for them a little bit later on. Falcons though. Up against BE Esports. BE dropping back down, and a double glue wall laid out here. FGL straight to the wall to make sure these boys do not push in to find the players on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, Team Falcons has a drop in against PE Sports, pushing PE Sports on the second floor, and also even Divine is very close. Not only that, we also see Team Flash and Onyx Olympus in the horizon, but Team Flash is a little bit busy with Team Todak. So a lot of chaos has been happening 12 minutes in, and now they will be feeling all those aggression, all those fight. So let's see who's going to win this battle.
Yep, Flash dropping death. ABCD backing away. M590 in hand. Jojo straight up onto the top. Has got a good angle to work on ABCD as well as the Zom here with that high ground advantage. Only thing is he might get sniped away. Vidal's on for the pickup. Traps back up on his feet. Faiz is there for the backup, and Jojo chips in. ABCD down. Faiz traded out. Zom still with the Trogon. Jojo has no angles. And out of nowhere, Team Flash eliminated. Soda gets some help.
Yep, Esports being eliminated as well. And Bigatron Esports denied of the Booyah and the championship at this point. Onyx Olympus will try to go against Warp Memory, and Adam a little bit too aggressive on the other side. We are seeing a battle against RRQ and AG Global, and this is how we call it. If you go passive, everyone goes passive, a lot of chaos will be ensuing, especially when blue squishes you all together.
Yeah, this is how we call it. And it looks like Jonah is still in it. And Jonah looking for the revenge onto Core Memory. You snuffed us out earlier. You stopped us from getting in. And Jonah personally with those grenades trying to put an end to CRM. And Onyx Olympus is going to find the missing pieces here. Team wipeout. Bye-bye CRM. As Onyx and Buriram work together to shut the squad out and down. And 96 points on toe. Buriram looking for the Booyah, looking for the championship.
Yeah, let's see. They are going against Onyx Olympus. Only 4 points remaining for them to activate the champion rush condition. Wasana on a rebel rush. But the pillars being used the best, but with that basic therapy connecting them, Wasana is really unfazed. 2 elimination already, and Brave United really cannot hold all those aggression in, and they are coming in to fight.
Yes, they're coming in for sure, and it looks like Virtus Pro will put up a strong defense. Moshi sprayed down to the ground, but it looks like Virtus Pro, and with the landmine, they take Moshi out. Wasana is there, still hanging on for his dear life, but as the only player for the side of Buriram, can he hold on? Jumps straight into the thick of the action here. Wasana single-handedly up against Fuwara, surviving, but the circle tagging Wasana up. Wasana running across the battlefield. Bye-bye, Buriram. We go to game number 9.
Yep, and we have 3 teams remaining right now. Evo's Divine, RRQ, make that, Onyx Olympus, all coming from Indonesia. And we're going to see another one. It might not be Bigatron Esports, but another Indonesian team grabbing that Booyah. The only question is, who will it be? Onyx Olympus with 2 players trying to hide out on the other side as Evo's Divine and RRQ are busy dealing with each other.
5 games in a row. The Booyah goes to Indonesia. Y'all gotta respect the region, man. Look at the hustle. Even Thailand cannot keep up with Indonesia this time round. Even though, of course, the Thailand teams had 2 teams jump up to the top of the leaderboard very, very early on. But a great big denial coming on through for Buriram and Bigatron here. RRQ, EVOS, Onyx, all looking for that qualifier into point rush, but unfortunately, Onyx will falter. And Onyx is the closest one to the champion rush condition. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Aim God, but he rebel rushes out of there, all thanks to the Zatsuya. Linked up with the Cassie, the electrotherapy, getting it done for him to make sure he can be a little bit more tankier. Rasya with the flank on the right-hand side, looking for a player. Aim God! Big brain play again for Dun, but 18 Deer jumps into the car and goes for the shutdown, and RRQ outplays EVOS. Rasya holding on, but it is not enough up against the numbers. RRQ finally pulls in the second Booyah of the day.
Yeah, definitely, and they need it. And the only question is, did they get enough points to activate the champion rush condition to join Bigatron Esports and Brave United, as well as, I guess, Virtus Pro is also in the mix because of how they took down Brave United earlier, but we have yet to see as we take a peek on the final moment from RRQ. 18 Deer definitely had been worked out right here, and despite of Aim God's quick thinking, it's still being denied of that Booyah.
Unbelievable stuff, man. This format for Free Fire is legit the best format ever. 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 You gotta love it, man. RRQ, Booyah, but no championship just yet. They still got quite a little bit of climbing on the overall leaderboard to do. But here's the beautiful thing. Now, 5 teams have activated the champion rush condition, baby. This is phenomenal. This is history in the making as we head on into game number 9.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we were expecting the Brave United will be taking it a little bit quicker, but no, denied overall. Bigatron Esports tried their best to do the same. Well, passiveness overall is not their signature. Thus, they were taken out a little bit too early. But instead of just having 1 to join the 2 teams that activated it, we had 3 more to join them. Virtus Pro definitely only a few points needed, and then we have a few teams that made so much of noise, put in so much of number, and as easy as that, managed to get to 80.
Champion rush, you gotta respect the Booyah. You gotta make sure you can find somehow or other to get into the final circle and hit the most important thing, not the points. No longer do we focus on the points. It's all about the Booyah. It's Free Fire, baby. It has always been about the Booyah, but so much more in this brand new format. And we will keep going. We got 2 more games, and by the end of the 10th game, if still nobody after activating this champion rush condition hits the Booyah, then we will look at the team with the most number of points. And even that is not Buriram at this point of time, or is it, right? I think we got to check on the overall leaderboard. Earlier it wasn't, now it could be because they got into the final circle, somewhere around that. And the one that took away the Booyah was RRQ, and they were just nowhere close to the top. But are they close enough to the 85 points? Yes, they are. Sorry, 80 points? Yes, they are. They do manage to get enough somewhere around that 84 point mark right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing, the magic that we are experiencing right now. Because Booyah is the only thing needed by Buriram United and Bigtron Esports. What surprises me is why are they going passive? Because if in case this continues and they are not putting in the numbers, and towards the end, then they will be taken down of the #1 spot. So I'm a bit confused, but I know they understand how it works. But if they play their regular game, I guess it's 50-50 overall, or probably a greater chance that they can get the Booyah because they're doing it from the past already.
History in the making. Never have we ever had 9 games in a free fire competition grand finals. We will see it today. And could we potentially extend this into a game number 10? Unbelievably, we could just get there. And I cannot wait for you guys to see the overall leaderboard shortly because it's just crazy, man. 8 India, the MVP. And truly deserved. I know everybody's raving about 8 India at this point of time because of that phenomenal play up against Toda earlier.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you can hit it alone against Todak, 1v3 situation, but unfortunately he went down and needed help from Al to be picked up, but he still managed to play around 3 players. That's something that is not for the teams are here, regardless of them being pro.
Yeah, man, it's not easy at all. Tatsuya, Cassie, Skylar, Koda, you know what it is. This is the meta. And if you want to roll out there and dominate some games together with your squad, this is the kind of lineup you want. RRQ is showing you what works. In fact, many teams out there are showing you guys exactly what works. And a massive number of eliminations this time around here for the squad. A total of 15 eliminations plus the Booyah. This is a massive game that has launched RRQ into Champion Rush territory.
Yeah, definitely, and well, we'll see. Looking forward to how it is on the scores later on. But as we look at the key players, we have Aim God with 5 elimination as a rusher. We have Evo's Divine Ray with 2,300 damage as a bomber, and 18 Deer. Yes, I know he's deadly on a shotgun, but he also put in 6 assists in that match.
Yeah, absolutely, and 27 points to jump on in here. EVOS, Onyx joining their big brother RRQ on the top 3. Buriram, VP, Falcon on the 4th, 5th, and 6th spot. And what's crazy about this is Virtus Pro has finally activated Champion Rush condition. Maybe that will motivate them for the Booyah after this. But here you go, man. 5 teams, 3 from Indonesia, 2 from Thailand have activated Champion Rush. If we still get denied of a championship game here on Game 9, that will be a testament to the quality here in Southeast Asia. And as a matter of fact, this is already a testament to the quality that we have here in Southeast Asia. 8 games in, we still do not have a champion.
Yeah, definitely. We still don't know who will be the champion because those that are expected are not taking the Booyah, and those that are like really low in terms of their placement are overtaking the others in grabbing that Champion Rush condition. Evo's Divine very close though, only 1 point remaining, but they have to hope that none of the 5 that is activated it already will be grabbing a Booyah. Otherwise, that would be a great disappointment because missing 1 point to join the 5 teams and probably get that championship is a definitely big disappointment.
Bermuda time, baby. Bermuda time, baby. Come on, map selector. Show me what I want. It's time Oh, not yet. We head on into Alpine instead. But you know what?
Yep.
At one point in time, Buriram did get called the dominators of Alpine, the kings of Alpine. But that was quite a while ago, Neptune.
Yeah, it's been a while though. And, well, I guess with how they changed their gameplay, that's one reason as well why they couldn't really overtake some of the teams or dominate some of the teams in one specific map, because you know how knockout stage is. They were just moving up and down until the perfect moment that it really matters that they have to be on that #1 spot. So we'll have to see though. They might bring it back because you know how Battle United is. If they needed it, if they want it, they will get it.
I legit am telling you guys, 8 games in, I have been giving my all for the past how many hours? Close to 6 hours, okay? And it's very different. Clash Squad 6 hours versus Battle Royale 6 hours is very different because it's just non-stop screaming for Battle Royale. But it has been a freaking fun day, man, and I'm not gonna stop just yet. But we are going to be able to hop on into 2 more matches. And one of our sponsors that has been able to, really motivate us to reach up to the top and really go all out is Samsung. Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra is the device's name if you're looking for a brand new mobile phone out there. It comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine and improved ray tracing technology. This delivers outstanding performance, lifelike graphic, and a smooth gaming experience with powerful AI capabilities, top-tier performance. The Galaxy S25 Ultra becomes the ultimate weapon for professional gamers. And who are the professional gamers? These players out there. FFWS SEA. This is the lobby you should not look forward to being a part of if you want to have some fun, because it's pure torture. Even the 2-time world champs are being tortured out there.
Yeah, definitely. And that's how tough it is, especially in Southeast Asia. And this is a big statement to everyone right here who's, I would say, downplaying how Southeast Asia is playing because of, they could have taken that champion already. But no, this is how tough it is. Even the top dogs are struggling because even on the knockout stage, the other teams from the past that was not expected to perform are now performing. And then come the grand finals, a lot of changes has happened once again. And that's not because they are slowing down or the top dogs are slowing down. It's because the other teams are just moving or speeding up.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. And I think we are approaching the end. That's for sure. How many games will it take for us to cross that end line? Do we get a game 10? I sure as hell hope we do. But in order to get into game 10, Onyx, RRQ, Virtus Pro, Bigatron, Buriram, these 5 teams should not get to the final circle. Can the teams do it? We will find out as we head on into game number 9 at Alpine.
Yep, Alpine right now, and I think the flight path will be fair to everyone. And we know Battle United will be dropping into Snowfall unless they think that the other teams think that they will be dropping there and not dropping them, so they might change their drop spot. So not so much of a hot engagement that is potential to happen in some parts of the map, but this is another slow start to, I would say, an epic ending once again.
I wonder if production prepared enough space on the left here to show. Okay, we don't have enough space. I was just wondering how they're gonna. Okay, there you go. Okay. Big brain thinking by the production squad here. Now we have got all 5 teams that you can see on the left-hand side who have activated Champion Rush condition. What is this Champion Rush condition? 80 points. If you reach 80 points, then you activate a condition that allows you to be the champion. And how do you become the champion? You need to get a booyah. Thus far, these teams have not been able to get the booyah just yet. And in just this last game, 3 more teams have joined the fray. And between PE Esports and EVOS here now, it looks like it's not going to matter if either one of them goes down because neither one has activated this Champion Rush condition. But can you believe it, Neptune? In this game 10, I think we are going to have 9 teams that have activated the champion rush condition. And yeah, you're definitely going to find a team that hits the booyah there.
Yeah, I mean, odds are, if you're just looking at one, yeah, denial can be done. But if you're looking at like all this, denial will just be a river in Egypt. It's difficult to be denied of all of that because of the odds of one team out of 10 to grab that booyah. So Evo's Divine right now, the target for this team is to get 1 point. Activate their champion rush condition. Be it Lao Ho might be that, and there you go. They can end their reign. They can go out, step out of the zone, but there's also a risk of the 5 teams who will be getting the booyah and deny them of that.
Ooh, great play by Todak here. Spotting one out. Traps. Oh, Evo's Divine getting involved in this fight as well. And obviously, Ray looking for those points. Evo's Divine needs literally 1 point to activate Champion Rush. So they are one of the desperate teams looking to prevent Buriram, Begatron, Virtus Pro, RRQ, Onyx from grabbing the booyah here, which means that they have to focus on grabbing the booyah for themselves. That's one of the best ways to prevent the game ending.
Oh yeah, I mean, if they can do so, because at some point, some teams are having that trouble, but Evo's Divine, well, still part of Indonesia, and Indonesia has been rocking this day overall. But Todak, right now, 2 elimination, and I love the aggressiveness coming from Todak, but it is not giving them that much in terms of reaching the condition. It's just giving them that much, like, the pressure against the other team to really move that freely. So let's see if this might be the chance for them to catch up. But since they are in 12th spot, they need a long run to be able to activate that champion rush.
Oof. Yeah, man, you can say that again. At this point of time, Flash and PE Esports are in the 10th and 11th spot, which means they do not qualify for the Esports World Cup. So this is a big game for both PE as well as Flash. And it does not seem to be going well for PE Esports. We saw them perform very well at the Esports World Cup last year. And it seems to be a torturous journey to get there this time around.
Yeah, let's see, though. Let's see. I mean, miracles can happen, and nightmares are happening for those who have already secured those champion rush condition. One team would be Bigatron Esports, who's dealing with PE Sports right now. So Lao Ho will need to get away, but the flank coming from Pyong with a VSS plus a follow-up with that Trogon will spell trouble for PE Sports. But Enkang will be revived, and Nero making that work. So PE Sports is still alive, and 12 teams remain.
Oof. And PE Sports forced on the recovery gameplay very early on. Core Memory is not too far away from activating Champion Rush. Core Memory is in the 9th place, by the way, and they'll only need 6 points to activate Champion Rush. How insane is that?
What's insane is who's tied with them. It's Team Falcons.
Oh yeah,
that
amen.
haven't activated that champion rush condition. Not quite sure if they're faltering, because I'm pretty sure they would want to get a piece of that prize pool. But if EWC is just a goal, then they already have that, because they were the remaining champions from last year. So I don't know what's happening with Team Falcons right now, but I guess what they can do is just deny the other teams from grabbing that booyah and probably move up, sneak up, and get all those points.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm thinking perhaps Falcons can make something happen for them this time around, because, you know, like you said, they're tied up with Core Memory, 74 points. They need to hit the Champion Rush condition, which means they need 6 points. But they also need to prevent the other teams picking up the booyah. What's the best way to do that? You pick up the booyah yourself. You can still prevent without hot dropping. You just need to make sure nobody else wins the lobby. It's the best way to guarantee the spot. And then, of course, you do a back-to-back and secure it in game number 10. That would be a phenomenal way to end this day.
Yeah, let's see now. Let's see if they will be able to do that. Because, well, it's becoming difficult now. It's becoming difficult. We've expected that from Buriram United. We've expected that from BTR, but it's really tough right now. And even for a player cam, you can see that all the focus are there. Some of them are not really that comfortable in how they are playing because of all the tension, because of all the anxiety that's coming through their mind. So they need to ease up a little bit, like build that mental fortitude. I know they are in game already, but this is where they need, or they can relax, because everything is still quiet at this point.
And I am just really curious as to who's going to be able to get us into this game number 10 here. It's seeming elusive based on the number of teams that have achieved this champion rush condition.
Mhm.
But you know, like you said, there can be miracles if you believe. And of course, if you hit the booyah and don't allow these 5 teams to grab it away from you. Buriram in danger territory now between 2 teams from Indonesia, Onyx and RRQ. Both Onyx and RRQ have activated the champion rush condition alongside Buriram, who was the first team. And you know, if Buriram actually does not grab the championship, I'll finally have to agree with chat on some of their assessments.
Well, definitely. I mean, the chat has been looking at the games overall. They have a lot of comments, and it's not, well, not everything is empty comments. There are some bases, and it's just what is showing up right now on the show. It's not just anything that they thought of. So let's see if it can be broken by the teams that a lot of expectation has been set for them. But we are on the 8-minute mark, and it's getting quiet, too quiet for comfort, and it might go into chaos once again once we hit that 4th phase of the circle.
Yep, and by the way, even if we don't hit that booyah, by the end of game 10, the team with the most number of points will be crowned the champion. And this is one of the first, this is the first competition, grand finals, that I'm seeing where after 8 games, the top team has only 105 points. Usually, in 6 games, we would have seen teams exceeding like 120, 130, you know, really massive stuff. So you can see the latest meta as well as the rules have forced teams to play very passive, as well as the active skills rule that has been thrown in here, the unique active skills that forces you to remain vigilant. You can't, you know, rush around with your Rebel Rush out there with Tatsuya as much as you used to in the past.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see it right now. And in spite of Esports trying to get away, Hanoi managed to sneak one in against Nero. And let's see if Esports can still bring back their teammates, because we still have 12 teams remaining. Laho has been spotted already, and Du is doing the work right now. But they spread out just to make sure that the focus will not be onto them.
Well, Du wishes he has the MAD to beat. And the grenade goes wide. And Du now forcing Laho to be pressured by the blue. Oi, needs one more hit in there. There's 2 players. How many players does it take to take down this man called Laho? Surviving long enough. Needs one sneak push in there. It's high Laho, what? What? So many shots. Laho is like Rajinikanth out there. You know, 100 bullets towards the superhero. He doesn't go down. He shoots one time and it's a headshot.
That's how it is. I mean, you just need time and a good cover to be able to spot out your opponent and plan it out. I guess proning in there and how Du was hitting them, that was the same hole. That was the same gap that he used to knock down their opponent, or the player from AG Global. But speaking of gap, this is a small gap that Koja is working with XM9, XM8, and still managed to go in for a knockdown. Team Falcons right now on the other side, and this is what I'm talking about. Bigatron Esports, yes, they activated that champion rush condition, but the moment that they see an opponent, they're not letting go. They're not being passive. They are putting in the aggression, because they know the condition is, yes, get the booyah, but they also are considering that it will stretch into game number 10 and we might go into the standings.
This is danger zone for Bigatron, looking for the finisher. And Falcons haven't even activated the Champion Rush just yet, once again. Flash right behind Bigatron. Falcons in danger now because they might just get gate capped by both Flash and Bigatron by the end of this bout. But only 2 players left in here. And it looks like Flash is going to get a ultimate denial from making the qualifier into EWC. Zom hanging on for his dear life. But it's only up till then. As his hope comes crashing down, Flash will exit in the 10th spot. You need to be minimum in the 9th spot to book your ticket for the Esports World Cup, Nip.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, let's see, though. We have hopes for PE Sports right now. And, well, though they need to work with 10 points remaining, but they managed to survive already. And if they can keep the distance, probably have an open area as well that they can snipe the opponent, and that can give them the points that they need. But we'll see later on Bigatron Esports in the battle against Team Falcons. And Team Falcons, yes, they have been the target of Bigatron Esports in the past, but this time around they're denying or trying to deny Bigatron from getting a booyah.
Absolutely. Bigatron now, 6 eliminations in hand. This is circle 4. You cannot be playing at the edge of the circle here at this point of time. How are they going to get out of it? Falcons denied! 76 points. They do not activate Champion Rush. They cannot be the champions if we get to game number 10. How insane is that?
Oh, yes, indeed. I mean, it's really insane. Team Falcons, I thought they had a chance to gather all those points against Bigatron Esports, but Bigatron Esports also wants this booyah. Same goes for Berlin United. They have been sitting pretty silently onto the other side, and even with all those shots, they're not fighting back. So they want to survive 4-man strong, but who's putting in pressure? It is Team Todak on the other side, but good enough. The blue will push them out of the way.
Yeah, too many passive plays out there on the battlefield. Hence why we are at game 9. Garena saw this one coming a long time ago when they made this rule, bro. And I tell you, it's just genius move. I'm going to get my game number 10. Come on, baby. But Virtus Pro still alive and kicking. And PE Esports needs to do something about this if they want to get the ticket to Saudi Arabia. Starting with Virtus Pro is a good place for the Vietnamese squad. In fact, we have not seen a single booyah from Vietnam today. Maybe we can in the final 2 games.
See, though, it's a lot to ask for right now. And Todak on the other side being eliminated by Evos Divine. But the battle continues between PE Sports and Virtus Pro. But the question is, how many glue walls does PE Sports still have to stay in that corner? I guess not so much because they are moving out. And it will be PE Sports gatekeeping Virtus Pro right now. But for Berlin United, Jonah has been knocked down. A pickup is needed. They need to be quick just to make sure that they have the numbers advantage towards the final circle.
Pressured by the circle, Wasana Rebel Rush pushing on in. Evos, Riptide Rhythm towards Skochil as well. But AG out of nowhere will eliminate Evos. But Buriram, 2 players on the ground. Wasana pickup, is it going to be possible for him? Superman, but Jonah. And in the nick of time, man had only 16 HP and the circle was really doing him dirty. And to survive for the time being, Bigatron will be denied 2 games in a row. Unfortunate for them. As Fuwara now looking for one for Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro already activated this champion rush condition, but nameless, very low, down on the ground. Fuwara trying to survive, and Buriram denied as well. Fuwara and Virtus Pro denied. What a day! RRQ denied!
Oh my goodness!
Game 10! Here we come! Unless, of course, Onyx Olympus does the impossible. Can you believe it? If Onyx is crowned champion today, I will have my mind blown to smithereens.
I mean, this is such a surprise overall. Onyx Olympus coming from, I would say, lower part, and now they have an advantage. Even AG Global doesn't have a position to take on them. They have to jump out, and they need to move away. And it seems like Onyx Olympus is going to bring it home. Only 1 remains, and Onyx is 4-man strong with the Puya and the champion for the FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2025.
The champions, Onyx Olympus, the last ones, the literal last ones to activate the champion rush condition. 85 points, the 5th team eligible on the spot, and being the last one through the gate, the first ones to complete the champion rush condition.
Một đội tuyển, một đỉnh vinh quang Đông Nam Á. Chúng ta có một huyền thoại sinh tồn, một nhà vô địch mang tên Onyx.
12 teams, only one victory slot, and it is belong to Onyx.
Onyx ngay bây giờ hãy tiến lên trên sân khấu để nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch của các bạn. Các bạn đã làm được, chiến thắng này là của các bạn.
This is your victory, and it's time for your team to join to the trophy and lift it up. Congratulations, you deserve it.
Một khoảnh khắc vô cùng đầy cảm xúc. Ngay bây giờ xin mời đội tuyển vô địch chúng ta sẽ cùng nhau bước lên trên sân khấu để nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch danh giá, biểu tượng của sự chinh phục, của niềm kiêu hãnh và nỗ lực không ngừng nghỉ.
Let's welcome our champions to the stage. It's time to lift this prestigious trophy high. This is the symbol of the ultimate conquest, unshakable pride, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. Go, it's your time. Go lift the trophy.
Hãy nhanh chân tiến lên trên sân khấu để nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch của mình ạ. Một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn dành cho Onyx.
Congratulations.
Hãy nâng cao chiếc cúp vô địch của mình ạ. Xin mời
Are
các
you
bạn.
ready? Are you ready to lift the trophy up? Are you ready, guys? Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Onyx, xin chúc mừng các bạn. Họ không chỉ sinh tồn mà họ còn thống trị. Không chỉ chiến đấu mà còn viết lại lịch sử. Và khoảnh khắc này không thuộc về riêng đội tuyển mà là chiến thắng của đam mê, của mồ hôi nước mắt và hàng triệu trái tim yêu Free Fire khắp Đông Nam Á. Xin chúc mừng các bạn.
This is not just only the survival, but this is dominating. And this is the first time Onyx become the champion in Indonesia Esports of Free Fire.
Vinh danh nhà vô địch.
History.
Vinh danh nhà vô địch chế độ sinh tồn, những chiến binh kiêu hãnh của thời đại Esports Onyx. Và ngay sau đây xin mời các bạn chúng ta sẽ cùng nhận giải thưởng đến từ ban tổ chức. Ngay sau đây xin được mời ông Mai Bá Hùng, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Thể thao Điện tử Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh sẽ cùng tiến lên trên sân khấu để trao giải thưởng trị giá là 100.000 USD dành cho nhà vô địch của chúng ta.
And now, I would like to invite Mr. Mai Bahom, the president of the Ho Chi Minh City Esports Federation, to step onto the stage and present 100,000 USD prize pool to our champion.
Một tràng vỗ tay thật lớn dành cho Onyx. 100.000 USD là phần thưởng dành cho nhà vô địch của chúng ta. Và xin mời ông Mai Bá Hùng sẽ nán lại trên sân khấu để đến với phần công bố cũng như là trao giải thưởng cho MVP của chúng ta. Và ngay lúc này,
it's time to present our MVP of the team.
Ngay lúc này thì Minh Anh cũng rất là hồi hộp để chờ đợi kết quả MVP trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay. Và trước khi đến với phần công bố MVP thì Minh Anh cũng như là Yusun cũng rất là muốn được lắng nghe chia sẻ đến từ nhà vô địch của chúng ta. Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên muốn dành cho nhà vô địch cũng rất là quen thuộc, cảm xúc của các bạn lúc này như thế nào ạ?
Okay, Conchita.
Let me give the microphones to my players first. All right.
Congratulations, Sonic! Okay, so we have our MVP of the game. First, I would like to introduce the MVP of the game is Chiron, if I remember. Saro?
It's Zero. Zero is the MVP.
Because I cannot hear it clearly, you know.
thuộc về một thành viên đến từ đội tuyển BK Strong. Đó là bạn Kion.
Oh,
Rồi ạ.
the MVP is from Bigatron Esports.
Rồi và ngay bây giờ thì Minh Anh cũng rất là vui mừng mời MVP của ngày thi đấu hôm nay, đó là bạn Kion đến từ đội tuyển VRT sẽ lên trên sân khấu để nhận giải thưởng MVP của ngày thi đấu hôm nay ạ.
But first of all, I want to interview them a little bit first.
Okay, of course.
Okay, chị Minh Anh ơi, chúng ta bây giờ thì hãy để sân khấu cho nhà vô địch trước và hãy cùng phỏng vấn họ một vài câu hỏi trước nhé ạ.
Ok, được rồi. Vậy thì cảm xúc các bạn lúc này như thế nào ạ?
Okay, as usual, how is their feeling right now after becoming the champions of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring?
Gimana rasanya jadi juara dari Free Fire World Series 2025 Spring, Onyx Esports?
Bentar Kak, mau nanya.
Apa tuh?
What time is it?
Oh, kenapa? Aku nggak pakai jam. Kenapa emangnya?
It's Onyx time.
He said, what time is it? It's Onyx time.
Mấy giờ rồi ạ? Đó là đến giờ Onyx vô địch rồi. Congratulations. Okay, so on to my second question. Okay, I can see the happy tears from your eyes, and I really appreciate that. I really honor it because you know what? Onyx is like an underdog team in the season, and they did it. They proved to everyone that we are not that weak. We come back so strong. So I would like to ask them about the journey that they have been through. All of the struggle, happiness, memories, can they say it out?
Oke, jadi Yonsu bilang kita sama-sama tahu bahwa perjalanan Onyx menuju ke Grand Final ini sebenarnya tidak bisa dikatakan mudah. Ada naik turunnya juga, ada perjuangan. Bahkan ada beberapa yang mengatakan Onyx ini sebenarnya adalah underdog dari beberapa tim-tim Indonesia yang pada akhirnya berhasil lolos ke final. Boleh diceritain gak sih perjalanan kalian sampai ke titik ini? Terus di belakang layar yang mungkin kita masih belum tahu ya, ada kata-kata semangat apa yang diberikan sama orang-orang terdekat, sama pelatih juga?
Sebelumnya sih Onyx gak lolos final, jadi itu buat kita terpuruk. Tapi di season kali ini kita buktiin kalau kita pantas juara sih Kak. Soalnya banyak kan yang hujat, padahal liganya belum kelar kan. Kan kita bisa buktinya di Grand Final jadinya.
Bener, ada yang mau ditambahin lagi sebelum aku translate?
Master SEA Games.
So what they're saying is that, of course, the journey to get here isn't as easy as they want it to be. They also take this opportunity to actually prove to all the viewers, to all their fans, that they're not going to break easily, that they are aiming for the best always, and they know that some of the netizens or the people on the internet are still bullying them for their failure on the past seasons in which they failed to get to the final. But this is the example that hard work truly pays off. And this is also their example and their way of proving that Onyx is the right roster for SEA Games.
Oh my God, that is so sweet. Đối với đội tuyển Onyx thì có lẽ như là họ đã phải trải qua rất là nhiều khó khăn, cũng như là những cái vấp ngã và cũng như là những lời nói không hay ở trên mạng xã hội. Bởi vì có rất là nhiều người nghĩ rằng là sau cái thất bại của họ ở mùa giải đợt trước thì Onyx không còn nhận được quá nhiều sự tin tưởng đến từ những người hâm mộ hoặc là những người xem nữa. Tuy nhiên, Onyx muốn nói với tất cả mọi người rằng chỉ cần các bạn cố gắng thật nhiều thì tất cả mọi thứ sẽ đều được đền bằng một cách rất là xứng đáng, điển hình như là trái ngọt mà họ vừa mới nhận lấy được ngày hôm nay. Cho nên là Onyx đây là một cái ví dụ để cho tất cả mọi người thấy được rằng chúng tôi có thể làm được, chỉ cần chúng tôi cố gắng và không ngừng bỏ cuộc, không ngừng từ bỏ thì chúng tôi sẽ đều làm được hết. Và ngày hôm nay chính Onyx đã trở thành đội tuyển vô địch của Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring. Bởi vì chính bản thân Junsun cũng không thể nào tin được Onyx có thể làm được điều này. Đây là một cái trái ngọt rất là đáng dành cho họ. Congratulations.
Wow, một ý chí rất bền bỉ đúng không ạ? Xin cảm ơn những chia sẻ đến từ nhà vô địch của chúng ta. Một lần nữa thì xin chúc mừng các bạn vì đã giành được chức vô địch của chế độ sinh tồn tại giải đấu Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Spring. Còn bây giờ thì xin mời tất cả các bạn, chúng ta sẽ cùng quay trở về bàn caster để cùng tổng hợp lại những diễn biến hấp dẫn nhất trong ngày thi đấu hôm nay.
And once again, congratulations to Onyx. I think that people around here, down here, there are so many people are proud of you. So keep it up and see you guys at EWC Riyadh. Congratulations. And now Let's head back to the caster and see the game start.
This is clutch. This is a legacy. History has been made here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the first time we bring in this all-new competition lineup, the rule set for the Champion Rush condition, a maximum of 10 games. And, you know, some of them say Onyx got lucky. Onyx, this is no luck, man. This is true hustle. For the first time, our competition rules have opened the gates, have opened the doors for the underdogs, or for the under-hedgehogs, I have to say. The golden hedgehogs, Onyx, Olympus. 14th in phase 1 Neptune. In phase 2, they couldn't make the early cut in weeks 4 and 5. They had to wait until week 6. Week 6 was the final chance. They scraped through. They were never the best team in any one of the days in week 6. And then they get to the grand finals, and they have 4 teams in front of them who have activated the Champion Rush condition. And they had Bigatron, they had Buriram, the 2-time world champs, and almost 4-time world champs activating the Champion Rush condition first. But they could not do what Onyx did. That's not luck. That is pure determination, and the underdogs have lifted the trophy. This is the first time in the history of Free Fire World Series we have the underdogs pull something like this off. I'm in disbelief. I am in awe. Nobody thought it was going to be Onyx. I'm so happy for them, man.
Yeah, exactly. And also the way they played through the 9 matches that we have. Yeah, you would say that they didn't even reach an active the Champion Rush condition that quickly. But the consistency that they have in the matches, I'm seeing here placement points, most of them coming from 3rd place. If not 4, that would be 4 instances that they had 3rd place. And that's not luck. They worked hard for it. And it doesn't even mean that they didn't have any elimination. They put in all those eliminations all throughout. And once they hit it, they know what they have to do. Just get that booyah, and booyah they did.
And the MVP, the most well-deserved MVP. And you know this boy hustled. 2 eliminations, 3 knockdowns, 1,238 on the damage, rocking the Steffi. And so much was done by this guy in that battle up against Toda, in the battle of the final sequence as well. Onyx Olympus, there's one thing about these boys, they just never gave up. We need to look at the overall leaderboard as well, because don't forget, guys, we are looking for the top 9 teams that will book their tickets to the EWC, to the Esports World Cup at Saudi Arabia. And the Steffi Koda, Tatsuya Cassie was that winning combination of active skills for Onyx Olympus in this final game.
Yeah, definitely. And putting in the numbers right now, yes, we might have Prime MKS as an MVP because of the damage, but in terms of elimination, it was Zairu who put in so much work. I mean, from afar, he always had those crosshairs against the opponent, while the rest of the teams are keeping themselves safe. So that is the effort, the teamwork that comes from Onyx Olympus in that final battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And Zairu was a great thief out there. He stole so many of the points off of the other squads. And some consolation here for AG Global. You know, AG Global really couldn't cut much out there. They had managed to activate the Champion Rush condition a little bit too late. But they started off the day really, really good, right? I gotta feel bad for Dew here, getting the double highlight. At least gets to smile about something, but I don't know if or not this will just torture him even further. Like, he gets these highlights but no trophy on his side. And Onyx Olympus, you see, many people say it's luck, but if they were down in the 12th spot and then they got the booyah and became champions, yeah, it's luck. But they are in that 2nd spot, hustling right behind Buriram United Esports. Buriram is on 111, they are on 108. This is just pure hustle, man. Same number of placement points with Buriram United Esports. Lesser on the eliminations, and that's just by 3 eliminations short. This is true hustle. And Onyx, the best Indonesian squad out there and the best team out there in terms of determination today, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of work that went into it, because you already broken down how they traveled from the first phase 1 of the knockout stage, phase 2, up until the grand finals. And that is not an easy path. And you won't be able to survive that much, get 59 placement point rather, similar to the top dogs like Rhythm United. If you didn't study yourself and your opponent, all the maps, all the areas of the map, you can stay safe and hit down the enemies from afar. They did all those, and it's not just a matter of one day. It was from all the weeks that they played.
And dude, we saw so much of focus coming from Bigatron on those Booyahs. We saw RRQ popping off. We saw Buriram popping off. And Onyx literally focused on getting one Booyah. And that one Booyah they looked for was right after activating Champion Rush Condition. They played the format correctly. They had the formula down to the T and they executed it with such perfection. This is just an amazing ending to the day. In disbelief, the underdogs, and we've always championed these underdogs. We have always waved the flags of the underdogs up in the air. And Onyx was literally the underdog of underdogs. We didn't even talk about them. That's how much of an underdog they were.
Well, but still, they're the ones who end it with a bang. They're the ones who grabbed that final Booyah when they needed it. And they are the ones who will be crowned the champions of the FFWS Southeast Asia Spring 2025. Underdogs no more is Onyx Olympus.
No more, man. These golden hedgehogs. We can make a trophy out of them now. They $100,000. Can you imagine? Life-changing money, Neptune. Life-changing money. And, those years, they were real. And, if you've been hustling for so many years in the world of esports, really grinding on Free Fire to reach a stage like this and to walk away with the trophy, and not even on your own home ground. This was done in Vietnam, Hanoi, Vietnam. This is monumental for the team. I think Conchita Caroline should be very proud of herself for the good work that she has been doing. She has been motivating these teams for a good long time down there in Indonesia. And when we bring this to FFWS Global, we'll be heading on into Indonesia. She will be the main host. I'm waiting to see how many more teams she pumps up there. But of course, before we get into FFWS Global, we've got EWC to talk about as well, right? The Esports World Cup, Saudi Arabia. I don't know if I'm going to be there, but I sure as hell know I'm going to be tuning into each and every single one of these matches because it's going to be explosive. If it was explosive just on the Southeast Asian level, can you imagine how crazy it's going to be on EWC now?
Yeah, definitely. But there we have it. We have to end the day. And thank you very much. We'll say goodbye.